Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Void Requiem Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hi. Now most of you would believe that being the son of a hero would be awesome, much less the number one. All might. For most it would be, that is if you aren't quirkless. When mom brought me home after a misdiagnosis, I could tell things changed. It was as if they just stopped looking at me. From that moment on, everything was about Izumi and how she would be an amazing hero. I was happy for her. Even if I didn't have a quirk, I'll still be a hero with her help. At least that's what I thought. When I got to school the next day and Izumi told Kaken and Masaki, the Bakugo twins. I remember when we were younger that we made a promise to be heroes together and watch out for each other. I guess that promise didn't mean as much to them as it did to me. After Izumi told them I was quirkless, they came and Katsuki asked me, "Do you still want to be a hero, even though you're quirkless?" "Yes, was all I managed to get out in response before he attacked me. I still remember how the explosion felt on my skin even after all these years. The smell of the smoke, the burning sensation, and how the force of the explosion pushed me off my feet. That was the moment everything truly changed for me. Katsuki, Masaki, and Izumi all started bullying me relentlessly. At first, I didn't know what they were doing and just thought that they were playing some weird game or that it was just an accident. I wanted to believe anything to not face the truth. It wasn't until I was 5 I fully realized what was happening to me. I was curious why they were hurting me all the time. I needed answers, so, with the truth in the back of my mind in a place I would never willingly listen to, I went to the place where I knew I could find answers. The school library. I'd spent much of my time there in the past year. It was quiet and rarely did anyone come to disturb me. I immediately went to the school computers. I didn't expect this question to be easily answered by the books in the library, and Googled, "Why do my friends keep hurting me?" A simple question designed by a 5-year-old too afraid to face the truth. The answers I got forced me to face reality in a painful fashion. Articles about bullying and toxic friendships filled the screen. The more I read, the more similarities I saw between my situation and the experiences of those on the screen. I didn't want to, but I had to face reality someday. My friends, Katsuki and Masaki, and my sister, Izumi, were bullying me. I could feel my world crumbling around me at the revelation. It hurt. It hurt more than any punches, explosions, or things telekinetically thrown objects. It was different when I thought it was just a game, then I could convince myself they still cared for me, but now I had no such luck. So many questions filled my mind. When did it start? Why did it start? Why are they still doing it? Do they care about me at all? Am I just a punching bag for them to practice their quirks on? Do mom and dad know? Would they even care if they did? That last question came out of nowhere. Of course, they don't know, and of course, they would care if they did. Right? Well, they have been acting a little different since I was diagnosed quirkless. How often have I come home covered in bruises and they did nothing to help me or even acknowledge my existence? When was the last time they served me dinner? How many times have I eaten what basically amounts to leftovers? When was the last time they bought me anything? As these questions floated around in my mind, I looked back to the computer. What does it mean when your parents don't care about you? Neglect. They were neglecting me. I didn't want to believe it, I couldn't believe it. I thought back to my science class about hypotheses and evidence. This is my hypothesis: my parents are neglecting me, and now all I need to do is get evidence to disprove this. I went home with hope in my heart. They had to care about me at least a little. They had to love me. I spent the next week studying them and making records of everything that happened in one of my hero analysis notebooks. It felt weird analyzing the habits of people instead of their quirks, but this needed to be done. When the week was done, the results were less than stellar. Mom routinely made only 3 plates of dinner and never called me down to eat with them. Dad consistently praised Izumi for anything she did, no matter how small. Even when I had better grades than her, he still would never even look my way. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew I couldn't ignore the evidence. They were really neglecting me. That day I fully learned and accepted that I was not only being bullied by my two former best friends and my sister, but I was also being neglected by my parents. Soon I found myself changing. I grew more distant and quiet. Where formerly I'd try and talk to Izumi and the Bakugo twins, now I did my best to avoid them every day. Instead of going to recess with the rest of the kids, I'd go to the library by myself. It was rare that I'd see anyone in the library at recess. I was the only kid who preferred to be alone with a book instead of running around outside with friends. Not like I had any friends to run around with anyways. I spent a lot of my time in the library reading. I read through the entire fiction section before making my way to the non-fiction sections. I read everything I could get my hands on: history textbooks, math textbooks, and even some reading assignments for older students. When I got bored of the stuff in the library, I'd use the computer and read anything I could find online. This continued till middle school. By that time I was already able to do high school level content. Though sadly I wasn't able to spend as much time in the library. When Izumi and her friends found where I was hiding, they started attacking me there. Now no matter where I went they'd find me. I lost count of the number of times they'd chase me home, and the many times they'd catch me. I learned that the only place I was truly safe from them was at home when Inko and Toshinori were there. They'd never try anything when they were home. I guess they're still afraid they'd do something to them if they found out. I'm terrified of the day they realize the truth and I lose my only hiding place. I decided that I needed to be prepared. I lost the safety of the library because I got comfortable and let them follow me there instead of checking to be safe. I wasn't going to make the same mistake again. So at 12 years old, I spent months trying to find a new hiding spot until they started chasing me away from home. They'd cornered me at a trash-filled beach, Takoba Municipal Beach if I remember correctly, and beat me there. When they were done I was in too much pain to move. I laid there in pain till nightfall. Now I knew I couldn't go home. Inko and Toshinori had been talking all week about going to a hero convention in another city to celebrate Izumi getting an A on her project. A project which she forced me to do for her. They'd told Izumi to pack for a week away and that they'd be leaving as soon as she came home from school. They never told me anything about a trip, nor did they tell me to pack anything. If they haven't come to find me now, they won't later. Since I don't have a key after Katsuki destroyed it, I can't go home. I spent a while just wandering around the trash piles at night until I noticed something odd about one of the trash piles. Investigating, I found a hollowed-out place inside the trash pile and smiled in glee. A gazebo, or something similar, was inside, and apparently, people have been piling trash up around and over it. Sure, it was a little smelly and dirty, but it was more than warm enough to protect me from the night air. I just found my new hiding place. Whenever I wasn't asleep in the gazebo, I spent the next week cleaning up the place. Well, as clean as a hollowed-out hole in a pile of trash could be. When I was done, the floor inside was clean. An old sleeping bag washed up from the ocean and I left it out to dry before using it to sleep in. It was still a bit damp by that time, but that was nothing another day out in the sun couldn't fix. On the final day before Inko, Toshinori, and Izumi got back, I met someone who'd helped me with my injuries. He never told me his real name, probably because it's in a police database somewhere, but he told me to call him Dobby. He was covered in old burn scars and it looked like he stapled the burned skin back on himself. He asked me what a kid my age was doing out in the dead of night all alone. I didn't want to tell him I was locked out until tomorrow, but I also knew if I lied and he called me on it I'd be screwed completely. I decided on a simple half-truth. I told him I was just out on a night walk and was heading back home. Not entirely a lie. I was out on a night walk, but it was to look for food, and I was heading back to my temporary home on the beach. He seemed to believe me before he noticed my bruises and scars that hadn't fully healed yet. I waited there as he stared at my numerous scars, hoping he'd let me go before he reached for his pocket. I was prepared to make a run for it when he pulled out, not a weapon, but a bottle of pills. "Here, take this," he instructed. When I looked at him like he was crazy, he elaborated, "It's not drugs. It's pain medication. It'll help you with the scars until you can escape whoever's doing that to you," he said, gesturing to my still healing wounds. At that point I almost cried. This was the first time someone acknowledged me and what was happening to me. Although it was a little sad that the first person who acknowledged that I was hurt was a random scarred man on the street offering me drugs in the middle of the night, but I'll take what I can get. Then I realized something. This man doesn't know I'm quirkless. That must be why he's being so nice to me. I should probably tell him and give his pills back. He probably needs them more than I do. Sir, I'm quirkless. Sorry to take up so much of your time. You probably want these pills back now, I said, offering the pills back to him with a slightly strained smile. Although I was definitely in pain from my many bruises still healing and every movement ached, I needed to give the pills back. While I do wish that I didn't have to tell him this, that maybe we could still be friends, it would be better for him to know about me now rather than later. How sad is my life that I'm not willing to be friends with a criminal, not because he's offering me drugs, but because he doesn't know I'm quirkless. The scarred man looked momentarily shocked before saying, "No, keep them. I can get more and you'll probably need them more than me if you're really quirkless," with a pitying look at the end. I was shocked. This man was really giving them to me just like that? "Sir, I can't just take these from you without paying." The scarred man sighed and said, "How about this? Since what's happening to you is probably going to continue for the foreseeable future, I'll be your supplier for any pills and medication you need for as long as you need them. Okay?" At this point I was truly crying. "Why are you doing this for me? I'm quirkless, I'm useless, I'm dashed," I tried to say before he interrupted me. "I know what you are," he said, kneeling down to look me eye to eye. "You're a kid who's being hurt for something he didn't ask for. I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't help you when I can." He muttered the last part before he gained this distant look in his eye. For the first moment I looked at him and saw not a criminal who knew nothing about me, but a person who knew what I was going through and was trying to help me. I quickly rushed to hug him. He was caught completely off guard and was about to speak before I said, Thank you, Dobby." He seemed to relax at that point before returning the hug. "Don't worry about it, kid dash." "What? My name is Izuku." "Don't worry about it, Izuku." After that, I took the pills and made my way back to the trash piles. The next day the Yagi family came back and I managed to get back inside before they locked the door. I took the first chance I got to take a shower and stole Inko's house key to replace mine. Everything went back to mostly normal after that. I continued going to school, started sneaking out to my home away from home in the garbage piles, and met Dobby for more pills and medical supplies whenever I could. Izuku Yagi's POV. My heart was pounding loudly in my ears and my lungs felt strained, but I wanted to keep running. I needed to keep running. I had never done anything like this before, but it felt like this was all I could do. Nothing ever changes. It's always the same events that unfold day after day without fail. I needed to break the cycle. Otherwise, I would be trapped by the same chains that were cuffing me to the floor my entire life. This was what I needed to do. So, why did it feel so wrong? Every day, I woke up at the same time to the same noise and would do the same things. I would wake up at 6 in the morning, shower at 6:12, eat breakfast by 7, and walk to school at 7:30. Nothing changed in my schedule. Similarly, I always knew what to expect from my sister and her friends. Every word they would speak, and every action they would perform, it was always the same. It felt like I was stuck in a time warp, listening to the same phrases and watching the same events unfold for the rest of eternity. Forever unchanging. I shook my head as thoughts weighed down on me. I knew it was pointless to think about stuff like this. It would only bring me down if I thought about my circumstances. I didn't really know what I was talking about anyway, but somehow, I could still relate to it. Feeling like I was always going to be stuck in the same rut. Though, it felt silly to think I knew what hardship felt like. I'm only 12 years old, what would I know about life and death? Continuing with my walk to school, I felt a pair of hands harshly shove me to the ground, making me scrape my hands in the process. Tears began to prick at my eyes as the stinging became the only present feeling across my body. Of course, I knew it was coming, but that didn't change the fact that it hurt. "I think he's crying," my sister, Izumi, shouted, only making her laugh more than she was before. "What a loser." "My once friend, Kaken," continued Izumi's sentence. In an attempt to save the small amount of dignity I still had, I lowered my head. "Yeah, I was crying. It's natural for children to cry when they get hurt or fall. although it still felt embarrassing to cry because of a little scrape. Regardless, they didn't need to laugh at me. I had once seen Izumi cry because she didn't get the right toy in a cereal box, similar to the time Kaken cried after falling and hitting his head a little while ago. He didn't know anyone was around, but I saw him. I stood up and brushed the pebbles off of my uniform before continuing on my path, the taunting and spiteful remarks my old friend and sister would make lingering behind me for the entirety of my walk. Wow, Izuku's so strong, he just stood up without even looking back at us. I'm so impressed. Izumi laughed in a mocking tone. It wasn't that I was trying to seem strong, they knew I was too weak to stop their bullying, or I would have done it by now. I wasn't sure how to respond. What was I supposed to say? Nice one, guys. Really showed me up, with a cheery expression? That would only make me seem like an even bigger loser than they already see me as. Moving forward was the only thing I could do, and even then, they still would find ways to put me down. There wasn't a single thing I could do to stop them from making fun of me. If I were to retort, they would just kick me or something. If I were to laugh it off, they would call me a freak or a masochist, and no one would explain to me what a masochist even was. If I were to brush it off, they would say I'm trying to seem tough and keep provoking me. I can't win. The only thing that made any of this bearable was the idea that as they grow older, they'll change, although they haven't changed yet. Nothing has changed yet. Sometimes it feels like nothing will change. Ever. I felt eyes land on me as I walked into the school. I was still only a second year, but being the only quirkless kid in the entire school gave me a big name. Walking to my locker, I put my backpack away and took out my books for first period, only to be met with a frosty breeze by my hair. Boo! Someone whispered by my ear, causing me to scream in response and shut my eyes to prepare for impact. Hey, you good? Slowly opening my eyes, I was met with the dual-colored hair of the only person I had ever met who didn't care if he was seen with me, the only person who didn't care what other people said about me, the only person who didn't care that I was quirkless, my only friend, Todoroki Shoto. You're such a jerk. I yelled at him as to not attract too much attention our way. I told you to stop doing that. I decided to go on ahead to our first joined class on my own, seeing as he was still laughing at his immature joke. It bothered me that he seemed so carefree when it came to his mild teasing, but it was better than how he acted before we met last month. He was always so upset and down whenever I would pass him in the halls, which wasn't often. I felt drawn to him. Maybe it was this sense that he wasn't going to be like the other students who only mocked me and pushed me down, or it could have been the longing feeling of wanting to be a hero that provoked me to approach him, but whatever it was, I still wanted to help him. He didn't want to be friends initially, not that I would have blamed him. I was a quirkless Deku that everyone seemed to avoid at every turn. It made sense that even someone so detached from reality wouldn't want to be my friend. However, he always seemed so intense and sad. I couldn't stop myself from trying to help him. It took me several attempts, but eventually, my pleading to be his friend annoyed him to the extent that he finally decided to let me stick around him. He didn't even notice I was quirkless at first, and even when he found out, he didn't care. His expression stayed unchanging. He was different from all of the other students in our junior high. He had the heart of a hero, a true hero. He never really told me why he was always sad when we first met, but regardless, he said that even the act of being his friend made me a hero to him. That was all I had ever wanted to hear. I quickly sat down in my seat as the teacher walked into the class to begin her lesson. Good morning, she started. Good morning, sensei. Before we go into our normal lessons, I'd like to go over something quickly. I want you all to realize the fact that next year, you'll all be third years, well, maybe not all of you. She laughed as she continued. I know this is something you won't be pressured to think about until next year, but planning ahead never hurts. So, I'd like to ask you all to start thinking about what you would like to do in the future. Based on what you chose, and what you have the grades to do, you'll be able to prepare yourselves for the entrance exams corresponding to the high school you'd like to enter. She explained. Now that we've gone over that, let's get into today's lesson. Does anyone know this character? What I want to do in the future? Well, that's simple. I want to be a hero. What do you think, Todoroki-kun? About careers? My old man's going to make me go into heroics, so I don't have much of a say in it, he replied as a leaf fell onto my hair. In the cafeteria, it was hard for us to hear each other over the voices of everyone else, and it was even harder for us to find peace and quiet, me being the school's scapegoat and whatnot, so during lunch, we would always sneak up onto the rooftop. No one else would ever be there, and no one else would be able to disturb us, so it was perfect. You want to be a hero too, right, Izuku? He asked as he reached to grab the stray piece of the outdoors from my already green hair. Receiving my nod, he released a sigh and looked me in the eye before continuing. Don't. What? Why? I responded defensively. You're such a kind-hearted person, you've helped me so much since we first met, and I honestly don't think I would be the person I am today if not for you. He started again with a smile, explaining to me why even him, the only person who's ever been kind to me, didn't believe in me. But I pestered him. But I don't want to watch as you destroy yourself trying to help people, he exclaimed, banging the palm of his hand against the chain-link fence beside us as he gazed into my eyes. You can be a hero, but heroes don't only have to physically save others from danger. You can be a hero for people, just not in the way you want to be. So what? You want me to give up on my dreams because I'm useless, right? Like everyone else has told me from day one. I asked as I averted my eyes from his fiery gaze. Because I don't have a quirk? Because I'm just some useless Deku that doesn't belong anywhere, right? Right? My words came out strained as I felt my face heat. Izuku, you know that's not what I meant. Yeah? Well, you're starting to sound like my sister. I interrupted his thought as I looked back to meet his eyes. That's not fair. He spoke with hurt evident in his voice. Whatever. I quickly moved to get up and began sprinting for the door to the stairs, blocking out his calls for me to come back. I didn't know what to say to him, I never knew what to say. Not to my parents, not to my sister, not to my classmates, not to him. Even if I did know what to say, no one would ever listen to me. No one would ever hear me, and no one would ever help me. The only person to have ever helped me was Todoroki, but even he was just humoring me this whole time. Oi, Deku. Not now, Kaken. Please, not now. I responded, looking back at him in a fear-stricken gaze. Grabbing my arm, he pushed me to the brick wall that made up the foundation of our school. Oh my God, Deku, when will you stop trying? My sister spoke, crouching down to meet my eye level from the ground. Even Todoroki can't bear another second listening to your delusions, we heard, so why not just quit now? She laughed as she stood up and kicked me in the stomach. He doesn't hate me though, we're still friends, I exclaimed through the pain, noticing the crowd that had begun to form around us. Doesn't he? She laughed as she extended her finger to our left. I followed her finger out of curiosity, despite knowing what I would find, and was met with Todoroki's form only a few meters away. There he stood, watching. He didn't move, he didn't comment, he didn't even look me in the eye. He just stared at the scene for a moment as I held my stomach. Then, he turned to walk away, not sparing a moment longer in my presence. Oh, Izuku, what were you expecting? She asked, grabbing the collar of my uniform and lifting me by it. You didn't really think anyone would ever care about you, did you? Why would someone like him be friends with someone like you? Yeah, you're just some quirkless freak, even your parents don't love you. A voice echoed from the crowd of people cheering my sister on. No one wants you. No one cares about you. No one needs you. Shut up. My voice squeaked out from behind the shivers and shakes that ran along my form. What was that? Bakugo spoke from beside me as he activated his quirk and blasted an explosion towards my arm. Shut up. I spoke a little louder, ignoring the laughter from the students gathered around us and the pain of my burning flesh. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What did you say? My sister laughed as she released me from her grip and started to kick me. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I cried out. A silence enveloped the courtyard as everything seemed to stop, the only audible sounds being the beating of my heart that drummed in my ears and the quick breathing that would escape past my lips every few seconds. No one blinked, no one moved, no one spoke. This was an eerie silence that no one dared to break. I had always longed for silence. Silence was peaceful and slow, But this wasn't peaceful. This was tense and terrifying. I needed noise, I needed words, I needed something else, something this place could never offer me. I needed a way out. I picked myself up and off the floor before running as far as I could from this place of limitation that always told me what I could and couldn't do, the voices of everyone who had ever told me I couldn't make my dreams a reality playing over in my brain on a loop. You can't be a hero. You can't be a hero. You can't be a hero. I can and I will, just watch me. I cried out to no one in particular. My heart was pounding loudly in my ears and my lungs felt strained, but I wanted to keep running, I needed to keep running. I had never done anything like this before, but it felt like this was all I could do. I needed to breathe for once, and this was the only way I knew how to. So why does this feel so wrong? I wondered aloud, closing my eyes. I decided to go home, taking the long route that will take at least an hour. I was walking through an alley when I heard it. Kid, give me your body. I didn't know that freak was in town. What seemed like sludge yelled from behind me. A villain. I clawed and clawed for freedom, for air, for help, but nothing I did worked, and no matter how much time went by, no one was around. I continued scratching away at the goo. I gave up. Izuku Yagi's POV. Thanks, kid, you're my hero. Those words are what shocked me. I'm a hero? As I thought this, all the times people told me to give up circled my brain before I landed on one voice. If you want to be a hero, take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in your next life. Then I completely gave up. This was my chance. My chance to finally be free. To be a hero, maybe not in the way I wanted, but this is good enough. But then I left something hit me like a bolt, though it never felt like this. I stopped struggling and let the sludge overtake me. Then I heard a never fear, for I am here. All Might. He can save me. And that's what he did with a large Detroit smash. I was saved. I landed on the ground coughing up sludge as All Might collected the sludge villain in a bottle. I needed to ask him if I can be a hero. And then it went black. Todoroki Yagi's POV. I had been chasing a villain we had dubbed the sludge villains throughout the city for the past hour or so now. He crawled into a sewer not too long ago, and I had been trying to locate him ever since. I was about to make my entrance when I heard the noises of someone in need. Shooting up to the surface, I clocked the villain in the face, crying out the name of my signature move in the process, but not without noticing a figure lodged inside the sludge. Quickly, I bottled up the villain inside some litter I found in the tunnel, scoffing inwardly at the blatant disregard people seem to have for the environment in this neighborhood, and then ran towards the figure. Finally having a minute to breathe, now that the villain had been captured, I turned my attention back to the figure and instantly recognized them as my son. Although I knew it was him, due to his hair and eye color, inherited by his mother, and my ruffled hair that he fell heir to, he looked so awful I felt taken aback by his appearance. His face was bruised and cut, and his uniform was dirted and even somewhat stained with both dried and fresh blood. Not only that, but his form looked sunken, and even his naturally full face seemed more defined than what was healthy for a 12-year-old boy. Making a mental note to discuss these observations later this evening, I lightly tapped his face. As Izuku woke up and noticed who I was, he began to freak out. Of course he would. His room is practically a shrine of my merch. He stood up and asked me to sign his notebook, acting more like a stuttering mess than I had ever seen. I was caught off guard, to say the least. Had he always been this way? I didn't recall ever seeing him like this. Come to think of it, I was brought out of my thoughts by a particular question, one that caught me off guard more than his odd behavior. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? I'm a normal kid without any powers. Could I ever hope to become someone like you? With his words, I was frozen. I was about to change back, so I didn't have much time to answer. Of course, as a hero, I should always inspire my fans, although, as a parent, I certainly wouldn't want my quirkless, defenseless son to be put in any direct danger. Example, just a few minutes ago. I've heard the argument that quirks don't make a hero. Being in that same position in the past, I some would agree, and I've heard of the comparison between heroes with erasure quirks and the quirkless, but honestly, it's not really that simple. The difference between someone with an erasure quirk and a quirkless was that people with erasure quirks still had quirks, They just weren't as flashy as others, but they were still just as useful. With an erasure quirk, heroes can remove a villain's quirk for a short amount of time and level the playing field. A fight between a hero and a villain would then become a fight completely dependent on hand-to-hand combat or quirkless weapons, which weren't typically carried by cocky villains with strong quirks. However, a quirkless hero wouldn't have the luxury of a somewhat fair fight. They can't remove a villain's quirk and level out the battle. All they can do is fight as well as they can with what they've got. And when you're up against villains with strong quirks, no mercy, and no remorse, that's just not good enough. As a parent, I just couldn't let my son get himself hurt, or worse, ended. So, after thinking it through a little, I answered, "I'm sorry, but without a quirk, no, I honestly don't think you could become a hero." He looked shocked at first, but quickly his smile reappeared on his face. I was appalled at how well he was taking this. Of course, in an accepting environment and loving household such as ours, I'm sure he feels like he has more than enough support, especially with a sister and friends like his. He truly was lucky. When I was quirkless, I had it was much more taboo than it was today. Peers snubbed and sneered at you, some wouldn't even touch you or look at you, for fear of becoming infected with our ailment. But worse than that was how my family reacted. After the way I was treated by my family, I knew I had to be different with Izuku than my family was with me, and I'm glad to know it at least paid off to keep him from feeling absolutely devastated by my words. "I see. Well, thank you for saving me, All Might," he said through his smile. And with that last sentence, he left. After making a quick stop at the police station to drop off my new sludge wife friend, I began flying home and saw my precious daughter, Izumi, walking home. She seemed nervous. I flew down and thought this was as good a time as any to tell her my secret. Landing, I spoke my catchphrase before bursting into a puff of smoke. There in the midst of all the commotion, I stood in front of her in my skeleton form. She jumped and took a moment to process everything. Then I told her the truth about my quirk. Izuku Yagi's POV. As I was walking home, crying, I was trying to think. Why did he say I couldn't become a hero if he had always said anyone can become a hero? It was really contradicting. I mean, I suppose he didn't know me. He didn't know my life, my motives. All he knew was the fact that I was quirkless, and like every other kid my age, I wanted to become a hero. It didn't really say much about me, I suppose. I didn't want to think that he was lying when he was on the news that day. I started to turn the corner when I heard All Might's catchphrase erupt from the silence present during my walk. "I am here." Looking towards the source of the noise, I saw All Might with my sister. Then, all of a sudden, All Might's large, muscular figure was enveloped in smoke. Standing in the midst of the smog was a man. Not a man covered in muscles and pride, but a man with sagging skin and deep-set wrinkles in his face. A man with skin as thin as paper. A man without visible muscles. A man opposite of All Might. My father. I stood not even 10 feet away behind a wall, listening to their conversation, but the more I heard, the more annoyed I felt. I could feel my body beginning to shake, I could feel my chest beginning to tighten, and I could feel what was left of my dream beginning to shatter. "No way." He explained his quirk to her, not yet acknowledging my presence. He declared his quirk was called One for All, and that he could transfer it to her. He explained that it was as old as quirks themselves, or very nearly, and was accidentally made by a man. His name was lost to history, instead replaced by the name of his quirk, All for One. He explained the story of All for One and his sickly younger brother, the first One for All user. He explained his fight where All for One left him injured and now the man is died so she doesn't have to worry, but now he wants Izumi to have it so she guide the future heroes to a world of peace. Although, all throughout their conversation, all I could think about was our earlier conversation. That he could have done something. That he could have given his quirk to me, and I could have become a hero like him. Although selfish, it was how I felt. I felt hurt and betrayed. He should have known my motives and aspirations. He knew I'd idolized him my entire life. So, instead of my own father giving his quirk to someone whose intentions were pure, someone who wouldn't dare hurt a fly, he decided to give his quirk to Izumi. He decided to give his quirk to an abuser. That's practically like my father, giving my bully another stick to beat me with. Actually, considering the power of his quirk, it's more like a sledgehammer. I felt so hurt. I ran home, making sure to stay out of sight, running so fast that my legs felt like they would fall off if I ran any faster, or my lungs would burst. I ran inside and made such a ruckus that my mother looked at me. She hardly ever looked at me. I then ran to my room and cried my eyes out. Liars. They're all liars. Hypocrites. They didn't care about the quirkless. They didn't care about anyone other than themselves. They were all so misleading. Every single one of them. This society, this world, needed to be cleansed of its ostracism, discrimination, abuse, and of its heroes. Laughing at the irony of my misfortune, I began destroying anything hero-related in sight. I tore the posters in my room to shreds and wrecked the action figures. I was tipping over All Might-themed furniture, and with every passing second, my eyes became puffier, my cheeks more tear-stained, and my heart more mangled. I was a complete mess. I just want to let this all out for once in my life. I then started packing. I couldn't be here anymore. I couldn't do this anymore. I couldn't live like this anymore. I couldn't bring myself to stay even another day. I didn't want to stay. Here, I had to sleep with one eye open constantly. Here, I had to invariably watch how I sat, and how I slept, as to not agitate the constant bruises and gashes I came home with. Here I was trapped. I grabbed everything of use that I could find: fresh clothes, food, water, cash, the necessities. I even grabbed my analysis books, figuring one day they'd be of use. I opened my door, my beat-up, yellow backpack resting on my shoulders, to be met with my family outside my room. Dad looked really nervous. It could have been because I was screaming bloody end, or because of all the noise coming from my room. Looking at the three with puffy, red eyes, I walked out. Just as I was putting on my shoes, Dad asked me where I was going. I truly didn't know what to say. I didn't even know where I was going. I stopped in my tracks and looked to the side, tears filling my eyes, threatening to spill. I could barely bring myself to look him or any of them in the eyes. I felt so betrayed. I felt so stupid for ever believing in these people, in these heroes, in this society. I then opened the door and left. These heroes, these hypocrites, these liars. Izumi Yagi's POV. Dad and I were walking back home after our chat. Finding out his hero identity and the secret of his power was shocking on two levels. Firstly, it was mind-blowing to know that my parents were two of the greatest heroes in the world, currently. And secondly, Izuku being quirkless finally clicked. He got it from Dad, and it was even stranger because, him being quirkless, he should have understood what it would have been like for Izuku, right? He could have given his power to Izuku this whole time, and his life would have been great. His dream could have been obtainable. Izuku would have been an amazing hero. However, it's not rocket science to know that without a quirk, becoming a hero would do more harm than good. Regardless of why he wants to be a hero, he'd just be in the way, and would likely put more people in danger than he would. I mean, what would he be able to do against a power-hungry villain with a quirk that could send out projectile lightning bolts his way? Or that could create earthquakes, tornadoes, or whatever it is? Without a quirk, he can't become a hero in the way that he wants to be. I honestly think that if he wants to help people, there are better ways to do it without a quirk. Like volunteer work, working as a police officer or a detective, becoming a doctor. I know he's got the brains, etc. There are so many ways to help people or save lives that don't involve villains. And I mean, the only difference between becoming a doctor or becoming a detective and heroics is the recognition, but if all he wants to do is help people as he says, then that shouldn't matter to him. Opening the door, a loud crashing noise invaded my ears. I turned my head towards the kitchen, searching for my mother, and found her holding a cup as she faced her head towards the ceiling. Her frightened and worried expression gave me a sinking feeling as my father and I glanced at each other. "Mom? What's going on?" I asked her with caution polluting my voice. Finally acknowledging our presence, she turned to face my father and I before replying hastily. "I'm not sure, sweetie. Izuku just ran into the house, crying, and shut himself in his room," she replied wearily. Glancing between my parents, A sort of muffled and choppy scream erupted from upstairs, echoing throughout the house and bouncing in my ears. It sounded as if someone were being stabbed to death. We all dashed towards Izuku's room, realizing that was where the cry had originated from, and continued to hear choked sobs and violent crashes leaking out from inside his room. Dad was about to open the door when it shot open, revealing a red and puffy-eyed Izuku. He looked so defeated. Likely from what Kaken said earlier. I knew he took it too far this afternoon, but I didn't say anything. In hindsight, maybe I should have. I glanced inside his room, as did my parents, to find it lying in ruins. His All Might posters were torn, his figurines were broken, and his furniture was thrown around as if it were nothing. Everything was misplaced into chaos. He treaded on past us all with his school bag slung over his shoulders. Meanwhile, I stood, staring, into the room that seemed foreign, or out of place in the house that seemed so familiar. Had it really been that long since I'd seen his room? I think it's been about a year now. Processing the odd situation we had been placed in, the three of us followed Izuku throughout the house, closely behind him, but maintaining a distance between us and him, nevertheless. He looked so sad and vulnerable. I'd seen him cry a lot in the past, given our history, but this was different. There was something eerie, odd, or unnerving about the way he was staring at nothing. Dad asked Izuku where he was going, but he didn't even look back at him, seeming as if Dad's voice had never even met his ears in the first place. He didn't look at any of us. He looked as if he had something on his mind or something he wanted to say, but in the end he tied his shoelaces and left. He left. I didn't know it at the time, but now, I wish I'd stopped him when I had the chance. Toshinori Yagi's POV. It didn't make any sense. Nothing did. He wouldn't have reacted that way solely because I didn't tell him what he wanted to hear earlier this afternoon. If that were the case, then this was a complete overreaction. Trashing his room, the crying, the tantrum. Izuku wasn't that rash, not at least from what I knew of him. Thinking back to everything that had occurred today, one thought came to mind: the bruises. Littering his body, arms, face, etc., were bruises. Some larger, some small. It didn't add up though. Bruises like those wouldn't have formed so quickly under the circumstances we were in. The villain barely had enough time to knock him out, let alone cause such severe damage to his form. Besides, in the 5 minutes that he was unconscious, the most that would have formed would have been red marks, not bruises that looked almost as if they'd been close to healing in some cases. The variety of bruising along his body was inconsistent, with coloration that suggested some had been dealt within a time frame of at least a week, while others looked fresh. However, that didn't make much sense either, considering I would have known if he had such severe scars smack dab in the side of his face. I hadn't had much time to think about this earlier, considering I was close to detransforming, but now, giving it proper thought, there was definitely something I was missing. Whether he was in multiple villain altercations prior to this one, or something else, I didn't know something. Before I had the chance to open my mouth and ask Izumi whether or not she had any information linked to the bruising or his outburst, Inko's voice broke our silence. What just happened? I don't know, Mum. Maybe you just need some air? Inko replied. Izumi? I asked stoically, pausing to both await her full attention and to sort my thoughts. On Izuku's face, he had a large bruise, as well as gashes and bruises on his forearms, from what I could see. As I spoke, I noticed Izumi's figure visibly tense. Shifting her weight slightly between both of her feet, I remarked her back straightened as she avoided eye contact. I'm sorry. I knew she was speaking, but I could hardly react. It all felt surreal. We raised her well, I thought. We gave her love, food, a home, clothes, money, whatever she wanted was hers for the claiming. Yet here we are. Mom? She called out in a broken voice behind tear-filled eyes. Dad? As she spoke, I felt betrayed. Her lying eyes were the ones covered in tears. Meanwhile, our son is leaving. He was the one with the right to cry in a moment like this, but it was Izumi who was shedding tears. It made me sick. I knew everyone had the right to feel sorry or to cry. Emotions were unavoidable, but at this moment, I couldn't feel anything other than disappointment rather than compassion for her whilst her tears fell. So, my wife and I began to leave the room. Izumi, I spoke, stopping in my tracks. You're not worthy. Not anymore. Izuku was unaware of what was happening in the Yagi household. He didn't know of the panic he caused, nor would he care if he did. He'd made it a good distance from that place he once called home, but he never stopped running and taking back alleys. He didn't trust Toshinori to not buff up and drag him back since he now knew his secret. He knew these alleys well enough from the many times he traversed them to visit Dabi. He was ducking between alleys when he got a call. Upon seeing it was Izumi, he immediately hung up. Soon after he got a text from her. Izumi, Izuku, I understand if you don't respond right away. I just want to apologize. I did this because I thought you'd be ended if you were to become a hero. I know this doesn't justify anything, but I just needed to tell you. Izumi, just please text me every now and then. It doesn't have to be anything major, or even anything at all. I just want to make sure you're okay and alive. Izuku read through the texts as he could feel anger bubbling up inside him. Izuku's mind raged. She's sorry? She bullied me every day for years and she's sorry? I had to get illegal pain medication just to make it through the day most times. I can't even count how many times I nearly overdosed. I should be dead by now, either by an overdose or the many times I cut myself so deep I nearly bled out, he thought as he continued on his journey. He shoved his phone back into his pocket, not wanting to see Izumi's message any longer. He shivered as he slowed to walking as he entered another alley. He was so caught up in his own angered thoughts, he didn't notice when the other side of the alley he was going down showed the silhouettes of 3 people. Well, would you look at that? Came a voice from the nearest entrance of the alley. A little kid out past dark, a woman's voice. How about this, kid? Give us everything you have on you and we'll let you go. Startled by the voice, Izuku looked to see the 3 people and began mentally analyzing them. 3 people, 2 men, and 1 woman. 1 man had blue scales on his forearm and the woman had suddenly created a set of bat-like wings from her back. The last man had no obvious details that would suggest a quirk, so he either has a transformative quirk like the girl or an emitter-type quirk. Izuku was terrified but didn't have much time to think about what he was doing before he turned tail and ran. It didn't amount to much though. The woman flapped her wings and quickly closed the gap, ripping his bag off and slamming his back against the wall. TSK. I was hoping you'd be smarter than that, she said with a look of faux sadness on her face. As Izuku looked at the woman, his vision flashed between the woman in the alley and Izumi in the school hallways. Memories of Izumi caused his mind to cloud with anger. He vaguely felt pain emanating from the center of his palms before he got an odd desire. Acting on his new desire, he quickly moved his arm and grabbed the woman on the forehead. Huh? Is that supposed to do anything? Before the woman could continue her speech, red lightning erupted from Izuku and latched onto the woman. In moments her wings retreated into her back and she collapsed to the ground unconscious while Izuku felt something akin to a sadistic satisfaction. Izuku too fell to the ground. Luckily he was still conscious and able to move. He felt no pain in whatever he did to the woman, though he did feel something heavy on his back. Looking to the source, he expected to see his bag, not remembering it was ripped off, but instead saw a pair of wings. Not just any wings, the same wings as the woman currently on the ground. Looking back at his hands in confusion, he saw a hole in the center of his palm. Confusion racked his mind as the other 2 men with the woman shouted expletives at Izuku before going on the attack. The scaled man attacked first and the other held up a lighter and uses its fire aiming to launch it at Izuku. Izuku wasted no time and moved his new appendages to block the punch of the scaled man before grabbing his head, same as the woman. The red lightning that once covered the woman now covered the scaled man. Izuku felt some pain in his forearms, but it wasn't anything he hadn't dealt with before. The lightning seemed to target his scales as they decayed into dust, revealing normal skin underneath. That same process was happening in reverse for Izuku. The normal skin on his forearms was now being covered by scales as the red lightning seemed to almost attack his arm. Izuku felt the same feeling of accomplishment when the man's scales completely disappeared from his arm. Sometime in the process the man stopped screaming and slumped to the ground, unconscious. Izuku looked at the new addition to his body with obvious glee before his attention was drawn back to the man with the fire quirk. He'd backed up from the scene in front of him but fell over something in the alley. When he noticed Izuku's attention was on him, he disregarded being quiet and turned to make a full run for it. Izuku felt want, envy, greed, a desire to take what was rightfully his. Izuku wasted no time in spreading out his new wings. They felt unnatural. It was like riding a bike for the first time. Well, either way, Izuku wasn't trying to fly. He just needed a quick boost to close the gap between him and the man. Quickly, Izuku launched forward, hand outstretched. Clumsily he managed to make it to the man, not nearly as fast as the woman had been sadly, and grabbed the back of his head. The same lightning covered the two of them. Izuku noticed that this time it was somewhat harder this time when compared to all the others. Remembering the similarities with the others, he thought that maybe the forehead was significant for some reason? Something for later, he decided. In a moment the man was unconscious and dropped to the ground like a sack of bricks. Izuku heaved, as though he ran a marathon. He pulled his hand to his face and, almost instinctively, he picked up the lighter, making it produce a flame. Izuku smiled. This felt good. This felt like power. He was almost giggling to himself when he saw his reflection on a storefront. Bat wings protruded from his back, green scales on his arm, fire in his hand. He'd expected all those changes to his body. What he didn't expect were his eyes. They were red and his hair was light blue. Izuku looked at his reflection. Did this quirk do it? Or something else? The other changes remained. What was that? Izuku muttered. What did I? Izuku's question stopped when he looked back to the alley, more specifically at the scaled man. Wasn't his quirk a mutation? Where did as if a light bulb lit above his head, Izuku looked back at his hand, covered in scales, before his eyes returned to the man. He didn't finish the question. He didn't need to. He knew what the answer was already. He took his quirk. Izuku's disgust in himself was palpable. He felt like a monster. He felt like all for one. The worst part, and the part that scared him the most, was, for a moment, he liked it. And he didn't want to stop. Why should he? He was just using his quirk, right? Everyone did that. He didn't have time to think about it before one of the lights in a nearby house lit up. Izuku realized what this meant for him. Someone might see him. Izuku went to get his backpack and saw the straps were ripped. So was the back of his uniform. Izuku looked back at the three. The fire was wearing a dark blue unzipped jacket with a white fluffed hood. The others went wearing things he could use. They had cash, right? Izuku quickly needed to ran away from the scene of the crime. The crime he committed. Izuku took the jacket from the flame jerk and went back to get his bag with all the things he planned on taking with him and tried to put it on his back but stopped remembering the wings. The wings on his back not only caused problems with his bag but they also created air resistance, slowing him down. Izuku didn't need to think too hard about putting away the wings. They disappeared almost as soon as the thought emerged. Izuku began taking their wallets, then ran in almost a straight line for the trash piles. When he finally got there, he wasted no time crawling into his pile. He curled up in his sleeping bag and cried himself to sleep. This was all just a dream. He wasn't a monster. He wasn't all for one. For the first time in his life, Izuku prayed he would be quirkless in the morning. When Izuku awoke, he found himself in the trash piles. This wasn't something irregular for him. He'd regularly sleep in his trash piles, preferring it to the Yagi household, the depressiveness of that statement not being lost on him. Izuku didn't think anything of it, believing last night to have just been an especially vivid dream. That was until he brought his hand up to his forehead and felt not skin, but scales. That sensation was all it took for him to snap awake. It wasn't a dream. Last night really happened. Izuku looked down at his hands as he felt the tears begin to fall once again. It was real. He was all for one, a monster. Izuku doesn't know how long he spent there just crying before he regained his bearings. Now, with a calm and clear mind, he began to catalog everything he remembered. Okay, so I ran away from home and was attacked in an alley. I defended myself by taking the quirks of my three attackers, he muttered to himself. He then let his analytical mind take over. The quirks I have now are the wing quirk I got from the woman. Since I was able to put them away easily, I assume they're a transformation quirk. The scale quirk I got from the guy. This one seems to be a mutation quirk. It never turned off in my sleep even though transformation quirks don't last that long. Then there was the fire quirk I got from the last man, emitter. Izuku took a breath from his self-analyzing before continuing onto the quirk that let everything happen. Then there's my true quirk. All for one, the ability to take and give quirks, he said as he looked at his hand, more specifically at the hole in it. This must be a mutation from all for one. I don't know why I'd have it otherwise. Izuku thought more and remembered. Possible transformative aspect of all for one. My eyes are red and my hair is blue. Last, there was the red lightning I created. Bioelectricity? When Izuku was done analyzing the quirks he had from what he remembered, he decided to experiment. He picked the lighter and it produced a flame and held the blaze in front of him. He tried to see if there was anywhere else he could produce fire but came up empty. He could only control the fire and increase its heat. He dismissed the fire, not wanting to burn anything or make more smoke in his cramped new home. He then tried to pull out his wings and found it was surprisingly easy. He looked at the ink-black wings and tried to move them around as best he could. It felt weird to use an appendage he'd never had before. And he felt lighter? When he got more accustomed to the wings' presence, he checked his back in the reflection of a toaster lodged in the trash that surrounded the gazebo. The wings destroyed his shirt and school uniform. Izuku put his wings away. When he was done, he took off his shirt and looked at his back for any details that would suggest a wing quirk. He found a perfect tattoo of his wings on his back. They looked extremely realistic despite being on his skin. He then released his wings from his back and watched in awe as they seemed to materialize from his back. When it was done, the tattoo was gone and his wings were out. Mutation related to transformation, he muttered out. When he was done, he put his wings away again and put his shirt back on. When he was done, he looked back to his final quirk. Well, the final quirk he got last night. He looked at the scales and inspected them. They were green, they're different from the man. There was nothing special to them. The only detail he found even remotely interesting was the hole in his hand. That brought him onto the main course of his quirks. He pulled it all for one, the sensation coming naturally to him as the red bioelectric lightning surrounded him. He marveled at them before thinking back to the alley when he took the scale quirk. The lightning surrounded his arms. Deciding to do a test, he pulled the lightning to his arms and tried to remove the scales. It was almost too easy when the lightning turned the scales into dust, revealing human skin underneath. There was intense pain. It felt like he was being skinned, but it was over in the instant he recognized the pain. He thought of his wings and felt a similar feeling on his back. When he was done, he tried to pull his wings out but felt something blocking him. So all for one can take mutant quirks and turn them off at will? It also seems to have removed the mutation from my wing quirk. Without the mutation I can't pull out the wings, he muttered his analysis. While the lightning was around him, he looked in the mirror and saw his red eyes glow. He immediately deactivated all for one, not wanting to see those eyes that looked so full of a sick envy, and went to his bag and pulled out a fresh notebook. After writing the title, Izuku Yagi, All for One and Beyond, he noted down everything about his quirks he could while the information was still fresh in his mind. All for One, accumulative, gives the user the ability to take and give quirks, even mutation quirks. This is done through the use of red, what can be assumed to be bioelectricity, and an odd hole in the center of the user's palm. The red bioelectricity can also be used to turn off mutant quirks on the user. If a mutation for another quirk that allows it to function is turned off, it will prevent the quirk from activating. The quirk seems to also have a transformative aspect to it, causing the eyes of the user to glow crimson red whenever the quirk is active. Possible psychological effects of the quirk have been noticed: Vardenberg syndrome. The user seems to gain a quirk greed for a lack of a better description. Though this could just be the user's own psychological issues shining through. This has not been noticed when not currently using all for one. Tattooed wings, mutant transformation, gives the user a tattooed pair of bat-like wings on their back. When the user wants to, they can bring the wings out. Scaled forearms, mutant, covers the forearms of the user in green scales. The palm is instead covered in black tough skin. Fire, emitter, lets the user control fire. User can cause the fire to grow in size and intensity and to take any form the user desires. When he was done self-analyzing, however, he had a thought. Where did All for One come from? The villain who had the quirk before him was dead. Toshinori told Izumi as much. How did he get the quirk? Thinking about it, Izuku came up with a few theories. One for All, Toshinori's quirk, was made by All for One with a stockpile quirk. It's possible that maybe All for One's genetic information was transferred over? It could also be possible that since the first user of One for All was All for One's brother, maybe when the quirk was transferred to Toshinori, some of One for All's genetics passed through and that created his All for One. It could just as easily be similar. One for All's quirk transference ability combined with Inko's telekinetic quirk to give him a quirk that could manipulate quirks. In the end, these are all just theories. He doesn't have the resources or knowledge to make a perfect theory. This was truly uncharted territory in quirk science. He smirked as he thought about how much he could learn with his newly discovered quirk. He didn't notice his eyes turning that same red for an instant. When Izuku calmed down from his mutter storm about quirk theories, he took another look around and sighed. He really was in the trash piles. He felt his stomach rumble. He hadn't eaten since lunch yesterday, and taking 3 quirks and running like the devil was on his heels made him hungrier. There was nothing he could do though. He couldn't be seen during the day or Toshinori might find him. Now that he had All for One, Izuku didn't want to think what Toshinori would do to him if he found out. Deciding he couldn't be seen in the city, he made his way out and further into the trash piles. They were stacked up so high that it'd be hard to find someone inside unless the searcher were willing to go in themselves. He walked around the pile and thought about what he'd need. First things first, water and food. Water would be easy, he's near the ocean. All he'd need to do is boil it. For food, he'd probably need to dumpster dive and hope for the best. Luckily, he had a fire quirk that could boil the water and heat up anything he found in the dumpster. For showers, he could go to a nearby gym that he knew left its back door open at night and shower there. The same could work for the bathroom. If worst comes to worst, he could just go in the sand. It wasn't optimal, but it was the best he could do until he got a job. When Izuku got All for One, he thought about how it would affect him. He worried if it'd turn him into a monster. He barely considered the effect the birth of a second All for One would have on the world. But again, what did the world do for him? In a police station in Mizudafu, Japan, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi was having a silent panic attack. Last night, an officer brought in a group of villains with a history of attacking people in dark alleys at night. He'd expected it to be normal, but something was missing. Their quirks. They were missing their quirks. Records showed them all having quirks that were fairly easy to recognize. 2 of them even had mutations attached to their quirks, but when they were brought in, their mutations and quirks were gone. Every test that could be done on them showed the same result. It was as if they never had a quirk to begin with. The part that confused him was when they reported never seeing a man matching All for One's description. Instead, they said they cornered a kid. They couldn't describe him all that well since it was dark and weren't paying attention. The only details they were able to give was that it was a male with red eyes who had on a yellow backpack and a forest green hair, but Kane said it was light blue. Tsukachi sighed as he realized what this meant. All for One might have had a son. It'd be one thing entirely if All for One had a son, but if that son had his same quirk, then things would get exponentially worse. Toshinori was barely able to end the first All for One, and now that's even put into question, how is he going to deal with 2? We need to find this kid. Interrogating the person who called us gave us some information. The kid didn't have anyone else there with him. He was all alone and didn't meet up with anyone, just ran back into the alley and got his backpack, and ran off with their cash and Kane's jacket. There's something about the way he described it. Everything about this reminds me of the cases of runaway children. It's possible that All for One's child ran away from home. This gives us a chance to find him and keep him on the right side of the law. Tsukachi sighed for the second time that night and picked up his phone. An All for One user, even if they're a kid, is still dangerous. If we send a pro hero and something goes wrong, they might lose their quirk. The only people who have a chance of subduing him if things go wrong are All Might and maybe Eraserhead. Tsukachi was about to call Toshinori when the phone rang. It was Toshinori. Putting the phone to his ear, he questioned, "Hello, Toshinori?" The line was silent for a moment and Tsukachi thought it was a bad dial and was about to hand up and try again when Toshinori spoke in a barely audible voice. Neo Mesa. I need your help? The tone Toshinori spoke with unnerved the detective. Toshinori, what's wrong? It'd be better if you just come over and see for yourself, he said. He sounded nervous about something. Okay, I'll be right over and there's something I need to talk to you about too, the detective explained, deciding to leave the all-for-one problem for when they were speaking face-to-face. Whatever got Toshinori this rattled must be bad. He wasted no time as soon as the phone went dead and got in his car. As he drove to the Yagi household, he contemplated what had gotten Toshinori so rattled. He would have never expected what he got. When he arrived at the house, he used his spare key to open the door to find the place was quiet. Not normal quiet, unnervingly quiet. Tsukachi remembered Toshinori had a wife and 2 children, so this place shouldn't be so quiet. Toshinori, are you here? He yelled into the house. I'm here, Tsukachi, came the silent reply from the living room. If Tsukachi wasn't worried before, he was now. Hey Toshi, what happened? The detective asked, sitting next to his friend. I messed up, he heard the quiet voice of his friend. At that point, it was as if a dam burst, and Toshinori told him everything. Everything about how his daughter bullied his son along with her friends. Then he got into what happened last night. He explained the items in the room and how he spent the rest of the night jumping around as All Might looking for him only to come up empty-handed, and how this was all because his son was quirkless. By the time he was done, his friend's opinion of him was dropping by the minute. In front of him was no longer the symbol of peace. No, in front of him was a neglectful, borderline abusive parent. At that moment, Tsukachi wanted nothing more than to punch him in the face for how much of a hypocrite he'd been. Toshinori was quirkless before he got one for all, for God's sake. Instead, he just sighed and massaged his brow. Toshinori, you know I'm going to have to report this, right? When he nodded, Tsukachi sighed and said, then there's what I came to talk to you about. At Toshinori's questioning look, Tsukachi continued. Last night we had a group of thugs brought into the police station, but when they were brought in they were all lacking their quirks. Toshinori snapped to attention when he heard this. All for one? No, not exactly, Tsukachi began. Their physical description didn't match. They described not a physically imposing man, but a young child that looked like he was scared of his own shadow. Tsukachi stopped to gather his bearing and said, I have reason to believe All for One has a son. The silence was oppressing. The thought of here being a mini All for One running around was terrifying. We need to call Nizu, both men said at the same time. Soon after Nizu was called and given the rundown, Eraserhead was brought in on the case. When they learned everything about the mini All for One and Izuku, their opinion of All Might dropped dramatically while they simultaneously realized how much they needed him. A small task force was immediately created to find not only the newly dubbed Small for One but Izuku too. It didn't take long for them to realize that if Small for One knew anything about All Might, then he might take Izuku as a hostage to get to All Might. Thus the task force was made. All Might would be the one to intervene if All for One was involved. Eraser would work on finding Izuku and dealing with Small for One. Tsukachi would find anyone who suddenly lost their quirk and inform the rest, and Nizu would be the brains of the operation. In a different part of the city, Izuku was just doing what he had to survive. He'd sleep during the day to avoid pedestrians and go out at night to find food and hopefully find a job. He started by walking, but a week into it, he began using his wings quirk to get around. He had quite a few unstable landings when he first started. He always made sure to wear a mask that covered his lower face he'd stolen from a hospital, just in case someone spotted him. On occasion, he'd find a crime scene happening and intervene. This usually leads to the attacker being left quirkless. When he went to intervene, he didn't want to steal their quirks, but they were just so helpless and defenseless. If anything, he was doing the world a favor by removing their ability to hurt people. They could still live a normal life after that. He wasn't crippling them or something. At least that's how he justifies it to himself. 2D transformation. The quirk user converts their entire body into a graffiti-like state that allows them to walk on flat surfaces. Asterisk, the original user used the quirk to steal from people's houses and escape under the door. Physical boost, emitter, user can enhance the physical powers of himself. Asterisk, the previous user used his quirk to attempt to rape a young woman, using the quirk to keep her from resisting. Don't feel too bad about this one. Crimson Knives, emitter, the quirk user can create and manipulate hard red light knife constructs. Asterisk, original user was a serial ender. She'd been trying to use her quirk to end a man and his family in his home. Luckily I had 2D and physical boost and was able to use them to get to and subdue her. Other than using his quirks in battles, Izuku had put physical boost to good use when he began moving the trash. He used knives as a way to cut up anything he needed for dinner. On occasion, he'd use 2D to sneak into homes and take some food. With this new look, he'd be harder to find since one of his most distinctive details was now different. Though it did pose the question of why did his hair end up like this? Thinking about what he knew about quirks, he came up with a theory. Human bodies were only supposed to have one quirk in them. Izuku had 6, 7 if he counted all for one. That posed the question of why weren't there any other problems with him? Maybe it had something to do with all for one. It'd only make sense that the quirk would have an inbuilt safety feature to lessen the strain of multiple quirks to more manageable levels. Sadly, not to the point where it'd leave his hair and eyes normal. Well, at least that solves his problem of hiding his identity as Izuku Yagi. Izuku continued walking, thinking about what to do when he heard something coming from an alley on his right. It sounded like screaming. Wasting no time, he threw on his hoodie and mask and ran into the alley looking for whoever was causing trouble. This particular alley had a curve in it, wherein no one could see what was happening. What he saw in the hidden part of the alley would have made him puke if he wasn't already used to seeing blood from all the times he'd cleaned himself in his room. There was a dead body strewn across the ground, and there was a blonde girl, no older than he was, stabbing a woman across the alley. When she finally stabbed the woman in the throat, ending her suffering, she turned slowly to look at Izuku. The look in her eye was one of insanity. She rushed Izuku as he was just fast enough to activate all for one and bring up scales and use them to block the attack with physical boost to keep himself steady. He'd known from his testing that even Crimson Knife struggled to breach Scales' armor. In the few moments between attacks, Izuku analyzed the girl and her fighting style. She was using knives, so she must not have a physical quirk. He noticed something in her mouth. Were those fangs? "You're so cute," she exclaimed, "but you'd be a lot cuter covered in blood." Definitely fangs, Izuku thought as she smiled an insane smile at him. He went through his mental catalog of those with fangs and decided that she either had an animal mutation quirk or a quirk that was based on blood consumption. "Wait a moment," Izuku shouted. That got her to stop for a moment, but a moment was all Izuku needed. "Your quirk needs blood, right? If that's what you need, I'll give you some as long as you put the knife down," he said, presenting his arm, using all for one to remove Scales. She looked at him skeptically before asking, "How do you know I won't just end you?" Her insane smile returned and Izuku started questioning his choices. "I'm done running away," Izuku thought. "I don't know you won't just end me, but if I have even a chance of helping you, I'm going to have to trust you." Her expression changed to confusion. "You want to help me? But what do you get out of this?" "Nothing," he responded immediately. "I just want to help you. If what I'm thinking is right, you didn't ask for this. You were as much a victim to your quirk as they were to you," he said, gesturing to the 2 dead bodies in the alley. She contemplated Izuku's answer for a few moments before putting away the majority of her knives, keeping one in hand just in case, and made her way to Izuku. When she got there, she took his outstretched arm and drank from it. The taste was amazing. She could taste 7 distinct flavors all at once. As she drank, she recognized the feeling of someone petting her hair. She looked up to see it was the boy she was drinking from. He didn't seem to be in any pain from her drinking his blood. He just kept patting her head. She started to feel embarrassed at being pet like a cat and pulled back after having her fill. After that, Izuku leaned against the wall and slowly made his way into a sitting position. The girl did her best to help him. When he sat on the floor, the girl asked him something. "Why did you help me? You could have run or attacked me, but you just stayed there and let me drink your blood. Why?" As she continued, tears started streaming down her face. Izuku's expression changed from one of worry at her crying to one of understanding as he said, "You looked like you needed the help." A simple answer, but a truthful one. Hearing this, the girl launched herself into his chest for a hug, muttering a quick thank you as she did. Izuku just calmly put his arm around her, returning the hug, before saying, "We should get out of here." Someone might have heard the yells of those two and called the police. The girl got up, pulling him up with her, and agreed. "Yeah, let's go." Izuku was about to follow after her before thinking of something. Would All for One let him take quirks from dead people? Izuku didn't notice his eyes glowing red as he greedily looked at the bodies. Izuku quickly went to the two dead bodies, placing his hand on their foreheads, and tried to take their quirks. The red lightning engulfed him and his victims. Izuku saw from the corner of his eye that the girl was looking at him in confusion. When he was done, Izuku had gotten 2 new quirks. And the bite mark was healing? The woman had a regeneration quirk? He ended her, he stopped her from healing. And his throat was feeling different, a vocal quirk? Izuku contemplated his new quirks, thankful for the healing one helping with the blood loss. When he was done, he turned to the blonde girl to see her looking at him in wonder and confusion. "What was that?" she asked, awe in her voice. A part of Izuku wanted to lie to her, make up a quirk, and a reason for him using it on 2 dead bodies, but couldn't come up with anything. Deciding that the girl wouldn't be able to tell the police without being caught, Izuku told her. "My quirk lets me take the quirks of others," he said with shame evident in his voice. "I was just testing if it worked on dead people." The girl's face went from awe to some expression Izuku couldn't place. She started facing downwards and asked something. With the distance, Izuku couldn't hear what she said. "What was that?" Izuku asked. "You wouldn't take my quirk, right?" she asked a little louder. "No, I won't." "You don't think it's disgusting? You could make me normal." "What's wrong with the way you are now?" Izuku asked. To Izuku, being quirkless would be worse than having her quirk. The girl looked up and her eyes almost said, "Are you dumb?" But she explained, "I drink blood. I just ended 2 people. Are you telling me there's nothing wrong with that?" Her voice then became quiet. "I'm a monster." Izuku, unshaken by her outburst, explained his point of view. "You're not a monster. Just because your quirk makes you need something that others don't doesn't make you a monster. There are tons of people who need to change their diet to fit their quirks. People with wolf mutations have more carnivorous diets. You're no different. Those people you ended? From what you've said, you wouldn't have done that if you didn't have to." The girl was once again looking at the ground in shame. "Then why didn't anyone help me?" she asked, crying. "Because they're quirkist bigots. They didn't see you for who you are and instead saw you for what you could do. They don't understand that you're just a girl," Izuku finished, hugging the crying girl. "There's nothing wrong with you." Thank you, she said looking up at him. "I don't think you ever told me your name." "Oh," Izuku said. Should he give her his real name? Well, it's not like she can go to the police with this information, and maybe he can make a new friend as he did with Dabi. "My name's Izuku." "Okay then. My name is Himiko Toga. You can use my first name too," she said. They were about to exit the alley but heard police sirens in the distance. "Oh right, the bodies." Himiko was planning to run in the other direction, but Izuku, thinking quickly, taking off his jacket and activated tattooed wings, he grabbed Himiko and took off. "Whoa, she yelled. "What are you doing? You're not the only one who the police are after." Izuku yelled as he flew away from the scene of the crime. When they'd gotten far enough away that the police would no longer be able to find them, Izuku landed and placed Himiko on the ground, apologizing. "Sorry for just grabbing you and taking off. I don't want to get captured and I'm sure you don't want to either." Himiko struggled to get her breath back before asking, "Why didn't you just leave on your own?" "I've escaped from the police easily before. I can do it again." Izuku, smiling sheepishly, answered, "I don't know. I wasn't thinking about that at the moment. I just wanted to get us out of there." Izuku looked around before saying, "Though I probably should have chosen a different direction. I have no idea where we are." Himiko giggled before telling him what street they were on, asking, "Where are you going?" "Oh, I'm going to my, temporary residence. I'd rather wait for the police to be done with their investigation before I go out again," Izuku explained. "Can I come?" Himiko asked almost immediately. "Please, please, please, please." She repeatedly gets closer to Izuku with every request. Izuku quickly realized that Himiko was not only a girl but she was also extremely close to him. He did his best to hide the blush with his arms before quickly stuttering out an agreement. "Yay!" Himiko celebrated, throwing her arms in the air. Izuku then had a thought. Aren't you a wanted villain? Won't people recognize you?" "Nope." Himiko responded before producing a gray sludge from her body which quickly covered her, transforming her into the shape of the women from the alley. She had the regeneration quirk if Izuku remembers correctly. Though the only detail that was off was that Himiko's clothes overlapped that of the woman's. "Whoa!" Izuku exclaimed, going into full quirk analysis mode. "Was that your quirk? Is it a transformative quirk?" "No, it doesn't seem to change you, just emits something that forms into a transformation. Does it depend on the blood you drink? How long does it last? Does blood type affect it? How much damage can that form take before it collapses? Can you use their quirks?" Izuku asked, writing down everything he knew about the quirk in a notebook he pulled from somewhere. As he asked his questions, he got closer and closer to Himiko to the point where he was almost in her face. Himiko, now in the form of a grown woman, laughed and said, "How about we go back to your place and I'll answer your questions," in a very non-Himiko manner. Izuku was momentarily stunned before asking, "Does your quirk let you take on the personality of the people you transform into?" Himiko, while stripping the clothes, not from her transformation, answered, "No. The personality is all from me." Izuku continued to make notes about Himiko's quirk in his notebook, not noticing the girl removing any clothing that didn't fit her new form. When she was done, they walked out of the alley they had landed in and made their way to Izuku's place on the beach. As Izuku and Himiko made their way, he tried to figure out how to explain to Himiko why he was living in a literal dump. When they got into the beach and between the trash piles, Himiko took the chance to de-transform and put her clothes back on. Izuku almost had another blush storm thinking about that. When they were done, Izuku started moving along the sand towards his pile as Himiko asked, "So where do you live?" in her normal chipper attitude. Izuku said as he pulled away the makeshift door to his trash pile to reveal a little hidden area. In the time since arriving, he'd hooked up some Christmas lights around the place and connected them to an old car battery. He'd also managed to hook up a mini fridge and an electric stove up to it without electrocuting himself too much. "I live here," he said, embarrassed. "Sorry, it's not much but dash." He didn't finish because Himiko exclaimed, "Whoa. It's like a little trash Narnia." She turned to Izuku and asked, "How'd you find this place?" Well, I just found a hole in the trash one day and crawled in. Ever since I've been fixing it up with whatever I can find," he explained. "Wait, you added all the lights, fridge, stove, and electricity?" Himiko asked, astonished. "Why, yeah, I used one of my quirks to get a car battery. After that I just needed to, hook it up." Izuku did his best to explain. "Can I live here?" Himiko suddenly asked. Izuku asked, blushing somewhat, returning to his face at the idea of living with a girl. "Can I live here? This place is much better than the cold old warehouse I stayed at before," Himiko explained. Any part of Izuku that even thought about saying no vanished when she mentioned her old living arrangements. Sure. Why, you just need to get a sleeping bag since I only have one." "That's fine. We can share it until I get a one," Himiko exclaimed. Izuku almost passed out from how much blood was rushing to his face. He needed to take a minute to look away from Himiko before he could answer. "Why, yeah, that's fine," he responded in an almost inaudible voice. What he didn't see was Himiko blushing too. Not her normal blush, a more intense one. It still didn't compare to Izuku's, but it was noticeable. Himiko knew what she was doing to Izuku and quite liked that she was able to get this kind of reaction from the poor boy. She decided she was going to enjoy living here. When Himiko woke up, she knew two things immediately. She'd gotten the good stuff last night. There was a satisfied lethargy in her limbs which told her that. And she wasn't in her own bed. She didn't often sleep in someone else's bed, but there were times when she needed a kip and took the first available bed. But she always did that alone. She could hear someone else. Gold eyes flew open at that realization and a knife slipped into her hand as she rolled over to attack. Himiko froze when she saw the other person. Izuku. Her memory caught up. Hand emo guy, Izu's blood, and she had gotten the good stuff last night. It was best stuff. And Izu didn't appear to be worse for wear. As she watched, red eyes blinked up at her. "Good morning, Himiko," Izu greeted her with a grin. Himiko smiled at him and rolled back onto the bed as Izuku got up. He folded up the blanket and put it on a shelf. "Would you like some breakfast?" Izuku offered. She wanted more blood but knew that would be bad, so Himiko nodded. "I've only got cereal," Izuku said as he turned away. She liked that. It meant he trusted her even after what she'd done. "That's okay," Himiko told him. "Breakfast with Izu would be great, no matter what it was. How are you feeling?" "Huh." He worried his lip before answering. "I gave you some more blood, and it appeared like you got drunk," he answered. It took her a moment to realize what he meant, and she felt her yellow eyes widen slightly. He took that women's self-healing quirk. That's so awesome. They're so similar, they're both considered villains. Wait, is Izu a villain? Himiko smiled at him. "What do you do?" Izuku cocked his head at her as he chewed his cereal. "What do you mean? Are you a villain like me?" Himiko asked. Her Izu sighed heavily and looked up to the ceiling. "I don't know," he whispered. Himiko watched as Izu closed his eyes and turned his head back to the table. "I wish I knew, but I just don't know." She didn't say anything. She hadn't had a choice, and it was kind of nice that Izuku did. "What do you want to do?" she asked. He recognized the change in question and chuckled. "I want to help people. All people," he added the emphasis. Himiko knew what he meant. He wanted to help those who were quirkless, those who had bad quirks, not just those who were convenient to help. She looked at him. "I know." Izuku defended. "I can't do that as a hero," he told her with an almost contrite smile. Izu began speaking. He was calm, but it wasn't a nice calm. It was an eerie calm, like what you'd see in a horror movie right before the climax of the movie, or when you're in a haunted house and there's no sound for once. His form was trembling slightly, and his smile was quivering. There were subtle signs he had been giving off to show how mentally unstable he was, whether or not he realized them himself. However, ordinary I wouldn't have caught it, but I love him, so of course I noticed. He spoke quietly, almost too quiet to hear, but you could still understand his words. Not because of his volume or anything else similar to that, you could just see what he was saying through his eyes. They spoke for him. You could see the anger, the hatred, the confusion, the uncertainty, the sadness. You could see every emotion he wanted to convey through sound in his eyes, and they spoke louder than any voice ever could have spoken. He was angry, you could feel it. As his words echoed throughout our home, I felt annoyed. All Might was never my favorite of the heroes. I've always hated him. However, hearing that he was just as selfish in his personal life as he was as a hero made me sick. Heroes as a whole made me sick. They all turned their backs on me years ago, and they did the same for Izu. They all deserve to suffer for everything they've done. While the majority of Izu's story about his experiences with All Might was new information to me, his quirk truly shocked me, and its capabilities to be passed from user to user. To think Izu has his father's arch-nemesis quirk. Himiko suppressed a shiver. He was going to be magnificent. Before she knew that Izu was going to do things others wished they could. Izu would be the symbol his father couldn't be, and she'd be there with him. She bit the inside of her lip. "Izu." "Yes." He looked over at her, and it's surprising how deep his eyes were. Himiko smiled. She kind of felt shy now, but this was Izu and there was no need to be shy. "I'll always be here for you. I will help you when you dash." She didn't finish. There was no need. Izu understood. "No matter how long it takes?" Izu asked, with a note of uncertainty in his voice that didn't suit him. "No matter how long it takes," she reassured him. Izu smiled back and seemed relieved. Himiko took a deep breath and ate her cereal. This wasn't exactly what she'd been expecting when hunting. It was better. She got to meet Izu again, and Himiko knew it was only a matter of time before he realized that he couldn't help people, really help people as a hero, and came to their side. And then, there was nothing more to say. And then there would be a reckoning, and she'd be right there with him. Detective Tsukachi wasn't having a good day. He was just handed a case by his superior. It was a homicide case with 2 victims dead in an alley. Checking the pictures from the scene, it was disgusting. The bodies were cut up and the blood was everywhere. Luckily the faces were still mostly untouched. He checked the quirk registry and was able to connect a name to their quirks. One had a quirk that let her heal fast, and the other had a quirk that let him make his voice sound like whatever he wanted. This all fits the normal MO of the young villain Himiko Toga. Cases with her always saddened him. Himiko was a kid, no older than 15, and she was out ending people. He'd looked into her past and found what her quirk was, a transformative quirk based on blood. He sometimes lamented that if someone helped her control her urges or brought her to a blood bank even once, she might not be who she is now. He was able to pull some strings and get her parents arrested for child neglect and quirkism. They'll be put away for a long time with those charges alone, but he's also working with lawyers to see if he has a case removing the homicide and assault charges from her record. So far it's slow going. That isn't even the worst of the problems I'm dealing with. I'm still working on finding Izuku Yagi and Small for one. Then there are the older cases. There have been more trigger cases in recent years, and there have been reports of a drug that can temporarily take people's quirks away. This is all happening around the main base of the Shai Hasaikai, a Yakuza group in that area. Even though everyone knows it's them, we don't have enough information to arrest them. They don't do any deals themselves and they take care to keep us from tracking them. Everyone in the know is collectively holding their breaths waiting for them to do something incriminating. So, what's on the schedule for today? Himiko asked cheerfully. I was planning on seeing if I could get a job, Izuku explained, nursing his inability to talk to girls without stuttering. While he did talk to Masaki, he stopped seeing her as a girl when she started bullying him. After that she was just that, a bully. Oh, I know where, Himiko exclaimed, grabbing Izuku's hand and started pulling him to the door. Izuku blushed once more before realizing something. Hime, what about your appearance? People might recognize you. Himiko turned to look at Izuku, before saying, don't worry about that. Where we're going no one will care, as she continued dragging Izuku. And thanks for the nickname. It's cute. Izuku's face turned redder at realizing he accidentally gave Himiko a nickname. There was also fact that she was still holding his hand. Himiko guided Izuku through the city, never once letting go of his hand. Over time Izuku got more used to Himiko holding his hand and was able to bring down his blush. She took many back alleys and shortcuts through places. Eventually, she led him to an area of the city that was mostly run down, which caused Izuku to be more on guard the deeper into this part of the city he got. At some point, he worked up the courage to ask Himiko where they were going. You said you got 2 new quirks from those guys, right? When Izuku nodded, Himiko continued, well, I just so happen to know where the guy with the singing quirk worked. Since he can't work anymore, you'll be able to take his place. Izuku just nodded, trying not to think about how wrong it felt to take the quirk of someone and use it to take their job. When they arrived, Izuku was shocked to see that they were outside a bar. Himiko she cut him off with a glare. Ichimhin, Izuku corrected. Is this the place? Yep. Himiko replied. I can't go in there, I'm underage. Izuku exclaimed. And? This place does illegal stuff all the time. Hiring an underage singer will be nothing to them, Himiko explained. I mean I guess, Izuku begins. I did expect I might have to get an illegal job since no one would hire a kid, not to mention the police might be looking for me soon. Do they know you take quirks? Himiko asked. And no, they don't know it's me, but they're probably looking for the person who took them. Izuku started speaking softly, making it hard for Himiko to hear or understand him. Himiko decided to get her and Izuku back on topic. Well, here there's no one who would rat you out. Everyone here's from this part of the city. No one here wants anything to do with the police or the heroes, so they won't say anything, Himiko explained. Izuku, recognizing that she was trying to avoid the topic of his family, he was thankful for it. When Himiko opened the door to the place, Izuku found the bar empty and in okay condition. There was a woman with an appearance like that of a bat. She had a modified shirt to allow her wings to have space in the armholes and was fuzzy all over. Izuku only knew it was a woman because of her voice when Himiko entered. Hello and welcome. Would you like thou? Himiko, what are you doing here and who's this? Hi Kosen. Himiko exclaimed, this is Izuku and he's here to apply for the singing job. Sorry Himiko, BGMI still working here. While he is running late, he should be in soon, the lady, now identified as Keiko, explained. Nope. I ended him. Himiko exclaimed, ignoring Izuku's shocked expression at how easily she admitted to ending someone. Komori just sighed and said, Himiko, you can't keep ending people from the bar. Someone might make the connection. She then moved her head to Izuku and asked, You're here for a job, right? Izuku quickly recovered from seeing such casual talk about end, and responded, Yes ma'am, standing straight. Komori laughed and said, You don't need to be so stiff, kid. Come up here and sing a bit for me. Izuku stepped up to the bar and activated vocal manipulation and began to sing a bit. He found that it was shockingly easy since he would just make whatever sound he wanted to. He easily switched between singing styles as though he'd been doing it for his entire life. What is this feeling of power and drive? I've never known I feel alive. Where does this feeling of power derive? Making me know why I'm alive. Like the night it's a secret, sinister, dark, and unknown. I do not know what I seek, yet I'll seek it alone. This gave Izuku some more questions about his quirk. Did All for One transfer some knowledge about how to use the quirks he took? He was easily able to bring his wings in and out but struggled with actually flying. Maybe there's some level of instinct in how to activate and deactivate quirks, but more advanced uses like flying took effort. Did that mean vocal manipulation was just an easy quirk to use? I have a thirst that I cannot deprive. Never have I felt so alive. There is no battle I couldn't survive. Feeling like this, feeling alive. Like the moon, an enigma. Lost and alone in the night. Damned by some heavenly stigma. But blazing with life. He was brought out of his thoughts when Komori put her hand up, telling him that was enough. I'll admit you have a good voice, kid. Is that your quirk? It's almost like BGMI, she commented. That's because it is. Himiko piped up. Izuku's head snapped to Himiko as he rushed to cover her mouth. Sadly that wasn't enough. What does she mean it is his quirk? Komori asked. Izuku felt a mounting dread as he tried to figure out how to explain when Himiko, having gotten away from his hand covering her mouth, said it's his quirk. He can give and take them. Himiko. You can't just tell people that. Izuku exclaimed. Don't worry Izuku, she won't tell, right Komori? Himiko and Izuku look at Komori for confirmation. Instead of seeing her agree, or more likely look apprehensive or fearful, they see her looking contemplative. She's staring at Izuku, making him uncomfortable before she asks, Can you take mine? Izuku, stunned, dumbly asked, What? Take mine, she repeated. My quirk has only ever caused me problems. I struggle to read since I'm almost completely blind. I need to use echolocation to get around and most people won't hire me because of my appearance. So please, take mine, she finished, bowing her head in desperation. Izuku didn't know what to say. She was willingly giving up her quirk? Are you sure about this? Once I take your quirk you'll be quirkless unless I give it back. She looked up at him, eyes watering with tears. Yes. I've struggled so much with daily life and have wished for so long to be rid of my quirk. Please take it. Izuku felt what little resolve he had crumbling. He didn't want to make her quirkless, but with how desperate she was and the allure of having another quirk were too much. Okay then. I need to touch you for this to work, and since your quirk is a mutation, it'll probably cause some pain, Izuku explained, leaning over the bar and touching her forehead. Just relax and everything will go smoothly. When she nodded, showing she was ready, Izuku began. The red lightning surrounded their bodies. Her bat-like mutations started disappearing from her form and reappearing on Izuku's before he consciously suppressed them. There was a visible strain on Komori's face as she tried to scream from the pain. When Izuku was done, Komori was standing there, feeling like a new woman. Now without any of her mutations, she looked very different. She had black hair and red eyes, and was a bit taller, though not by much. She looked around for a moment, letting her eyes adjust to the light, before looking at Izuku with reverence. She smiled at him, bits of tears streaming down her cheeks, and said, "Thank you." Izuku, momentarily stunned at the differing appearance of the girl and the fact that she thanked him for taking her quirk, said, "It's no problem." She then looked back at Himiko, seeing her proud face, asking, You planned this, didn't you, Himiko? Izuku, remembering Himiko was there with them, looked back to see her. Smiling proudly, well, maybe a little, she said before smiling sheepishly. At that time Komori made her way around the bar and was pulling Himiko and Izuku into a hug. Thank you for helping me, Izu, and thank you Himiko for bringing him to me, she said while hugging the both of them. Thank you, but I don't want you to feel like you owe me anything for taking your quirk. Izuku explained. Don't worry, kid. I'm not doing this just because you helped me, I'm doing it because you're a good singer too, Komori explained. Izuku felt Himiko's arms wrap around him. You got the job. When Izuku and Himiko separated, Komori slapped Izuku on the back, making him stumble, almost tripping. Well then, come on, kid. I need to show you how to use the sound equipment, Komori said before dragging Izuku away to show him the equipment. Not good with creating names. Komori means bat. Jimayo means voice. On the first day, no one batted an eyelash. He was one person. One idiotic, useless, unmentionable person. He was someone with no worth or outward value. His only purpose on this planet was to be used as a punching bag to let off steam. People knew he had run off, but no one cared if he lived or died then. They didn't care if he lived or died then. On the third day, the tender-conscienced kids left him yellow chrysanthemums on his desk, unquestionably to save face or act as if they cared when in reality, we all knew they didn't. Even some of our classmates left him flowers and cards, but they did it with hatred and ill will deep down. An inside joke they thought would be funny when he came back. But after the first week had sped by, and after all of the chrysanthemums had shriveled and died where they were left, we all knew he was really gone. The flowers were like a metaphor to Izumi. Upon their wilting and burned paper-like appearance, people began to see what was real. He wasn't skipping class, he wasn't proving a point, he was really gone. To the school he was dead just like the flowers. It was almost an instant change of heart for the majority of the school. Of course, there were a few of the upperclassmen who really couldn't care less. The chrysanthemums pilled up, the home visits and cards never stopped, and the tears of people who once would shove him in the halls would flood the school constantly, but it only made Izumi sick. None of them extraordinarily cared. If they did, they would have cared when he was here. We all knew immediately as he returned, the Commonwealth would go counterclockwise to hating him as we all did not so long ago, continuing retrospectively because that was the way he was envisioned to live his life, superficially devoid of sincerity from all those around him. It was a two-penny halfpenny existence. Although, seeing him in that light almost made Izumi happy he was gone. He was free from her. Shoto Todoroki's POV. He doesn't hate me, though we're still friends. As I ran after Izuku from my place on the school's rooftop, I saw swarms of our peers gathered around someone. I knew what must have been happening. I wasn't an idiot, everyone knew of Izuku's social situation. However, even knowing, there wasn't much I could do for him. Pushing my way through to the front, my eyes darted around the scenery and landed on Izuku. There he was, his feet lifted from the ground by the collar of his shirt and his face scratched and battered. Doesn't he? Izumi spoke in a voice laced with malice and resentment from the front of the circle of students. Pushing my way through to the front, my eyes darted around the scenery and landed on Izuku. There he was, his feet lifted from the ground by the collar of his shirt and his face scratched and battered. Laughter erupted from my sides as I felt eyes on me, although they weren't just anyone's eyes. I didn't mind what others thought of me. I had much more to worry about than an opinion of someone I didn't know. Besides, there was rarely anyone who would attempt to harass me, and everyone knew why. I had an amazing quirk and my father-in-blood relation was the number 2 hero. There were 2 things that mattered to others. One being your social status and the other your quirk. Hardly anyone cared if you were nice or hateful, all that ever mattered to anyone was where you stood in politics and how good of a quirk you had, and no matter what anyone could do to attempt to fix our broken world, this was the way it would always be. It was just unfortunate Izuku couldn't have been born with a quirk. If he had been born with a quirk, he wouldn't have to suffer. I truly felt pity for him. I didn't care what anyone else thought of me, although the eyes that were staring at me didn't belong to just anyone. The eyes that were gazing at me with reeking emotions of perfidiousness and hurt belonged to the only person who didn't see me as another way to advance their positions in this world. They belonged to the only person I ever saw as a true friend, Yagi Izuku. As his eyes gazed into my own and quickly studied my face, I could see his naked emotions. A person's eyes tell their story, and I could see the way he felt about me and our situation. He felt distressed and panicked, but most of all, he felt alone. I knew this emotion best because before he came into my life as a ray of light, I felt as alone as he did. It's an awful feeling that someone as caring as him never should have felt. I sighed as I tore my eyes from his and began to walk away. There wasn't much I could do for him now, but there was one thing I knew I could do. Using quirks on school grounds wasn't permitted, and I knew if I were to be caught using my quirk, the school would alert my father. I could hardly care what would happen to me so long as Izuku was happy. However, if I helped a nobody as my father would put it, I would never be allowed to see Izuku again. I would most likely be transferred and made to move, meaning Izuku would be alone again. He would be as alone as he was in that moment. That being said, I couldn't leave my one friend to fend for himself against the 3 demons that lived as normal beings in our school. I suddenly stopped as I noticed I had arrived at my destination and knocked lightly on the wooden door before speaking. "Takashima-sensei." I called out and awaited a response before opening the door. There is a quirk fight occurring outside in the courtyard. With our homeroom teacher in tow, I marched back towards the courtyard, bound for Izuku. I hadn't mentioned who was fighting who or any of the specifics to our teacher, knowing that, while she would still come, it would take longer and be much more trouble than simply excluding the details. Although, I could tell she had a suspicion that it was Izuku. We walked relatively fast until eventually we arrived at the courtyard. However, as we arrived, I noticed that Izuku was gone, and the courtyard had been enveloped in an eerie and abnormally still silence. All you could hear was the breeze as it flowed in the late April air, and all that moved were the clouds and leaves as they swayed with the wind, completely impartial to the frozen people around. "Yagi and Bakugo?" Mrs. Takashima spoke with confusion, breaking the silence. "You two were the ones fighting?" I thought. She continued on, only to be interrupted by Bakugo's yelling. "You told on us?" he exclaimed with annoyance and anger in his voice. "What are you 5? Told on us?" I mocked him. "Haven't you grown above a first grader's IQ level?" I blocked his words out as he continued rambling and began to search the crowd of faces to find my friend, but no matter how hard I looked, he was nowhere to be found. "Where's Izuku?" I asked the 2 standing at the center of the crowd as it slowly dissipated. "So, this was about him," Mrs. Takashima proclaimed as if she had just discovered fire. "It doesn't matter if it was or wasn't," I shouted at her. They were still using their quirks on campus, meaning it's the school's job to discipline them. Mrs. Takashima's eyes shifted between Bakugo and I as we argued back and forth, obviously trying to figure out which side she was politically supposed to pick, the son of the number 2 hero or 2-star students, who were both feuding in a he-said-she-said argument. They've always treated Izuku like crap, and the school always lets them get away with it. Now you're here, so you can't let it go, or would you like me to get my father involved? I seethed with venom laced into my voice. I didn't like to play the dad card, knowing full well that it was a bluff. However, this was the only way I could get them to listen to me. "No." Mrs. Takashima spoke aloud. "No, well, where is he?" "Who cares?" Izumi spoke solemnly a few feet away from the 3 of us. "He'll be back later anyway. He always comes back." With a low tone in her voice filled with shock and melancholy, I watched as Izumi left uttering those words, walking back towards the building to get to class before the bell, and soon followed everyone else. Although I couldn't move, something felt wrong, really wrong. I felt as if today marked a change in me, like something would be different from now on, and like I had just lost a large part of who I was. "Todoroki," a voice spoke, pulling me from my thoughts. "Don't worry, we'll have the office phone the Yagis to see if he's gone home early. Everything will be alright, so don't worry about him and head to class before you're late." Mrs. Takashima's words were apathetic and sincere as she motioned for me to walk to class, so I trusted her. I knew none of the teachers particularly liked Izuku because of his lack of quirk, however, it was their job to be sure he was safe. Otherwise, they could be reported to the Board of Education and have their teachers' licenses revoked. I trusted them because this was their job. Okay, I spoke as I walked towards the school with my teacher, only able to hope that Izuku would be alright. I trust you. Is everything alright, Shoto? My sister asked me, as I was crying. He's gone. My voice was cracking as I spoke. Who? Izuku. Hours later, Izuku was shown how all the sound equipment in the bar worked. It was already getting close to nighttime by the time he was ready to sing. Himiko stuck around the entire time, playing with some of her knives while waiting for Izuku to start singing. At that time, Izuku's given Komori a fake name, calling himself Izu Akitani. Not the best fake name, but it's the best he could do on such short notice. Patrons to the bar have already started filing in and asking Komori about her new appearance. When asked about what happened and how she looks human now, she explains that she was helped by someone's quirk, but won't say who or how, something that Izuku's thankful for. When there are more than a few people in the bar and everyone's calmed down and stopped talking about Komori's new appearance, she walks up to the mic and exclaims, "Now everyone, since Jinmayo is no longer with us, we've gotten a new and promising startup. Please welcome Izu Akitani." Izu walked on stage as anxious as he could be. He didn't know what to sing. He remembered all the times he was hiding from Izumi in the library. When he first started hiding there, he'd make sure to keep his ears open, expecting for her and her gang to walk in and catch him, but they never did. He got complacent and started wearing headphones to listen to music while reading. That's how they caught him off guard and ruined his first hiding spot. Izu walked on stage as anxious as he could be. He didn't know what to sing. He remembered all the times he was hiding from Izumi in the library. When he first started hiding there, he'd make sure to keep his ears open, expecting for her and her gang to walk in and catch him, but they never did. He got complacent and started wearing headphones to listen to music while reading. That's how they caught him off guard and ruined his first hiding spot. He thought back through all the songs he listened to before, thinking about what to play. He had less than a minute before he had to sing as Komori spoke about some changing prices. It was only when he was called up that he suddenly remembered something he heard an artist say before: "Play to your audience." He looked out at the sea of people in the bar and saw criminals and thieves. He was worried he wouldn't know what to play for them, and even more worried about their response would be when he looked at Himiko and came to a sudden realization. Himiko isn't his first friend that's a villain. Dabi was a villain too. He thought about the common traits between them and one thing came up. They didn't choose this life. With that thought, Izuku knew what to play. What is this feeling of power and drive? I've never known I feel alive. Where does this feeling of power derive? Making me know why I'm alive. Like the night, it's a secret. Sinister, dark, and unknown. I do not know what I seek, yet I'll seek it alone. While he sang, he could see people smiling and singing along with him and knew he'd chosen the right song. As he sang, he thought of his past before he and Izumi got their quirks. Those few years when they were still brother and sister. The calm before the storm. I have a thirst that I cannot deprive. Never have I felt so alive. There is no battle I couldn't survive. Feeling like this, feeling alive. Like the moon, an enigma. Lost and alone in the night. Damned by some heavenly stigma. But blazing with life. The years after were a waking nightmare, and he was quite literally littered with scars from the three of them. Multiple burn scars, bruises, and impaled limbs from their creative torment. He then thought about Himiko and how happy he was just to spend time with her and his new possible friend Komori. He'd had more fun in the limited time he knew them than he'd had since he was 4. This was one of the first times in a long time he could say he was truly happy. With Dabi, he was always worried about Izumi somehow finding out and ruining his first friendship. When he ran away, it was out of anger and sadness. When he discovered his quirk, he was terrified about what the future held for him. When he met and became friends with Himiko, he was truly happy, anxious but happy. The same, to a lesser extent, could be said for Komori. His meeting with the sludge villain wasn't his first brush with death, it was just the first time it wasn't by his own hand. He'd been ready to jump so many times before the day he left. Many times he considered downing a whole bottle of Dobby's pills and being done with it, but stopped himself because he didn't want his death on his friend's record. He'd gained multiple scars on his wrists from cutting them and nearly survived each time. This was the first time in a long time he could say he was glad he was alive. It's the feeling of being alive. Filled with evil but truly alive. It's the truth that cannot be denied. It's the feeling of being a collector. Animals trapped behind bars in the zoo need to run rampant and free. Predators leave for the prey they pursue. This time the predator's me. Izuku began to breathe hard and his eyes glowed red. Lost in a raging desire. Fills my whole soul with its curse. Burning with primitive fire. Berserk and perverse. Tonight, I'll plunder heaven blind. Steal from all the gods. Tonight, I'll take from all mankind. Conquer all the odds. Izuku began to cry tears of joy. And I feel I'll live on forever. With Satan himself by my side. And I'll show the world that tonight. And forever the name to remembers the collector. Izuku had a look of madness, a big smile and tears that flowed freely. What a feeling to be so alive. I have never seen me so alive. Such a feeling of evil inside. That's the feeling of being me. And this feeling of being alive. There's a new world I see come alive. It's a truth that cannot be denied. There's no feeling like being me. Izuku took a deep breath and had a satisfied look. I feel like I was born a second time. When Izuku finished singing, he opened his eyes, having closed them when he was near the end, and found everyone in the bar standing and clapping. He blushed, muttering a quick, "Thank you," before making his way to the booth with Himiko. When he sat down, Himiko congratulated him. "That was amazing, Izuku-kun. It was just thanks to that quirk I got." Izuku stuttered through excuses. He didn't deserve the praise for a quirk he took from someone else. "No, it's not just that. When you sang I could hear the emotion from it," Himiko explained. "It was like you were somewhere else at that moment." Izuku's expression then changed to one of remembrance as he cryptically said, "I felt like I was." Himiko was looking at Izuku's expression and wondered whether or not she should ask before Izuku suddenly said, "It's not important. The past is the past and I'd prefer to leave it there." A blatant dismissal, one which Himiko heeded for the sake of her friend. "So, what now? You've sung, what do you have to do now?" "Well, I'm going to have to come back tomorrow at 6 and sing once every hour until 12, Izuku explained. "Since today's my first day, she'll let me off with only singing once so I can get some songs prepared." "So are we going to leave then?" Himiko asked, swinging her legs under the table like a child. "Yup, she's already paid me for the one song and said she will pay me more when I start singing the 6 songs a day," Izuku explained, getting up. Izuku and Himiko returned to their little home in the trash piles. Izuku was able to buy Himiko a new sleeping bag so they wouldn't have to share anymore. He distinctly remembers Himiko and him sleeping in different bags when they went to sleep, but when he woke up Himiko's bag was empty and he could feel her cuddled up next to him. That's how his life continued for a while. He'd wake up with Himiko cuddled up beside him, despite her having her own sleeping bag, and try not to blush. He'd spend his days looking for anything useful from the trash piles and ended up finding an All Might hoodie with the trademark bunny ears. He burned it. In the meantime, Izuku learned something new about his quirk. When he was out doing his nightly vigilantism, he encountered a villain that had a pain empower quirk and was very skilled at fighting with it. Throughout the battle, Izuku had to use fire and physical boost with knife. He was already tired when he started using 2D transformation to avoid attacks, which turned out to be a bad decision. He went from tired to absolutely exhausted. He quickly learned that using multiple quirks at once makes him become tired faster. He barely won this battle by creating a wall of fire to obscure the villain's vision before using 2D transformation to move around him, grab the back of his head, and take his quirk, knocking him out. Pain endurance, emitter. The more harm done to him, the more stamina/energy he gets from it. His senses also heighten, along with sight, strength, and speed. He could probably take more hits before hurting asterisk like Fatcom's fat, though I want need to be fat, asterisk. After that, he went back home to find Himiko awake and waiting for him. Before he could get even a hello out, he passed out on the spot. He vaguely remembered seeing Himiko jump up from her seat and run to catch him. An interview happening in a police department. A man named Itami Raipu was brought in after almost raping a young woman. Under normal circumstances, Naomasa wouldn't be working on this case as he's been so busy working on the small for one case. Not to mention he also has to look for Izuku, who at his point has been missing for almost 5 months. That are just 2 problems he has to deal with. He's also worried about the young serial ender Himiko Toga. There haven't been any crimes attributed to her in a while. That means either she got help with her quirk or she's dead, and the likelihood of someone helping her is slim to none. The arsonist Dabi's been getting a lot more active and he's been seen scoping out Aldra Junior High. It's believed that's where he's going to burn next. Then there's also the problem of the Shai Hasaikai. They've been getting more active lately, it's almost like they're looking for something. This all started 5 months ago, around the time Izuku ran away from home. Dabi became more active, Himiko Toga's all but disappeared, Small for One showed up, and the Shai Hasaikai has been moving into the area. Is it possible that this is all connected somehow? Naomasa had to stop himself and take a breather. He has so much to keep track of and now he's seeing connections where there are none. The only way Izuku and Small for One could be connected is if they met each other. Himiko Toga and Dabi have changed their patterns on occasions, so that's not too out of the ordinary, and the Shai Hisaikai is probably just trying to expand their territory. The sleep-deprived detective sighed and took a sip of coffee before going into the interrogation room. It seemed like it would be another addition to the Small for One case, something else to hopefully find the kid until it was revealed where the battle took place. That particular alley had cameras that were watching the fight. It didn't take long to get the footage, all they needed was for All Might to ask for it. Perks of being the #1 hero. The footage was sent to Nizu, Eraserhead, and All Might for review. It showed a boy in a dark blue unzipped jacket with a white fluffed hood, a dirty and ripped white shirt arriving on the scene and interfering with the attempted rape. He used 3 quirks, 2 of which have been identified as coming from known criminals, fire and knife, though one was currently unknown. It seemed to be some kind of transformative quirk like Salam's. It allowed him to be paper thin. The footage showed him struggling to fight back with his 2 emitter quirks before he used his transformative one and managed to get behind Mr. Raipu when he then took his quirk. The odd thing was that when he started using his transformative quirk, he seemed noticeably slow. It was Nizu who created a hypothesis to explain this. It's well known that emitter and transformative quirks both take stamina to use, so imagine how exhausting it'd be using 3 of those types of quirks at once. While this doesn't give us much, it does give us a possible way of capturing him. Extending the battle as much as possible will eventually tire him out and leave him easy to capture. It's not going to be our first option, we want to first see about getting him to give up willingly. If we try and capture him forcefully, he'll fight back and might come to resent heroes. We don't want another All for One on our hands. Naomasa was agitated as he drove home from the precinct. This would be the first time in almost a week that he'd be going home to sleep instead of just sleeping in his office. The police chief had all but commanded him to go home and rest so he could come back and approach this case with a well-rested mind. Naomasa was agitated since this was the first useful piece of information since the case was opened. Itami Raipu, the rapist taken down by Small for One, had gotten a good look at the person he fought. He was young, most certainly a teenager. He had fluffy blue hair peeking out from his hood and red eyes. He wore a surgical mask to cover the lower side of his face. Smart, since these can be bought just about anywhere or just found at any hospital for free. But when he broke the mask, he saw 4 freckles on each cheek. For some reason, the freckles seemed to stick with Naomasa. That small detail made him think of the runaway Izuku Yagi, and it gave him the sensation that there was something here he was missing. He arrived home and parked his car before entering the apartment he shared with his sister, Makoto, and laid down on the couch. His sister, having come home after her university classes, was already preparing dinner. He'd let her stay with him since her university was closer to his place than to their parents' house. In the last few months, all she'd been asking him about is the case he's been busy with. Of course, he'd never told her anything since it's confidential police information. They went through their usual routine with her asking him questions about the case he's been working on and why it's been keeping him at the precinct for so long and him dodging questions. Eventually, she stopped asking and he was able to go to sleep. As he was sleeping, he suddenly remembered something about the villain Dabi. He went to the computer to confirm his suspicions. Dabi is not only wanted for arson but also for drug dealing. He sells pain medication, something no one remembered considering the arson was what he was known for. Then he remembered something from Izuku's room. In his room he left illegal pain medication. Sure, it wasn't the strong ones Dabi stole, but Dabi has been known to deal drugs in the same area Izuku's house is in. Did he sell drugs to Izuku? How did Izuku pay for them? Naomasa wasted no time in calling Aizawa and Nizu and telling them this. He then immediately left the house, remembering to say goodbye to his extremely confused sister, and drove to Toshinori's house. On the way there he called Toshinori and told him he figured something out and that he was going to his house to confirm it. When he arrived, not only was Toshinori awake but so was his family. "Did you find anything on Aizu? Did you find my baby boy?" Izumi and Izuku Yagi asked respectively. Naomasa spared them no mind as he rushed to Izuku's room. Ever since he learned what they did to Izuku, he wanted nothing to do with them. When he opened the door, he immediately began scanning the place for anything that was out of the ordinary. They'd already cleaned the place and refurbished it with an actual bed, bookshelf, and table with a computer. He tried to tell them that if they did find him, he would probably not want to come back here. If he had it his way, he'd be taken into social services and never be brought back here again. Obviously, they weren't fit to be parents. Sadly, Toshinori being All Might made this an abnormal case. Despite what he told them, they still held hope he would come back, even if it would just be so they could apologize. At some point in his search, the Yagis moved up behind him and started asking questions about what he was doing. He paid no mind to them. He was more concerned with finding what he was looking for. Then he saw something, a loose floorboard. He wasted no time in walking to the floorboard and pulling it up to reveal a secret compartment. Inside was a bottle of pills, bloodied razor blades, and what Naomasa could only assume was Izuku's journal. "What's that?" Naomasa heard Izumi ask from behind him. "A journal, bloodied razor blades, and these," Naomasa said, holding up a bottle of pain enders. "These aren't normal pain enders. These are the type you'd need a doctor to prescribe, and I'm going to assume you never took him to one." Inko and Toshinori immediately put their heads down. That was all the answer he needed. He sighed before looking back at the bottle. "These line up with the kind of drugs sold by the villain Dabi. I'm going to have to check through the journal, see if they give us any leads." "See, can we look at it?" asked Izumi. She'd seen the bloodied razor blades and knew what they meant. "No," was Naomasa's dead tone response. It almost brought the Yagis to tears. Naomasa immediately felt guilty. Sure, they did a bad thing, but she's trying to make amends for it. He followed up his refusal with, "The original will be taken to the precinct as evidence, you'll get a transcript later," before leaving. He walked past Izumi and Inko, who were crying tears of relief. At least they'd be able to see the journal, even if it was only a copy. Another part of their missing family member. As Naomasa walked by, he saw Toshinori mouth a quiet "thank you" before continuing. He took the journal to the precinct and made a copy with the copy machine. When he read it, he found some interesting details. It began after he went to his school library during recess at 5 years old. He wrote about how he previously believed any attacks were accidents or some game he didn't know about. It wasn't until he looked up what they were doing in the school library that and discovered what they were doing was called bullying. This is also at the time he discovered what his parents were doing to him. Naomasa couldn't help but feel sorry for the kid. He was only 5 and he was already having to face such a harsh reality. He wrote that he didn't want to believe it but did experiments to discover he was correct. It was at this point that Naomasa got the first inkling of how smart Izuku was. He'd created a hypothesis and tested it, all things he learned from a science class. It was fairly primitive, but just the idea that a 5-year-old was making hypotheses and testing them showed he was smarter than people believed he was. He then wrote about his first hiding place, the school library. He'd stay in there during recess since that's when he'd be attacked the most. There his writing became more refined as he read and studied more and more. Eventually, His hiding place was compromised as his tormentors found him. He then made his home a pseudo-hiding place as they'd never attack him while his parents were around. He made a note that he expected this to only work until they realized his parents didn't care what happened to him. Reading that, Mesa felt his anger flare up but suppressed it as it wouldn't help to get mad about something he couldn't change. There was then about a week-long gap. When he continued writing, he explained that he found a new hiding place and spent the week freshening it up. He neglected to write down its location. He explained that he believed that if Izumi found this book, they'd ruin another hiding place for him. This lack of information both annoyed and relieved Mesa. It annoyed him since he had no clue where to look, but it relieved him as he knew. Izuku was smart enough to keep this place a secret from everyone. He then wrote about meeting Dabi and being offered drugs for free. Turns out Dabi was also a victim of parental abuse. Not only that, but he was also abused by a hero too. Mesa was happy Izuku found someone who was willing to help him, but it angered him that the first person who helped Izuku was a villain who'd burned down multiple buildings. The next timestamps were done for the next few months and how he met and befriended Shoto Todoroki, and from what Mesa could tell, nothing changed until the day he ran away. He did notice something in the way Izuku wrote about Dabi. He'd stopped writing about him like a friend, but like a brother. Seeing this, Mesa had a sudden realization. If Izuku'd seen Dabi as an older brother figure, then maybe Dabi saw Izuku as a younger brother. That'd explain why he was becoming more active lately. He was either looking for Izuku. He'd been stalking Aldra Junior High. He was either looking for Izuku or he was planning to burn it as a form of revenge against the people who made Izuku's life horrible. This also told him that he didn't know where Izuku used to live. If he did, he'd have done the same thing to Izuku's old home. And he could have helped from endeavor in catching Dabi so they can help Izuku. This, however, did leave a question in Mesa's mind. Did Dabi know where Izuku was? If he was stalking Aldra looking for Izuku, then it was obvious that he didn't know where he was, but if he was planning to burn it, then it was possible Izuku was involved in it. That was not something Mesa was not sure how he'd handle. If Izuku started committing crimes, then he'd be charged for the damage, at least as an accomplice. If that was the case and Izuku had really become a villain, what will he do? Was Toshinori's secret really safe? I need to inform the others. What do I do? Do I call him? Will he even answer? These were many of the questions Shoto was facing besides his father's harsher training. There was also a guy covered in burns watching our school, mostly me though. When I arrived home, I was planning to ask my father to help look for my friend. He probably wouldn't do it, but the entire point of sending me there socially behind. But when I got there, I saw a police car, probably asking if he could get a villain. When I walked in, I realized who it was. The detective who was searching for Izuku. Did you find anything? Shoto asked. Yes and no. We don't know where he is, but we know a lot about his situation. When Izuku woke up, he wasn't in the trash pile anymore. Instead, he found himself in a dark void with the ground around him being made of some odd black water he was somehow standing on. An occasional streak of red lightning reminiscent of his bioelectricity from All for One would occasionally come down from the sky around him. When he looked up to discern the source, he came to the immediate conclusion that he wasn't anywhere on Earth anymore. Above him was more darkness with a few major bodies. The one that drew his attention first was what looked like a large vortex going towards a pit of darkness, somehow more dark than the void around it. Like a gaping hole in reality. It reminded him of the pictures of black holes he'd seen back in his old school library. The event horizon would be the oddly dark hole in the middle, and the red vortex around it would be the accretion disk. The only thing that told him that this wasn't a black hole would be the storm inside the accretion disk. It looked like a storm made of red lightning that would periodically strike around him, though never hitting him. The last thing he noticed because of how small it was. Going around the black hole, but never entering the storm, were many multicolored lights. 10 to be exact. For some reason he couldn't place, all the lights seemed oddly familiar. He wanted to get a closer look at them, and as if he commanded it, they all flew down and surrounded him. Izuku was both startled and confused. How'd the lights know he wanted to get a closer look at them? How'd they move against the black hole-like thing above them? The thing that confused him the most was, why did they only move when he wanted them to? He took a closer look at the lights and noticed some odd details about them. One looked like it was made of red energy with small night-like spikes, another was just a ball of fire, and another looked almost 2D. The one that made him realize what these lights were was the little black light that seemed to be made out of ink with bat-like wings around it. The same kind of wings tattooed wings gave him. That's when everything clicked. These weren't lights, they were quirks. His quirks. If that's the case, then that means that he mumbled his thought process into the void as he lifted his head towards the swirling red storm above him, is all for one. Izuku then felt an odd tug, as if something were pulling him back. Suddenly he found himself sinking into the black water around him. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't keep himself from sinking. When he was fully submerged, he tried to hold his breath but couldn't for too long. When he breathed in, he discovered something interesting. Despite being submerged in what he could only assume was water, he could breathe just fine. Before he could think more about what happened around him, he awoke to find himself in his sleeping bag. Izuku was confused about how he got here after being in that void when he heard sniffling to his left. When he looked, he found Himiko cuddled up next to him, crying in her sleep. "Himiko?" he asked through chapped lips. Almost immediately Himiko was awake and all over him with a dozen questions. "Izuku-kun, you're awake. Do you need anything? Water? Food? I can go get you some," she said as she tried to rush to the mini fridge. Izuku grabbed her before she could get too far. When she turned around, he looked at her in her red and puffy eyes with confusion and worry. "Himiko, are you all right? What happened?" Himiko, with tears in her eyes, explained, "You left in the middle of the night. I woke up and waited to confront you about leaving me without saying anything, but when you got back you just collapsed. I nearly grabbed you before you hit the ground. I tried everything I could to get you to wake up, but nothing worked," she said as she started hyperventilating. Izuku wasted no time in getting to his feet and pulling her into a hug. "You didn't wake up all day," she added. As she cried on his shirt, he heard her mumble something along the lines of, "Please don't leave me alone again." It didn't take long for Izuku to understand what happened. When he came home from his last battle, he passed out in front of Himiko. While he was messing with his quirk, she was panicking, thinking he wasn't going to wake up. As Izuku held Himiko, he didn't know what to say. He'd never dealt with something like this before. With no idea what he was doing, he just did what felt natural. He held Himiko close while patting her head and told her, "I'm sorry for scaring you, Himi-chan. I'm not going to leave you, not again." Himiko moved away just enough to look Izuku in the eyes and asked with an all-too-pitiful voice, "You promise?" Himiko didn't have to wait too long for her answer. "I promise, Himi-chan," was Izuku's immediate response. Himiko then smiled at him before returning to her spot in his arms. They stayed like that for a while until Himiko calmed down. All was quiet for a while until Izuku's stomach growled, indicating his hunger. Himiko giggled as Izuku's face became red from embarrassment. They prepared some instant ramen cups for themselves. It turns out Himiko'd been neglecting food in her attempts to get Izuku to wake up, which Izuku was extremely guilty for. While they were eating, Izuku explained what he saw while he was passed out. "I think it's a manifestation of my quirk. I'm not totally sure, but I've heard of quirks that give their users odd dreams, so maybe it's something like that," Izuku explained. "What happened when you left?" She then looked down, her previous depression returning. "You were very injured." Izuku took a moment to find the best way to phrase what happened to him without worrying Himiko too much. He explained he was fighting a pretty strong villain and didn't realize his quirk was draining his stamina as much as it was. Himiko donned a pensive look before stating with absolute certainty, "I'm going with you next time." Himiko, why would Izuku attempted to ask before Himiko cut him off. "I'm not going to let you go out there on your own anymore," she said before looking Izuku in the eyes, tears threatening to fall. "I almost lost you yesterday. I don't want to risk that, and if me being there helps even a little, I'm going to do it." Izuku immediately felt his resolve turn to dust upon seeing her watering eyes. Izuku sighed, knowing he couldn't say no to her, especially like that, and agreed. "Fine." Himiko immediately squealed in joy before jumping to hug him, heat already rising to his face as he put his hand up to stop her from jumping on him. Failed. They cuddled all night. There became an issue in hunting with Toga, It was Himiko's clothes. She wore the same school uniform before she met Izuku. Not to mention she's still a known ender, so some people might recognize her. That would only cause problems for them. If Himiko was seen going around with him, someone known by the police to have all for one, she'd be targeted by the police as someone weaker. It's not true. Himiko could probably take him on with just the quirks she has and her own skill, but many police and heroes were more willing to risk their lives than risk their quirks. Not that Izuku would take them. With some effort, Izuku managed to find a coat for her to wear. It was a bit long, but it'll work. The first night they went out, they managed to find a woman mugging a little boy. Izuku jumped down from the rooftop to attack the woman while Himiko grabbed the kid and took him away from the scene of the crime. When she came back to the scene, she found the pitiful sight of Izuku struggling to take out the woman despite her not having any offensive quirk. It wasn't until Himiko stepped in with her knives that the battle ended. When everything was over, Himiko turned to Izuku and asked, "What was that?" Izuku stood over the woman, taking her quirk before turning back to Himiko. "What?" Izuku asked, to which Himiko faced palmed. "You don't know how to fight, do you?" Himiko asked, giving Izuku a look all too similar to the times Dabi would scold Izuku for being too reckless. Izuku became embarrassed at his lack of skill and sheepishly replied, "No." Himiko sighed and said, "Come on, we're going back home and I'm teaching you how to fight." "Okay," said ashamed Izuku. He never really learned how to fight besides just using his quirks and dodging as many hits as possible. Izuku knew he'd need to learn how to fight but just assumed he'd be able to learn as he went along. Himiko had a point though. Izuku lost his last fight and was severely struggling in his latest one. He wasn't sure how long it'd be until he defeated this villain if it wasn't for Himiko helping him. While just using his quirks worked in the beginning, the police and heroes are looking for him now, and it's only a matter of time before he's defeated due to his pitiful levels of stamina. When Himiko and Izuku returned home, they shed their costumes and went outside. "Okay, turn off all your quirks." A nervous Izuku asked. Himiko immediately gave him a glare that promised pain if he didn't comply. "You understood," a suddenly terrified Izuku responded. The resulting training left Izuku lying on the ground with cuts and bruises all over his body. It wasn't until Himiko said their training was over that Izuku could activate regeneration to heal his wounds. It also had the added benefit of dealing with his sore muscles but did end up leaving him very hungry. Luckily, Komori-san was more than willing to feed them whenever they came. Izuku changed his schedule so he would go out as a vigilante every few nights and train with Himiko every other night. Thanks to thought acceleration, Izuku was able to learn everything Himiko taught him faster. It was like increasing the download speed of a computer. Over time, Izuku's fighting skills increased. He was nowhere near Himiko's level, but it was good enough for him to get a few extra quirks. Silence, emitter, this creates an area around the user where nothing inside can be heard. This area can be extended to cover multiple people or things if they're in close proximity. If kept active too long, the user will lose the ability to focus on any task. Asterisk, the original user was a pervert and used this quirk to perv on women in the gym bathrooms. Izuku only knew about this since Himiko was able to sense his blood, allowing them to track him to an alley. Durability, mutant, makes the user resistant to physical damage and harmful substances. This doesn't make the user completely invulnerable, just harder to hurt. Asterisk, the original user was an old man ended in a mugging gone wrong. Izuku took the quirk since he could reason the man wouldn't be using it anymore. Kinetic multiplier, emitter, multiplies the kinetic output of the user from anywhere up to ×10 their original strength. Increasing this too far causes the user to be damaged by the backlash. Asterisk, the original user was one of the muggers who ended the user of durability. Neither Himiko nor Izuku was very kind towards these men. Strength multiplier, emitter, multiplies the user's strength to ×10 their original strength. Increasing this too far causes the user to be damaged by the backlash. Asterisk, the original user was part of the mugging to the user of durability. When Izuku wasn't out quirk hunting or training with Himiko, he would write notes about the quirks he had. Regeneration, mutation, it's strong enough to close up most cuts in minutes to seconds. The injury would leave a scar. Vocal manipulation, emitter, gives the user the ability to manipulate their voice. The user can easily recreate the voice of anyone they've heard perfectly. It's even to the point where the user can speak in multiple voices at the same time. Thought acceleration increases the speed at which the user thinks, allowing for effortless multitasking. When high on adrenaline, the user's perception increases, allowing the user to perceive events as though they're moving at a fraction of their true speed, if for no other reason than to keep track of them. He was also about ready to go out and find whoever explained Himiko's quirk to her and give them a piece of his mind. They called her quirk a transformation quirk? Izuku had to sit Himiko down and explain that her quirk was not a transformation quirk since it didn't change her body, it produced something that took the shape of someone else. That's what the sludge her quirk produces is. Eventually, Izuku made a full list of all the quirks he had. Izuku wasn't able to get any more quirks before something more major happened to him. It was currently daytime and Izuku and Himiko were walking around a residential area. They'd just gotten the groceries they'd need for the next week. Both Izuku and Himiko were wearing masks. Himiko had on her beanie and Izuku had on his hood. They were simply walking home, or skipping in Himiko's case until Izuku saw him. Shoto. Masaki finally got over being sick, but now she's more pissed than she's ever been. How is it that the 1 week she's sick, Izuku leaves? And she has to deal with some homeless burned extras stalking the school. But what pisses her off the most is that these extras are acting like they care. If they did, they would have helped. They would have helped Zuzu. Before she could consider that further, there was a long groan from above, followed by the hiss of water. For a moment, Masaki wasn't sure what was happening, and then she realized the building's sprinkler system was going. Since she was wearing her school uniform, she was wet now. They were going to be a pain to get off and dry, and why had the sprinklers triggered? Dabi looked around. He hadn't been in many schools. Hospitals, pharmacies, and doctor's surgeries. Yes, he was familiar with all of them and knew exactly how to get in and out to get what he needed with the minimum of fuss, but a school was a new experience. He knew people worked here, but it seemed so routine, so regimented. The desks were arranged in groups of 4, sometimes with a walkway between them, but some formed a pod. There were little touches of the people who worked here. A photo pin there, a plant here, but it was all. He shuddered. He never fooled himself into thinking he could be one of the good guys, but there were times when he was actually glad of that. Now was one of them. Who are you? Dabi rolled his eyes at the question. Dabi extended his hands. Prominence burn, he muttered, almost bored, but if it's for Izuku he'd do it. Instantly, blue fire wrapped around him, and for a moment it felt warm before Dabi felt it burn him. He didn't care. The fire lanced out, straight into the running students. Dabi kept the fire from spearing out, concentrating it on the children. The beam flared out of existence quickly. Dabi hadn't had much time to generate it, so it was short-lived, but had done enough. Dabi ignored the smell as the children's screams were cut short by the heat of the fire. His body fell to the ground and the fire continued to burn. All over the class little fires were burning. Dabi looked at the corpses disinterestedly. He'd seen enough burnt bodies over the years to know what they looked like. PFS. Further thought vanished as water splashed down on him, and the body and office as a light rain. The fires still burned. His fire wasn't so cold as to be put out so easily, but it didn't spread. Dabi shook his head and rolled his eyes. Of course, he'd triggered the sprinklers. It was safe to assume an alarm would be going to the fire brigade and the nominated local hero. Shoto. Why was Shoto here? Will he recognize me? No, he can't. I've changed too much. You okay, Izu? Toga asked Izuku, who looked as if he'd have a panic attack. We need to leave now. You okay, Izu? I looked over to see a blonde girl with a light blue hair boy with Izuku's face. They began walking faster. I needed to go see him. I was debating on running, but I needed answers. I needed closure. I need his forgiveness, and I'm not going to get it if I run now. They then went on to an alleyway. I didn't even know there was an alleyway here. I can't expect anyone to intervene if things go south, since we walked pretty far into the darkness of the unpopulated alleyway. As we traveled further and further away from the street I had been walking on, I got more and more nervous. I saw no one around, except him. He wouldn't look at me, nor would he speak. We just walked in complete silence. I felt an abrupt pain surge through my back as I fell to the ground. Closing my eyes, I yelped in pain. "Why are you here?" I could hear the fear dripping from his voice as he stepped closer. "Izuku? Is it really you?" My voice cracked frequently as my guilt and remorse clearly shone through it. His eyes wandered my figure and took note of my trembling. I felt like he could see right through me. Like he could read my mind. Like I were vulnerable in his presence. "What if it is?" His voice rang through my ears. Although it wasn't a proper confirmation, it made me realize that this definitely was him. My throat was congested. My brain didn't know how to speak. I had so many things I wanted to ask. I had so many things I wanted to say, but I had no idea how to say any of them. Where would one even begin to start? Should I apologize first, or should I ask my questions first? His head started to rise as I was once again met with his eyes. He was dangerously close to my face. The guilt in me only rose as his now pain-stricken eyes met mine. He looked so broken, so lost, so hurt, and it's all my fault. The pain and sadness, filling his eyes, were quickly replaced with hate as he pulled his face away from mine. His face was full of disgust as he gazed upon my figure again. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I didn't help you directly. What? I should have just helped you. But I just got the teacher who wouldn't have given them punishment. I'm sorry. My broken voice rung throughout the alleyway we were in, as my glossy eyes bored into his. Felt the pressure on my back release as my being was able to move. So what? My confusion only grew as I heard his voice. It was different from before. His eyes were less angry. His voice was less harsh. He was like a completely different person than he was a few minutes ago. He was like a completely different person entirely. It doesn't matter anymore. He began walking with the girl. Please, Izuku. I reached out my hand. I even jumped, but when he turned he was scared. I was scaring him. When he reached out his hand, red lightning shot out, hitting my face. How did I? Himiko, we need to leave. All right. Izuku, whose hair changed again but it was white this time, he grabbed the girl's hand, leaving me in the alley, and I felt. Shota Aizawa's POV. Did the kid actually have a quirk all along and was just hiding it? Were the Yagis somehow involved? How could a quirk like that even exist? Is it really possible to truly take quirks? Did anyone know? Did Izuku know? Was it a dormant quirk? If it was, how did it activate? Did it just take longer for the quirk to activate? How did he even get a quirk like that in the first place? All Might just has a normal strength enhancement quirk, and Green Tornado has a psychic type quirk. If Izuku was to get any quirk, it would be one of theirs. Did Inko cheat on her husband? All these thoughts and questions were running through my head as he and Naomosa were going to the Yagi household. Naomosa had already called Nizu and Tashinori and told them they had something important they needed to talk about with the Yagis. He said it was about OFA. I have no clue what that means. I looked over at the detective as he drove them to their destination, and despite the whirlwind of thoughts and questions going on in my head, I could see many more in Naomosa's. It was like comparing a tornado to a hurricane. That confused me a bit more. Did Naomosa know something about this I didn't? These are questions for later. We arrived at the Yagi household to find both Nizu and Tashinori outside. They were talking about something, I had no clue what. As soon as the car stopped, so did the conversation. While Tashinori seemed to be expecting Naomosa to be there, he seemed confused as to why I was there. There's definitely a secret between those three. Whatever OFA is, it's something important. Naomosa and I walked up as he started the conversation. They're not here right now. Inko's taking Izumi to her therapist, Tashinori responded. Naomosa nodded and took out the folder from the case we were working on earlier and handed it over for Nizu and Tashinori to read. I could see how Tashinori visibly paled and Nizu seemed to have a bit of concern in his eyes. I could understand why. They just learned that apparently there's a person who could take and give quirks. Not only that, but they have a legitimate reason to be mad at All Might. If Izuku were to act on his anger, he might be able to end All Might. That would destabilize Hero Society as a whole and leave a power vacuum in its wake. Hopefully we can get Todoroki his quirk back? Nizu said, worry evident in his voice. Toshinori looked at Naomosa, then at me, and back at the detective in what appeared to be fear. He needs to know Toshinori, Naomosa said with understanding in his voice. I need to know what? I interjected. I was starting to get pissed off at the fact that they were all keeping secrets from me that could be important to finding the lost Yagi. Toshinori looked at me and sighed. Well, I suppose this would have happened eventually. What I'm going to tell you, you must never repeat to anyone else. Do you understand? Toshinori explained. I was confused, but I had never seen him so serious before. I hesitantly nodded. Okay, save questions for the end, please. He took a deep breath. My quirk is not my own. It was given to me by my master Nana Shimura. You might be asking, how is this possible? Well, it goes back to the dawn of quirks. In the dawn of there were two brothers who would change the world. Their names have long been forgotten over the years, but what has remained is their quirks. One for all and all for one. In the dawn of quirks, the story goes that there was a man who had the power to take and give quirks. What not many at the time knew was that he had a younger brother, but his brother was quirkless. To help his brother defend himself in that chaotic time, he forced a quirk onto him. It was a stockpiling quirk that would get more powerful over time. What All for One did not know at the time was that his brother was not in fact quirkless. He had a useless quirk, the power to pass on his own power to others. When All for One forced the stockpile quirk onto his brother, it bonded with his original quirk to make One for All. Over time, All for One became more and more corrupt and started to use his power for evil purposes. His brother tried to stop him, but it was too late. To stop his brother, One for All fought back against him. He failed. In his final effort, he passed his quirk onto his successor in the hopes that they would continue the fight to stop All for One. Many fought and many fell before him until that quirk was passed on to my master, who eventually passed it on to me. In my battle against All for One, I had thought I had defeated him. But from what I can see today, I was wrong. I was still recoiling from the finding out that there was indeed not only a quirk that could take and give other quirks, but a quirk that could be passed on also. I knew why this secret was kept so close. If anyone were to find out, everyone would be trying to get their hands on One for All, or at least try and get the help of All for One. Despite all of this, there was still something on my mind. Before I could get a word out, however. That might not be the case, Naomosa said to the confusion of both Toshinori and Nizu. When young Todoroki was found by Shoto, telling us he lost his quirk and seeing who it was and he knew him, it was Izuku. I could see Toshinori's world crashing down on him as Nizu just hummed in contemplation. For a few moments, we just sat there and let them recover from the bombshell that was what we had just told them. The silence was soon interrupted by a weak "how" from Toshinori. I couldn't blame him. I would react similarly if I had just figured out that my son, who I had been neglecting, had the same quirk as the villain that ended my former master. Nizu soon piped up and said, I think I might have an idea. Toshinori looked at the quirked animal in a mix of hope and dread. It's right in your story, Yagi. What do you mean? Who created One for All? Toshinori contemplated for a moment before saying in some form of realization, All for One. Yes. It seems that when All for One created One for All, a small piece was left inside it. That combined with the fact that One for All is the brother quirk of All for One and you have the makings to make the full quirk of All for One. It was an incredibly small chance, but in genetics, it is theoretically possible. Unless he gave him his original quirk? That couldn't have happened. I made sure no one knew I had children. But how was he diagnosed quirkless if he did have a quirk? That is because of Yagi. Before he got One for All, you yourself were quirkless. I suppose those genes were passed on to young Izuku despite the fact that he indeed has a quirk. Why would he hide it? I don't think he did. Quirks are controlled by the brain and thus so it's possible that if one's mentality is damaged, so can their quirk control be. It's possible that because young Izuku was told he was quirkless so often by his peers in the form of young Katsuki's nickname, Deku, he started to believe it. He repressed his quirk as a response to not only the bullying but the neglect as well. Despite still being in his true form, Toshinori seemed to deflate. One could only imagine what would be going on in his head. It was then that we heard the door open and heard what sounded like Izumi say, "Dad." "We're home," before walking into the living room recognizing the atmosphere asked, "What's wrong?" Izumi Yagi POV. The weight of everything I had just learned felt like it was crushing me. Izuku wasn't quirkless. He had a quirk all along, but I had bullied him into thinking he didn't, into thinking he was worthless. The pain of that realization was almost unbearable. If I hadn't treated him the way I did, if I hadn't listened to Katsuki and joined in with the torment, maybe Izuku wouldn't have repressed his power. Maybe he'd still be here with us. Maybe he'd still be my brother. I couldn't even bring myself to face the others immediately. All I could feel was the guilt that consumed me, the hollow ache in my chest. I ran upstairs, tears blurring my vision as I slammed my door behind me. I sank to my knees, unable to stop the sobs from escaping. I had hurt him, and now it was too late to fix any of it. Izuku was gone, and all I had left were broken messages I had sent him. What? Izuku has a quirk? He had one this entire time. I hurt my brother and made him run away for no reason. I lost my brother for no reason. I'm never going to see my brother again because I was stupid enough to bully him. It's all my fault. If I never did this to him, he might have developed his quirk and would still be here. The revelation that not only my brother had a quirk, but he had the quirk of Dad's eternal enemy. He would have gotten his quirk if it wasn't for me. If I hadn't had bullied him, he would have never stopped trying to use his quirk, and he would have found a way to use it. I need to tell the others. With that I ran away up the stairs in tears and closed my door behind me. Izumi, guys, I just found some news on Izuku. Katsuki, where is he? Izumi, we figured out he was in a mugging. Masaki, is he okay? Izumi, he's okay. Masaki, good. Izumi, there's something else. Katsuki, well, spit it out already. Izumi, he has a quirk. Katsuki, he had a quirk the whole time and never told us. Izumi, when he was in the mugging he was attacked by 3 thugs. Izumi, they all lost their quirks. Katsuki, what do you mean they lost the quirks? Katsumi, that's not possible. Katsuki, that damn Deku kept his quirk from us and made us beat him up every day when he could have stopped us. Izumi, Katsuki, what do you mean no? Katsuki, if he used his quirk we wouldn't have a reason to hurt him anymore. Katsuki, so we could be friends again. Izumi, that wouldn't be possible. Masaki, how? Izumi, he didn't know about his quirk. Katsuki, what the hell do you mean? Izumi, from what Nizu says he repressed his quirk because of all the bullying. Izumi, we told him he was quirkless so much that he believed it. Masaki, that's possible? Katsuki, so it's all our fault Deku is quirkless. Izumi, yes. Katsuki, it's all my fault. Masaki, what do you mean? Katsuki, don't you remember? Katsuki, I was the one who suggested bullying him in the first place. Izumi, that doesn't change the fact that we participated. We all bullied him. We all did this. We should have stopped you. I should have stopped you. I'm his sister for God's sake. I should have noticed what was happening at home and done something to stop it. I should have never let it get past being a simple idea. I should have been more aware of his condition. None of you knew what was going on, I did. Izumi, I'm going to set this right if it's the last thing I do. With that I switched to the chat with my brother. I could see the previous messages I had sent to him. Izumi, Izu, I'm sorry for all I did. I understand if you want nothing to do with me, I don't deserve your forgiveness, but at least check up with me from time to time. I don't want to lose you. Izumi, Mom, Dad, our friends and I are looking for you. When we find you I'll apologize for everything and we can be a family again, like we were supposed to. Please stay safe. I could see that he had read them. That gave me a glimmer of hope. Maybe I could convince him to come home in time. I feel like I should tell him what we know and apologize for it now. It might not be as sincere as I want it to be, but I don't know if I'm ever going to have another chance to tell him. Izumi, hey, Izuku. I don't know if you know this, but I need to tell you that we know about your quirk. We also know that you weren't hiding it. You repressed it because of us. I want to say that I am sorry for that. I know that you might never forgive me. That we will never be brother and sister again. I just want you to know how sorry I am. Sure, it was Katsuki's idea, But I helped. I was your sister and I should have noticed what was going on at home. Instead I just ignored it. I hope that one day I can tell you this in person so I can say this face to face. Please stay safe. The message I typed next felt like a last-ditch effort. I couldn't undo the past, but maybe, just maybe, I could begin to make things right. Izuku, I'm sorry for all I did. I understand if you want nothing to do with me, I don't deserve your forgiveness, but at least check up with me from time to time. I don't want to lose you. It was raw. It wasn't the perfect apology, but it was all I could give. Now, all I could do was wait, to see if he would ever read it, if he would ever come back home. Izuku Yagi POV. I took it? I took his quirk. How though? I didn't touch him. It was so easy. Easier and faster than touching them. Izu, are you okay? And your hair, it's white? Toga asked, panic in her voice. I was about to say something when a notification came from my phone. Pulling it out and looking at it, I saw it was a notification from Izumi. What I read in the second sentence struck terror through my very core. Izumi, we know about your quirk. I didn't take the time to read the second part of the message. They knew. If they know, then it's only a matter of time before they find me. They're going to take me back. They're going to hate me more than ever. I won't have to worry about neglect anymore. It's not like Dad would let someone like me with the quirk of his arch-nemesis live, not where he can't keep tabs on me. Izumi's bullying is going to get so much worse. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. We're leaving. Oh, okay. We started packing. When we left, I took out the lighter and set the place on fire. Let's go to Komori's bar to see if she's got any extra rooms. As we walked, Toga looked like she wanted to say something but didn't, probably for my sake. If you have questions, I can answer them. Who was he, the dual hair? She asked. Of course it was Shoto. He was my only friend in school. I answered truthfully. What did he mean he should have helped you? Another good question from her. When I was being attacked by my sister, I saw him and he left. But it seems he was getting a teacher and was going to use his father states to make them do something. We were then in complete silence the rest of the walk till we walked in the bar. Komori. Oh, Izuku, you're here early. Is everything okay? She had a look of worry. Do you have any extra rooms? I'll work full-time if I have to. I said, about to cry. Too much is happening right now. Oh, yes, I think there's some. She said, walking to the door. Follow me. We followed her as I began thinking of how I took Shoto's quirk. Maybe it was something to do with all for one in my family. Considering I was still in an extremely fragile state of mind right now, I didn't want to be near anybody until I cleared my head, though the room wasn't that big. All for one probably grabbed something from my Dian. Or was it just my Moinko, or did I get something from Datashinori? Apparently, just like when quirks grow stronger with age, someone can evolve their quirk through some unknown method. Some people say it's just a quirk growing naturally stronger with use, others say it's tied to emotions. The second theory definitely fits what's happened to me both times now. Your quirk evolved. Toga said excitedly. I almost screamed in fright. Yes, I believed it did, as didn't touch Shoto, and I stopped talking as I activated half hot and half cold in my hands. That's so cool. Now taking out bad guys is gonna be so easy. Toga said happily. She right, it is gonna be easy, but I took a quirk from a civilian, so aren't I a bad guy? So what? So what if I am the bad guy? Bad people are the only ones who believed in me and helped me, while the good guys cared about themselves. Himiko, can I ask soothing of you? Sure, what is it? Can you tech me? To end? Warning. This chapter is graphic for violence. If you want to skip it, that's okay. This is going to be so much fun. Himiko chuckled happily. But, Izu? There was a worried note in her voice that caused him to turn to her. She actually looked concerned. Before he could say anything more, Himiko flicked one of her hands, and a knife appeared in it. Izuku stared at it, dumbly. Where had that come from? The sleeves of her uniform were intact, and where was she keeping that? She giggled at his dumbfounded expression. Before we can go, we have to get you the right equipment. Equipment? What did she mean? Himiko spun her knife around one finger. What tools do you want to use to do this? I'm happy to loan you my knives, but you'll work better with your own tools. She told him with a smile. Or do you want to use a saber clip, or a spear point? A kakuri? I'm pretty sure we can get a karambit too if you want. Or, oh, I like long clips but they don't fit under my uniform. You could totally use them though. Himiko listed a variety of weapons. Izuku frowned slightly as he thought about the list she'd given. He didn't recognize all the names, but given that it was Himiko, it was pretty obvious what she was talking about. Aren't they all knives? He asked. She grinned at him before her expression clouded. You don't want to use a gun, do you? Himiko sounded faintly disappointed at the question. Izuku shook his head, wanting to reassure her. Definitely not. I just thought I could use my natural gifts. Her yellow eyes widened and she actually shivered at the thought. It will be messy, Himiko cautioned, and it's harder than you think to bite through skin. Izuku shook his head and held up one hand, allowing a crimson knife to appear. It looked like Toga's. He didn't say anything but watched as Himiko's eyes widened. He saw her focus shift from his knife to his face and then back to his knife. Then she pouted. That is so not fair. Himiko complained, spinning her knife around her finger before it disappeared. He still didn't know where it was stored. Izuku let his knife fade and Himiko's expression changed again. She grabbed his hand, holding up his fingers. Are you sure you want to do that? She asked seriously as she rubbed his fingertips. He frowned gently. What do you mean? It's very personal, Himiko told him. I mean really personal. For your first time, you might not want to be that close. Izuku blinked and for a moment didn't understand what she was talking about, and then he realized. I would have thought you'd like me being that close. She gave him a pointed look. I said I'd teach you, Himiko told him seriously. So I gotta consider everything. You may not want to be that close on the first time. It's she sighed. I know you can do this, Izu, it's just there's no need to make it more difficult the first few times. That will just make it harder in the long run. So if that means a bit of distance at first, then that is the best way to learn. That made a sort of sense. You didn't learn anything by taking on the hardest problems first. You worked your way through easier problems, working your way up to the hard issues. I did kind of jump in the deep end immediately, didn't I? He murmured, recalling all his vigilante work. Himiko nodded at his statement. Oh, who do you want to end? She asked before giggling. That was a good question. Izuku had a lot of options but he already knew. My old principal. The thought of her brought his anger back. You really hate her, don't you? Himiko said. Izuku sighed. It's an old hate, he explained. Himiko nodded anyway. We walked down the stairs to see Komori. Komori? Izuku said as they finally found his boss. What is it? She sounded concerned but was instantly attentive. We're gonna go to Mizudafu? Why? I'm gonna teach Izuku how to end. Himiko chimed. Who may that be? Just a principal that allowed people to hurt me. I believe it would be best to wait until evening, Komori replied. But they will most likely be at her place of business now, Komori explained. Oh, Izuku agreed somewhat sheepishly. He should have thought of that. Do you have their address? Yes, I do. Izuku made sure to know where everyone in his school lived. It was easier to hide that way. Will you need anything? He asked. Izuku looked to the ground. Do we have a knife handy? He asked softly, the thought of what he was going to do suddenly becoming real. For now, you should sleep. You will have a busy night. Yep, he's gonna. Himiko trilled happily. I'll make sure he sleeps, she added, grabbing Izuku's arm. Izuku nodded and allowed himself to be led away. It was easier to just let that happen than to think about what he'd be doing tonight. But this was probably the last time he could afford that. He would go through with Himiko's lesson tonight. The woman deserved nothing less. They arrived at Mizudafu. Izuku was reminded that it had always smelt of sea and fields. The port was still important to the city, and during the war, a lot of the housing had been cleared to reinstate fields that had been there previously. Mizudafu was therefore green with stripes of houses along roads. Schools and offices were the highest buildings in the city. Because it was considered rural, most people lived in houses. The principal was no different. Izuku looked up at her house. The principal's house was set back a little from the street and had a garden of topiary and other potted plants gathered close in the front. At the door, a mesh had been strung to the roof to encourage creepers to reach for the sky. Despite the profusion of pots, it was very tidy and well maintained. There were no lights on in the house. There were no lights on in any of the houses. It was 2 a.m. and the neighborhood was a good, honest, working one. There was one further complication that he'd managed to avoid. The principal didn't have a husband, so that was something of a relief. He hated her, but he had no feelings towards anyone else living here. The two of them walked on the concrete stones that formed the pathway to the door. It was a sliding door made of vertical wooden slats over glass. It didn't take long for Himiko to get it open, and thankfully it slid back silently. The vestibule had a neat shoe rack on the side, and a pair of shoes were discarded near the step into the house. There was another door there, which made sense. This might be a relatively good neighborhood, but there was still the possibility of thieves, and the single sliding door wasn't that secure. Himiko again opened it, and then slid the oddly shaped hairpin back into her bun. "Are you sure about this?" she asked him. "Thanks to silence, it also seems to have a little feature it makes you hard to see. It's not you can't see them because you can, it's just like they don't fully register it." For a moment Izuku closed his eyes. He appreciated that she was giving him one last, rather odd chance to back out. "I'm sure," he breathed back his reply. "It's either this or dash." Izuku shrugged. Himiko knew what he meant. He'd have to do this on the job, and who knew how he'd react. It was better to do this in a somewhat controlled environment. Himiko nodded and gestured for him to go forward. Izuku patted the crimson knife and he stepped forward. There was a living area downstairs, and a kitchen which had a door. Belatedly, Izuku realized the door went to the garage that was at the front of the house. He looked around for the stairs. If the living area was downstairs, then the bedroom was likely upstairs. He spotted the stairs at the back of the room and patted his way over to them, and then he was up them with Himiko at his side. The top of the stairs opened to a wooden corridor with rooms on each side. Izuku recognized what he was doing. He wasn't trying to get out of what was to come, but he was hyper-aware of everything. He listened carefully and determined only one of the rooms was open. "This one," he said. Himiko nodded. They discussed what they had to do now before. Even though Izuku didn't want to use Shoto's quirk, it was useful for situations like this. With a final breath, Izuku burst into the room. He saw the woman sleeping clearly, and his ice went straight through the blankets to restrain her. Izuku saw the moment she awoke, trying to break the ice. Her eyes were wild with panic, and she struggled and screamed. "That's not going to work," Izuku said softly as he pushed her face to the pillow. Just seeing her reminded him of what had happened. All the petty bullying, the thefts, the name-calling, the attacks, the destruction of his property, the fear he'd felt back then. Izuku lights a nearby candle with fire control and half-hot. "It's been a long time and I still didn't want to see any of you." "Izuku, but how?" she asked, terrified. The shining as he drew the blade caught Shiona's attention and she stiffened. He trembled. "Do you know what you allowed?" He had a feeling that Shiona would want to say something at that, but he didn't care. Just remembering was making him angry. This was the woman responsible for that pain. The hand on his shoulder was unexpectedly warm. Izuku jerked to the side and looked at Himiko in the darkness. He could see her gold eyes were concerned. "You can either stab her and have it over, or dash." She didn't elaborate. Izuku nodded. The second, Shiona frowned at his statement. He knew what she wanted to say. He was a useless, quirkless person. "I'm not quirkless," Izuku said. "I never was, but you showed me exactly why this world has to change. When a part of a person is far more important than the person themselves, what they do, what they say, then dash." Izuku shook his head. "The world has to change. But, you aren't going to be here to see it," he added. Her eyes widened. Shiona knew what that meant. She tried to thrash against the ice holding her, but Izuku simply added more. "Where first?" he asked Himiko. "It doesn't really matter. I'll let you know if you are going to hit something vital," she replied. He laced his left hand on her ice-covered stomach and melted it. He slashed his knife at her but already knew he'd missed. "You are going to have to watch," Himiko told him. Izuku gulped but didn't deny it. At the last second he had closed his eyes. This time he reached out and deliberately put the knife against her stomach. He could feel the resistance from the fabric of her pajamas and he slashed through it. The cut wasn't deep. Shiona jerked as if it was. "That's the way," Himiko praised. "Gut wounds are slow, but smelly," she added. Izuku nodded and then gasped. It will be okay, Himiko reassured him. This was why she was here. I remember everything you allowed that caused me pain, Izuku said, slashing the knife again. This time he slashed across her thighs. Everything stolen, he continued, slashing again. I was so scared. He flipped the knife over and made a return pass as he felt tears form in his eyes as he remembered. And you, Izuku hissed, glaring at Shiona? You didn't care. You would have laughed if you'd been told. You caused it to happen. He slashed again with his knife and met an unexpected resistance which stopped his movement. You need to go higher, Himiko said. You hit her shins. The explanation was enough. He'd hit bone. Izuku hadn't been using his strength quirks to help him. He activated them and pulled, yanking his knife out from where it had lodged. Oh! Himiko exclaimed, impressed. He didn't look over at her but did smile. I told you I had multiple quirks, he murmured. And it's so hot to see you use them. That brought a brief smile to his face before he focused on Shiona again. Blood was staining her pajamas from the slashes he'd made and she was looking at him with wide, fear-filled eyes, except there was still a touch of contempt in them. He shook his head. You didn't like me when I was quirkless. You don't like me now that I have a quirk. Are you never happy? I don't think it's that, Izu, Himiko chuckled. Probably not, he agreed. I don't think you realize how much I have hated you, Principal Shiona. I didn't realize myself because it was always there. And even now, it's still there. You are going to die. And you are going to die knowing that the kid you saw as useless is going to end you. And I will know that this is not even half as much pain as you deserve. He snarled as he flipped his knife over so that the blade extended from his curled little finger and stabbed. He felt the knife hit her flesh and pierced into it. Even with the gag, he heard the squeal Shiona made as the blade penetrated her body. She struggled but couldn't move that much. Izuku pulled back and stabbed again. There was a slick sound as the knife came free and a splatter of blood flew upwards. Careful! Himiko sounded indignant. I thought you liked blood? Izuku questioned. Good blood. She told him. Not this trash. He knew she was lying but then he remembered Himiko liked all blood and especially liked his and so maybe she wasn't lying if she could tell one person's blood from another. He didn't stab too many times. He didn't want to get into a frenzy and he sensed if he did, Himiko was trying to work out how to stop him. The point of today was to know what he was doing, to learn to control himself so he could do it again. Himiko stepped up to him and rested her head against his shoulder. She was a little shorter than him but he could feel her warmth. There's a couple of ways you can finish this, she told him, ignoring the way Shiona was laboring for breath. You could stab her through her eye and that would be instantaneous. You could cut her throat, and we'd get splattered. Or you could stab her heart. Izuku nodded. I want her to see this, he murmured, and you said it's bad blood? He asked for confirmation. It's bad, Himiko verified, sticking her tongue out to indicate it was terrible. Then the heart it is, Izuku decided. If I'm going to get covered in blood, it should be the good stuff, he said playfully. Himiko squealed happily and clapped her hands softly before she stood on tiptoes and gave him a quick peck on his cheek. Just so long as I get to watch. It was kind of ironic. She'd probably be the one covering him in blood. Izuku pushed that thought aside and lifted his knife. His hand was sticky with blood and the candle threw an odd light over everything. Shiona shook her head as much as she could, her eyes wide. He could feel her trying to talk but the gag was stronger than that. Wait. Himiko interrupted. Are you gonna take her quirk? She asked suddenly. She's not gonna need it anymore. No, she isn't, Izuku agreed and reached out with one for all to grab at the principal's quirk. Izuku saw the lighting leave his hand and scatter all over her body. He could tell the moment Shiona realized it was gone. Oh, that's my quirk, Izuku told her. I can take other people's quirks, he explained. So you know why it was better for me to stay quirkless? Not that you cared. If I'd have said my real quirk, you wouldn't have thought I was useless but you would have thought I was a villain. I guess you are kind of right there but I'm going to drag this world down and force it to see the darkness. I'm going to make it change because if it doesn't, I will probably be there to see it fall, and I'd rather it fall on my terms. But none of that matters for you. You are not part of the solution because you were part of the problem, but you are a part. That is no more. Shiona shook her head. She tried to pull back but she couldn't, and Izuku positioned the knife just under her left beast before he pushed the knife in, aiming upwards and to the center of her chest. He knew enough biology to know where her heart was. There was a gurgle from Shiona, almost a choking sound as the knife hit home, and she shuddered and tried to thrash. Izuku let the ice melt, except for the gag. The principal fell back onto her blood-stained bed and didn't move. Her eyes were wide and he could tell she was trying to gulp, but that quickly subsided and she lay still. Yay! Himiko cheered. You did it! Izuku gasped and nodded. He felt like throwing up but he gulped in air and swallowed, pushing the feeling down. He couldn't feel that every time. He couldn't. I did, he agreed and then dragged in a lungful of air. He looked at Shiona and allowed the gag ice to melt. Blood immediately pooled at the corner of her mouth and ran down her face. I did, he said again as he examined his feelings. He hadn't lied. She might be dead but he still hated her. He still hated that he was injured and ridiculed and that she'd caused it. She wasn't Izumi or the Bakugo twins, but she had caused it. And now that she was dead, it wasn't enough, he whispered. He might have felt sick afterwards, but he knew that. Aizu? Himiko asked. It wasn't enough, he repeated. For all the pain she caused, this isn't enough, he explained as he fell to his knees. What would be enough? Izuku felt Himiko drape herself over his back. She was warm and she slipped her arms around his neck to give him a hug. There were others who caused you pain, right? She whispered into his ear. Izuku nodded. She knew that. So we will make sure we have more time with them, so that you know it's enough, she told him. She nuzzled his cheek and gave him a squeeze. Izuku thought about what she said. It was true. Shiona, while allowing and supporting his abuse, wasn't the actual person who had inflicted that pain, but she had been responsible for at least some of his pain too. He blew out a breath. It did feel good to know she was gone and couldn't inflict the same pain she had on him to anyone else. Izuku shook his head. There was that, but she'd paid for the pain that she had inflicted on him. He looked up at her bloody face and rose, gently pushing Himiko off his back, to walk around the bed. Izuku reached out and made the knife disappear. He knew he'd left other evidence here, but he shouldn't be on file, and Himiko, well, she probably was, but he'd just have to make sure she wasn't caught. He looked back at Shiona's face. Her eyes were staring at the roof and the smell of blood was permeating everything. You did good, Aizu, but we have to go, Himiko said urgently. He nodded and gave Shiona one last glance before he walked to her wall and used half-hot to write his calling card. Collector. Yagi watched the security camera recording again. It was an apartment in Mizudafu, Izumi and Izuku's principal. He ended her. My son ended someone, and with a girl that has been identified as Toga Himiko. That's two villains that are friends with my son. I found some bad news, Naomasa said, sounding sick. Dabi attacked the school, ending 3 students and a teacher. Their bodies were barely recognizable. Do we know where he is? No, but Endeavor is hunting him. He really wants to get to Izuku. Izuku woke up all at once. And then he remembered what he'd done. He swallowed hard, pushing the bile back down. He'd ended her because he wanted to, because she deserved it. He repeated the line in his mind, hoping that if he said it often enough he'd believe it. Himiko didn't have this problem, so he knew there was a way of doing it. He sat up and looked around. The room was unchanged. Izuku went down to see Toga teasing Komori. You're awake, Komori said, trying to get Toga's attention away from her. Yep, Izuku replied before he yawned and stretched. When does my shift start? In an hour, she replied. You've been asleep for a while. I went to the back of the stage and was thinking of the song I would sing. After waiting for a bit, Izuku came with one. Izuku went up on stage and everyone went silent. I want to become something incredible, something unforgettable, a leader? The king? A symbol? In any case, I will become it. So prepare for a chance of a lifetime. Be prepared for sensational news. A shining new era is tiptoeing nearer. I know it sounds too good, but trust me, it is good. And in the end we'll all be happy. And justice can finally appear. Be prepared. Several regulars stood up while newcomers looked confused. So prepare for the day of the century. Be prepared for this beautiful era. Meticulous planning, tenacity spanning, decades of denial is simply why I'll. Suddenly Izuku's face formed a big smile and a look full of greed. Be a symbol undisputed, respected, saluted and seen for the wonder I am. Yes, my will and ambitions are bared. Be prepared. The regulars started saying the same thing and the newcomers were shocked. Everyone here, whether it was villains, quirkless, villainous or weak quirk users, everyone whispered together as Izuku urged them to continue. All, be prepared, be prepared, be prepared, be prepared. Be prepared. All, be prepared, be prepared, be prepared, be prepared. Be prepared. All, be prepared, be prepared, be prepared, be prepared. Be prepared. Be prepared. All, be prepared. Be prepared. Be prepared. Be prepared. Izuku/all. Yes, our will and ambitions are bared, be prepared. After that Izuku bowed, the newcomers looked at him with disturbing looks, but for the others. Asterisk clap 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 clap. Izuku smiled and said into the microphone with a smile. Be greedy. Izuku Yagi POV. I finished the song and went over to sit down next to Toga. Before I noticed there was a middle-aged man. The man was dressed in a fitting purple suit, tailor-made to fit his form perfectly. His semi-see-through sunglasses, shading his eyes delicately. His hair was a darker shade of gray, and his face was set in light wrinkles, further expressing his middle age. I wasn't sure what to say, so I just walked up and asked, "Hey Toga, who's this?" Izu, this is Jiren, he helped me get jobs before I met you." Toga explained. "That was a pretty good song, kid. The king would be proud to hear it." "King?" I asked. "King of the underworld, all for one." He said nonchalantly. Both me and Toga immediately recognized the seriousness of this situation. Knowing that all for one is alive scared me, and my brain went crazy. He's alive? He's gonna end me. He's gone. I gotta ask you a question though, whose side are you on? You've done vigilante work but you've ended someone. He'd like to know. Side? What does he mean by that? No. Heroes or villains? It's allows about those. Mine? I'm on my side. I do what I want when I want and anyone who joins me has my protection, I said with a smile on my face. Brian started laughing. Good answer. Here, he gave me a briefcase. That is something he wanted to give you. I'm sure we'll be seeing one another again, he said, walking away. What is it? Komori asked. Let's see. I said, opening the case, revealing a suit and a green gem. When I touched the gem it turned into armor. That's cool. Toga said. Let's see you in it. Komori. I picked it up and went to my room and put it, then went to the bar. Hair is white, eyes are red and no text. Looking nice kid, really nice. Komori said. You look so cool. Toga started jumping as my thought went to what Jiren said. We'll be seeing one another again. Seems I've got a new friend. Shit. Izuku Yagi POV. I decided to test out the gift, so I left the bar. It was strange, the armor is light but durable and I feel more energized. As I was walking I heard someone shout, "Help me," from a nearby alley. Without much thought I began running into the alley, immediately assessing the situation. There were two people attempting to rob a lady. One had a mole quirk, while the other seemed to be a completely normal human. I quickly determined who was the most immediate threat. I recognized that the mole man was the one who was actually robbing the lady. The normal-looking man, while it didn't seem like he had any quirks, could possibly have a quirk that just doesn't show any visible mutations. The mole man was probably blind, so he'd work off sound and smell. With that info, I ran into the fray. I quickly activated Half Hot in my left hand, while having the scale quirk on both. I launched some fire at the ordinary guy since he was further away. I then attacked the mole man with a close-up punch to the mole man. I hit him where I thought his temple would be. I knew I wasn't likely to knock him out as easily since I barely had any natural muscle on me. Luckily I hit the right spot and he fell fairly easily. Before I knew what was going on, the other man seemed to appear right next to me and attack me. I managed to get my scaled arms up in a block before he hit me. I shot another wave of fire at him. He dodged it, but it gave me the time I needed to get in close enough to get in a good hit. He fell fairly easily, obviously not used to combat. With that, I had finished them both off. Looking back at the lady, I asked, "Are you okay?" "Why, yes, thank you," she said, almost crying. She quickly thanked me and ran away to what assumed was home. I grabbed a nearby bit of rope and tied the two thieves together. I was about to walk away when the mole man woke up. "Guess that's it, huh? Oh, you're awake?" Shocked. "Yeah. I guess you're going to call the police soon, aren't you?" "Yeah. I guess you're going to call the police soon, aren't you?" "Yeah, but did you ever think why we did this?" It was a good question. I didn't have a way to answer it. Just as much of a kid as I thought you were. "Do you want to know why I did this?" he asked. I was tempted to just walk away, but he got me by curiosity. "Why?" I asked. "Because I had to," he told me, which confused me. People with mutation quirks like mine aren't appreciated. We can't get jobs because everyone thinks we're monsters or villains. We have no choice. If we want to have the money to survive, the best we can do is rob people. We'll never be considered people, the best we can get is monsters. I was sympathetic to his problems, but I couldn't let him go and rob more people. I then realized that I could take his quirk. I grabbed his head saying, "Let me try something." Activating all for one, I reached out and let the lighting take his quirk. The same dusty appearance that happened to the man with the scale quirk happened to the man. The mole appearance faded into dust as underneath was a woman. I was caught a little off guard since I thought this person was a man, because of his voice and large stature. I quickly corrected myself. She looked at herself shocked. Then she started to cry. She was so happy. She then thanked me over and over again. I untied her and told her to leave and start a good life, but then I realized she still can't just get a job. "Come with me, I can get you a place to work," I said before turning towards the other guy. I took his quirk and left him to the police, deciding that he most likely didn't have an excuse. "What's your name?" I asked the woman. She looked nervous but answered, "I'm Aoi." "No last name?" It might be a sensitive subject. I decided to not ask about her last name but still talk to her as we went to the bar. She was actually a really sweet girl. "Hey Komori, I got you someone who can work," I said, making Komori turn to see Aoi. "You sure?" she asked, which I nodded to. "All right, we're open in a few minutes, so hurry." I got on the stage now wearing the suit I was given. Gotta look nice for this occasion. I looked over and saw Jiren, who seems to be recording great. I was about to walk up before I saw him. "Dabi, I'm not ready for this. This is not okay." So, breath in, breath out. "You got this." I walk up on stage with my new partner, not Aoi, and get ready to sing. I see all the people file into the bar and getting their drinks. I wait until everyone's done and sitting down, and I walk up to the mic. I think about the song I want to sing, and I know the exact song I want. I take one final breath, grab the mic, and start to sing. "Come on, come around. I've been feeling down. Sick and tired of feeling like I'm living in a ghost town. Come on, come around. Lost and never found. Sick and tired of feeling like I'm living in a ghost town." Everyone went silent. As I sang, I could feel all the memories of my past coming out through the song. My parents neglecting me, my friends, and my sister becoming my bullies, running away, and I couldn't sleep. I wasn't able to see. It's getting harder and harder to breathe. 6 feet buried beneath. And all the dust is following me. And the lights go out. Grit my teeth, shut my mouth. When the night come around, I become a ghost now. "Can anybody hear me? Anybody hear me?" said my new singing partner. Scream into the empty. Partner, into the empty. Somebody come and get me. Come and get me. Get me. Come on, come around. I've been feeling down. Sick and tired of feeling like I'm living in a ghost town. Come on, come around. Lost and never found. Sick and tired of feeling like I'm living in a ghost town. Living in a ghost town. It's like I was haunted, not what I wanted. I'm hearing sounds, nails in my coffin. This is exhausting, leave me for dead. Look what it's costing. I could feel all my emotions spilling out in the form of a song, and it felt relaxing. And the lights go out. Grit my teeth, shut my mouth. When the night come around. I become a ghost now. Left my horrible family, found a place to live, and got a job. Not to mention I saved people. I saved people like a hero, a true hero, not just saving them from villains, but helping them with their other problems too. I helped Himiko with her quirk and helped Komori and Aoi. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Scream into the empty, scream into the empty. Somebody come and get me, come and get me. Come on, come around. I've been feeling down. Sick and tired of feeling like I'm living in a ghost town. Come on, come around. Lost and never found. Sick and tired of feeling like I'm living in a ghost town, yeah. For once in a long time, I felt happy. Living in a ghost town. Ghost town. Come on, come around. I've been feeling down. Sick and tired of feeling like I'm living in a ghost town. Come on, come around. Lost and never found. Sick and tired of feeling like I'm living in a ghost town, yeah. I bowed to the audience as they started to clap, but I wasn't really paying attention to that. I need to talk to him. I need to talk to Dabi. Izuku Yagi's POV. The bar was coming to a close and, during my time of work I was watching Dabi, who was watching back along with Jiren. After closing the door I turned to see Dabi behind me. Hey Dabi, I said, making Dabi glare. He pulled me into a headlock and began rubbing my head violently, as if he were trying to end me by burrowing a hole in my skull, although I could see that he was acting out of kindness. Kid, I've been looking for so long. I had learned to accept Dabi's violent idea of affection over the past few weeks. It was just the way he cared for people or just me dash, and that was all that I needed. Him caring for me, as long as I had someone, anyone really, I didn't mind the tough love. He let me go after a few moments and we laughed a little as I rubbed my head with tenderness and care. I would admit, it was a little painful, but he was my friend, he was my family. It's good to see you again. I'm sorry I didn't go see, I've been busy. I said sheepishly. I didn't tell him what I've done, but I wouldn't ever lie to Dabi, never. Dabi was the first person to treat me like a human being in a long time. He treated me as if I was a part of his family. I haven't been a part of a family in a long time. Though he was a sore loser, it was still fun to hang out with him. Aizu, who's this? I heard Toga, Dabi, and I looked over to see Toga, Aoi, and Komori. This is my first friend Dabi. They calmed down. I turned to see Jiren walking over with a tablet with the words audio only on it. It's good to finally see you, Izuku Yagi. From the tablet came a voice that radiated power. Everyone but Brian seemed to sweat not knowing who was speaking but me. I knew it was all for one. I'd like to ask you something. What is it? What do you want to do with the quirk? He said, making Dabi confused and the others stiffen. What did I want to do with it? You don't know, do you? If you want I could help. All for one said. He would help, why? My quirk is an evil one. As one of the 10 commandments of the Christian religion states, thou shalt not steal, and yet my quirk steals the identity, the very thing that makes a person, their quirks. All for one explained. I posed for a while. I know that, so how can you help me? I know there is deep hatred in you, so I want you to carry out my will. And that is, to destroy this society of heroes. To show that everything will be better under one powerful ruler. To prove them that everyone is equal against a superior being, the man said as he let out a laugh. I couldn't believe it. The very man my Datashinori nearly died to was offering something greater than anything imaginable. The power to destroy the world was being offered to him. Why don't you do it? The injuries your father gave me are too much for me to continue. I can support my body without machines. But I will guide you if you ask for my assistance. You are all for one, right? I'm Yagi Izuku. I'm sick and tired of this world. Sick and tired of heroes. Sick and tired of people who think a cool power makes you good. I will continue your will, Izuku told the man. Lovely. So you want to fill me in on what that was about? Dabi said as Brian left. That was the ruler of the underworld. All for one. Izuku said. And why is he interested in you? Dabi asked. I have his quirk. Izuku said, making Dabi looked at him questioningly. How? That question made everyone look at Izuku. I believe it was from my father's quirk. Izuku said, sounding uncomfortable, saying father. How'd it come from your father? Komori asked. My father's quirk was passed down to him, but the first person to have that quirk was All for One's brother. I believe that some of the quirks slipped in and went to me. Izuku gave a short explanation. And who is your father? Boy asked. Toshinori Yagi, or known to the public All Might, Izuku said, shocking Dabi, Aoi and Komori. Wait, if he has a second quirk, the dash. He only has one, it's called One for All. He was quirkless before he got it. Izuku cut Aoi off. And he neglected you for it? Dabi said with a laugh. So what quirks do you have? Dabi asked, making Izuku take the journal about himself. I missed reading these. Dabi muttered. I have 3 more I haven't written down. Aoi's, which is mole, her partner, which is? Izuku asked. Pocket cloth, he could shrink whatever ends up in a cloth he holds. He also could control what size the cloth was. Aoi explained. Right? And another from Todoroki, Shoto half? Izuku stopped when he saw Dabi's shocked expression. Don't worry, he didn't do anything bad. I stole it by accident. I plan to give it back soon. All right, but remember, kid, everything has a price. Dabi said, giving the book back and leaving. Wait, where you going? Home. All right, Izuku, you can do this. Izuku tried to reassure himself as he snuck into the Todoroki residence. Izuku turned back around and listened for anything that sounded like it could be something. I heard some suspicious noises coming from the kitchen. You wanted to be careful with this. If Endeavor was here, I'd be forced back to the Yagis. I won't go back, Shoto's room. With a final breath, Izuku burst into the room. He saw the Shoto sleeping clearly, and so he reached out his hand and reached out to half hot, half cold, and pushed it from himself into him. The entire process was surprisingly easy, to the point where Shoto wouldn't even realize he had his quirk. Izuku gave Shoto one last glance before he walked away. Everything has a price. Dabi's words came back, and Izuku looked towards the kitchen. And the collector makes sure it's paid? Toshinori Yagi's POV. For the last few months, I had been trying to see if I could find anyone who knew anything about where Izuku went. I didn't have the connections that Aizawa did. That's why he was called. He's an underground hero, one that could talk to the denizens of the criminal underworld without raising alarms. That is one thing daylight heroes cannot do. We're too well known that when we try and talk to the people Aizawa does, they don't trust us. It makes sense, but it doesn't make things any better. I assume Inko's having the same problems. She's a fairly well-known hero who would have more problems than me since she can't transform herself. I wanted to find him so I can apologize and give him One for All so he could be a hero. When I had figured out he had All for One, I was surprised and hesitant about the idea of giving him One for All. How would it mix with his own quirk? Would he end up like the true One for All? I don't think he would. From the few memories I have of him when he was young, he never was one to try and hurt others. Those memories were only reinforced by Izumi's accounts. She said he was always one to try and help others. Even when the ones he was protecting didn't ask for protection, or were previously his bullies, he still helped him. He is a true hero. Until he ended someone. It's a shame that I never saw that before. Maybe if I had, things would have gone better for us. We could have been a family properly. If it weren't for me forgetting the roots of my once quirklessness, we could have been a family. It's all my fault, I thought as I started crying. If I had been a better father to both Izuku and Izumi, wouldn't have had the idea that bullying Izuku into submission would have been a good idea. If I had been a better father, none of this would have happened. I was born quirkless too, and I hated my life. Back then, it wasn't as uncommon to be born quirkless. About 5 were in most classes, but it was still just as taboo. At school, students ignored me, and teachers weren't paid enough to care. I ended up doing all group projects alone, first out in dodgeball, stuff like that. Not bullying per se, just enough to let me know that I wasn't like them and never would be. Honestly, though, I didn't care. What was worse was my family. They cared too much. Suffocated me with love, treated me like I was glass, too delicate to do anything, too fragile to make anything of my life. Their plan for me was to stay with them for the rest of my life, never too far from their sights. They were great but too paranoid to be supportive, and that was the worst feeling. Knowing that the people closest to you thought you were too weak to make anything of your life, or be anyone important. I felt suffocated and alone with all their worrying. I didn't want that kind of life for my son. So, when we found out he was quirkless, I wanted to give him some time to process. That's all I really wanted when I was younger, time to myself. But I suppose somewhere along the way, some time to process must have turned into months and then years. Between tears, I sniffled out Izuku. I'm so sorry. I did the exact opposite of what I had wanted. I didn't want him to feel alone in a room full of friendly faces, but instead he felt alone in a room full of strangers. As I was sitting there feeling guilty, I heard a knock at the door. I wiped my tears, trying to make myself look at least somewhat presentable, and got up and opened the door. Hey/greetings. Uncle Toshi. Two familiar voices were heard by the door. Oh no, they're here. This is the first time I've done something with Toshinori in a while. I tried to make him seem as sorry and miserable as possible while adding new players. Shoto had been alone most of his life. At home or at school, he'd always been surrounded by people, but he never felt really connected to them. Fuyumi and Natsuo tried. He knew that, but they couldn't seem to bridge the distance between themselves and him. Shoto had some vague memories of times when they were all together, but most of his memories at home were of them simply being there, in the house while his dad trained him. They were a part of his life, and yet not a part of his life. School had been a bit different from home. There were always people around him at school, the other students, the teachers, but no one was close. He'd gone. He'd studied and then he'd come home again. He'd tried to make friends, but when it was obvious that he'd be going to UA and the others at middle school weren't, that had put a distance between them. He'd tried with the Bakugos and Izumi Yagi because they were also strong and going to UA, but they were noisy, chaotic, and he'd had no idea how to relate to any of them. But what really pissed him off was they hurt the weak. Well, mostly Izumi's brother, Izuku? Only he shook his head. Only Izuku had actually given him a chance. It was ridiculous, given their history, but there it was. They'd spoken a couple of times, and Shoto thought he was developing a sort of odd friendship with the bullied kid. That didn't mean Shoto expected to be told all his secrets, but the fact Izuku told him of his abuse meant a lot to Shoto. He'd been alone most of his life, he should be used to it, but he wasn't, and he didn't like it. The fact that Izuku and Fuyumi were now. Shoto really wished he wasn't alone. There they were, two people Toshinori cared for so dearly, but he couldn't emotionally handle a visit from the Shimura siblings right now. It's been a while, but we are here. Hana mimics All Might's catchphrase as she floats in. Sis, you forgot to take off your shoes? Right, sorry, been with Star and Dave for too long. You alright, Uncle Toshi? What happened to that smile of yours? Toshinori almost jumped at her words and Tenko stiffened. I'm Tenko Shimura, 19 years old. Back when I was 5, my family was always considered perfect. We were even said to be the happiest family around the neighborhood. The downfall of that perfection started when Grandma died. She was ended by someone we thought was a friend. Dad was devastated, but not as much as Uncle Toshi. He was her student who was basically adopted by Nana after a while. His real family was ended and still wanted to help people. Me and Hana wanted to be like that. A few years later, our father took his life. With a smile on his face, our mother had to take care of us and her parents. She was stressed, far too stressed. Uncle Toshi helped with some debts and helped Mom get a decent job. When we graduated high school, we went to America. Hana became Star and Stripes' Kid Kick, and I became a detective. It was easy with my quirk. Mind reading? That's why I am scared. But why is Izuku gone? And it was because of Uncle Toshi? What did you do to Izuku? Tenko said, bleeding from his hands. What's going on, bro? Hana said, confused, but knows Uncle Toshi did something to Izuku. Tank was stopped by the door opening, reviling Izumi and Inko. The Shimura family is alive. Well, most of them, laughing face, and Tenko knows something's wrong, so how will he deal with the news? But the bigger question, why are they alive and Tenko isn't Tamura? And what will they do once they find out? Find out in the next chapter. Oh, Tenko, Hana. It's been forever. Inko said, not noticing Tenko's glare. I'm sorry we couldn't meet you at the airport. We've been a mess lately, so how was your flight? There we go. What did you do? Tenko asked once more, quietly, but sharply. Looking down shamefully, Izumi kept quiet, but after a few moments, She began to speak again. I just wanted him to stop talking about Yue. She began. He was quirkless for crying out loud. And villains don't play fair. They're brutal, merciless, and soulless. Trying to become a hero would have done more harm than good because there is nothing he would be able to do against power-hungry villains. He would have only gotten himself ended during his first fight. I mean, look at Dad. His injury is a great example. He's all might, the strongest hero ever. Number 1. And yet, up against a villain, he still lost half of your respiratory system in a fight. She paused. All I meant to do was show him that. I never meant for things to get so out of hand. Show him? What do you mean by that? Hana questioned her cautiously. She instantly clammed up, but her silence was explained enough. The image of Izuku having bruises and looking starved and weak and another with him ending someone went through Toshinori's mind. Izumi was trying to show him that without a quirk, he would have stood no chance. She must have given him those bruises. Tenko felt sick to his stomach. After a long pause, he began to speak again. How could you? I asked softly. The bruises, that was you, right? Looking away, she nodded cautiously. How couldn't they notice? The phone calls without Izuku, them just talking about her, and did Izuku even get the gifts they sent? It doesn't matter what you thought, Hana said, starting to raise her voice a notch. You hurt him, she continued. So where is he? He shouldn't be here if you want him back. The Yagis looked down in shame. Toshinori looked more like a skeleton than ever. He's gone, we don't know where he is. I'm sorry, Izumi said, about to collapse. They sat in silence for what felt like hours as Tenko stared at the fireplace. He was trying to figure out how this happened. Toshinori isn't one to do this. I need a drink, Tenko said, leaving the Yagis with Hana, but she wasn't done. What do you mean was quirkless? They all froze. It seems Toshinori couldn't bring himself to say it, but he has all for one, Izumi said, making Hana tremble and Tenko freeze. Aizu has his power, the one who ended Grandma. What is going on? The Shimuras though. How? Tenko and Hana both yelled. The Shimura siblings know what happens and know are going to be looking for Izuku, but he has all for one the same quirk of the one that ended their grandma and drove their dad to suicide. How will this go and what will they do once they find Izuku? Find out in this book someday. Izuku Yagi's POV. I was having a nice nap when my late-night alarm went off. I didn't want to get up, but the thought of the alarm waking up Toga was enough for me to wake up and turn it off. After a month of living in the tavern, we started to set up our beds so they were right next to each other. We did this because of my nightmares. I tend to wake up in the middle of the night terrified with no idea where I was. I would dream I was still with the Yagis. Toga somehow always knew when I was having a bad dream and woke up to comfort me. I didn't like it at first. I didn't want to be a bother and make her wake up just to help me with some silly dreams, but she always shushed me and said that it was her turn to help me. To be honest, it did help. Whenever I would have nightmares back when I was with the Yagis, there would be no one to help me and I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep. I had to keep quiet while I was asleep or having a nightmare because otherwise, Izumi would beat me later at school because I woke her up. Ever since I met Toga, though, she was always there to help me. She was so amazing. I didn't deserve her. Since I usually woke her up with my nightmares, I would always shut off my alarm before she woke up so she could get some sleep. I got dressed in some normal clothes before walking down to the bar. Hey boss. Aizu, the stage is already set up for you. Let's see what kind of song you have today, Komori said while wiping down a glass with her new quirk, Tattoo Wings. I walked up to the stage and took my place by the mic. Nearly the entire bar had turned to watch me. Most of the people who went here were regulars and knew who I was. I felt multiple eyes looking on me with either anticipation of my song or confusion as to why a child was singing at a bar late at night. There was something off about tonight though. I felt a gaze that seemed different from the rest. I shook it off and started singing. Tenko's POV. I was at a bar later at night with Hana. After dealing with the Yagis, we decided to not feel feeling anymore. We sat down and she ordered beer, some small burgers and fries for both of us. We were just talking while eating before we heard a "Hey boss" come from the entrance. Neither of us thought much of it. It was just a worker coming in for their shift or something. It wasn't until the entire bar seemed to go quiet that we finally noticed something was happening. Looking around, we noticed a stage set up and a kid that looked like Izuku but with white hair and red eyes as upon it. I was confused for a second before I was enraged. Why was this child in a bar? I was going to go up and talk to the woman behind the bar before the child started to sing. As the child was singing, I could hear the sorrow in his voice. He wasn't just singing a song. He was singing with actual feeling behind it. But what really sold was his thoughts. He was Izuku. He got a job at a bar. Thinking it over, it seemed to click in my mind. This is the last place pro heroes or the police would look. Not many kids would be willing to go to a sketchy part of town, much less get a job at a bar. Whispering over to Hana, "That's Izuku." She looked at me confused for a second before finally processing what I said, whispering back, "What? He probably got some changing quirk, but it's him, I know it's him. But what do we do moving forward?" Those words made me think before getting an answer. "We'll say hi and let him be." I was cut off by a "what?" from Hana. As I was going to say, I said with her looking down embarrassed, "He's not likely to trust us. So we'll apologize for not being there and let him make his path?" I said, holding back some tears. "He's really good. I wonder if he'd play the American anthem for Star and her brothers." Hana said, making a childish think pose. "Maybe," I said, "maybe. I need another drink." I began to pull Hana to the door to following Izuku. After exiting the alleyway, we saw him walking into an alleyway. We moved quickly to catch up. Just as we turned into the alley, a stream of fire rushed past us. With shock evident on my face, I looked to my side to see the kid asking, "Who are you and why are you following me?" "Izuku, it's me. Tenko," I yelled, not wanting to get burned. "Oh my god, Tenko, is Hana with you? I am so sorry for almost burning you. I thought you were a stalker or a villain. I couldn't see you in the darkness. I'm so sorry." "It's no big deal, you seem to have good control over it too," Hana said like it was a child throwing a ball. "We found out what happens. I'm sorry I didn't notice sooner," I said, bowing and letting tears fall down. "It's all right, it wasn't your fault." Izuku said, his eyes glowing. "I'm guess they told you everything?" "Wait, we know of your end and quirk and that girlfriend of your," Hana said, beginning to tease. Izuku screwed. "Www, she isn't my girlfriend, she's just so Mia helped and she helped me and Noah live to theranditnet like hidden like her Shria Liperdia." Izuku became a flushed mess before stopping. "Are you gonna take me back?" "Izuku. But we aren't, we're here to wish you good luck," I said, a smile wiping away my tears. "Of course I'll kick your butt if you get too big," Hana said, showing her hero license. I read Izuku's mind and saw he was uncurtain. "You can take my quirk if you don't believe us?" That made Izuku stiffen and he had a crazed look. Izuku Yagi's POV. I woke up in my bedroom trying to ignore the pain of Izumi's last round of beatings. Katsuki had hurt me pretty bad. I got up and went over to where I kept the stronger pills. Normally, a kid would have a hard time getting their hands on this type of medication. It isn't exactly legal for even an adult to have this, which is why I keep it under the floorboards where nobody can find it. Not that I think anyone would be looking. I looked at the pills and checked how many I should take. 2 pills for an adult. So since I'm younger, I should only take 1? I think that's right. I took the pill and was going to put the bottle back where it belongs. I took another look at the bottle before taking another 2 pills. Soon enough, I felt the pain of my wounds numbing as my mind went all fuzzy, but in a good way. I smiled, proud of my actions as I cleaned up my latest burns and any cuts I could find. I usually only take these pills if I'm really hurt. I take more if I think today's going to be a particularly bad day. If I'm going to die, I don't want to die of an infection that would be painful and would leave me unable to take care of myself. Mom and Dad haven't gone in my room since I was 4, so it's not like they'd notice. Even if they did, I doubt they'd care. Maybe Izumi and her friends would notice the distinct lack of a punching bag. Though considering how good I've gotten at avoiding her and her friends, I doubt she'd notice for a while. Maybe that one idea would work. Actually, never mind. I don't have the money to buy the rope, not to mention I don't know how to tie a hangman's knot. I put on the cleanest uniform I have and got ready for school, still feeling that nice fuzzy sensation in my head. Before I knew it, I was at school. Soon enough I was getting my daily beat down. That's the downside of taking too many pills. It makes me unable to reliably run away. This continued throughout the day. That is until the end of the day. I left school though something didn't feel right. It felt like I was being watched. I knew better than to not trust my gut. I decided to leave my iPod in the tree and hope someone doesn't take it. As I was walking down the street, I was suddenly grabbed from a nearby alley. It was Katuki that grabbed me. He threw me to the ground and started kicking me, saying, "What was that you said in class today, nerd? Do you really think a useless do you like you can be a hero?" Don't make me laugh. I was trying to think of what he was talking about, but I couldn't think of anything. I guess the drugs made it harder for me to tell what was happening. Before I knew it, there were 4 more feet stomping on me. Shitty D thinks he can be a hero. You do better as a doormat. What a pathetic waste of space. Why did I have to be related to a shitty useless Deku like you, said Izumi. Her voice hurt worse than any of the others. It hurts when it comes from a bully, but it hurts so much worse when it comes from your own flesh and blood. As I was thinking this, I felt the familiar feeling of Izumi's telekinesis pick me up. Then a rush of force and heat was launched into my stomach. An explosion. I could feel a trickle of blood, but I didn't get to think about that for too long. Soon enough I felt a wave of cold go over the spot I was just blasted in. Whether it was the pills, the pain, or my crying, I couldn't see who it was that attacked me, though I assumed it was a Bakugo followed by a Todoroki. As I heard footsteps walking away, I heard, "Shitty Deku thinks he can be a hero. You need to WAKEUP. WAKEUP. Wake up, Izuku." I heard Toga yell as I awoke with a start reaching heavily. I looked to my right to see her looking at me crying. "Himiko?" I asked, trying to console her. "Himiko, why are you crying?" "Why, you were thrashing in your sleep. You were crying and whispering. You kept begging someone to stop. Izuku, are you okay?" I made Toga cry. I'm such a shitty person, making my friend cry over me. "Yeah, Toga, I'm fine dash." That broke me. I started to cry with her. Spilling my guts, I told her everything that happened. When I was done, she grabbed me, pulling me into a hug. "I'm sorry you had to go through that, Izuku, but you're safe now. You got me, and I'll make sure they never lay another finger on you ever again. I promise." I didn't want to get my hopes up. I know that soon enough she'll see what everyone else does and she'll leave me. Despite thinking this, I couldn't shake the feeling of safety. When she hugs me, looks at me with those beautiful yellow cat-like eyes, or that sharp, amazing smile, I can't help but feel like she's being honest. I can remember a few times where one of my classmates said they'd help me only to turn on me later. Though this looked like one of those times, it didn't feel like it. This felt genuine. I just hope Himiko stays. God, I hope she does. I decided that Izuku's backstory wasn't tragic enough, so I wanted to make it seem like his backstory was worse. Also, I think it makes sense for a near-suicidal and anxiety-stricken kid who is in that situation to try anything that might ease the pain, even when he knows for a fact that it's hurting him. So if you were wondering why Izuku hid the strong pain ender when he had normal pain enders out, was to hide them from himself. Next, Izuku talks with All for One. In a dimly lit room, the chessboard sat between Izuku Yagi and All for One, each piece representing a strategic move in their ongoing game of chess. The tension was palpable, thick with the weight of their conversation. All for One leaned back, fingers steepled, observing the young villain before him with a calculating gaze. "Your move, Izuku?" All for One said, his voice smooth yet laden with underlying menace. "Let's discuss the heroes and how you plan to take their place." Izuku studied the board, his mind racing. Taking them down won't be easy. They've built a system that relies on their quirks and public image. We need a strategy that undermines that foundation. "All true," All for One replied, moving a pawn forward. "But first, we need to determine what kind of quirk you would require to take control effectively. Something that can sway public perception, instill fear, and build a new order." Izuku's brow furrowed. "We need something that not only counters their strengths but also turns the tide of public opinion. A quirk that can manipulate emotions, fear, adoration, or even loyalty, could be essential." "All excellent points," All for One said, nodding. "Imagine a quirk that can project illusions, making it seem as though you're performing heroic deeds while undermining the real heroes. You could build a persona that resonates with the masses. True, Izuku acknowledged. But we also need to identify who could replace the current heroes. Not just anyone can fill that role, they need to resonate with the public and have the strength to back it up. Perhaps former sidekicks or lower-ranked heroes, All for One suggested, moving a knight into position. Those who've been overlooked, who harbor resentment toward the established order. You could offer them a chance to rise while simultaneously dismantling their former idols. That could work, Izuku said, considering the implications. We could recruit those who have the skills but lack recognition. They would be eager to prove themselves, and with the right push, they could sway public opinion in our favor. You understand the importance of perception. With a well-orchestrated campaign, you could create a narrative that frames the heroes as outdated, as obstacles to progress. A quirk that allows you to manipulate media or even the minds of influential figures could amplify that narrative. I could create doubt in the public's mind about their heroes, Izuku mused, moving his rook strategically. If we can make the citizens question the reliability and morality of those in power, we can start to chip away at their influence. Precisely, All for One replied, a smile creeping onto his face. But you'll also need a powerful front line. Something that can deal with the delusional. You mean like them? Izuku turned to tanks full of no-mu monsters, creatures with their brains exposed. Powerful creatures and extremely loyal, but you do need people, real people that will follow you. All for One said, contemplating the board and the game unfolding before them. Your ambition is commendable, Izuku. With the right quirks and strategies, you could reshape society in ways we've only dreamed of. Quirks aren't everything. All for One laughed at what Izuku said. It's true, but you don't believe that, do you? All for One said, moving a piece with deliberate precision. And as we do, remember, every move matters. The future is at stake, and only the strongest will survive. As the chess game continued, Izuku felt the gravity of their conversation pressing down on him. Each piece on the board became a symbol of the choices he would have to make, the allies he would need to gather, and the heroes he would need to dismantle. He was no longer just playing a game. He was strategizing for a new world order, ready to take the first steps into a future he had the power to shape. Then let's do it, Izuku declared, moving his knight into a pivotal position. Let's take the first steps toward building a new order. All for One chuckled softly, every revolution has its sacrifices. Are you prepared to make those sacrifices? Izuku met his gaze, feeling the weight of the question. I'll do what it takes to protect those who can't protect themselves. But I won't lose sight of what's right. An admirable sentiment, All for One said, a hint of approval in his voice. But remember, power must be wielded with an iron fist. Drive can only go so far. Control is essential. The heroes have used their image to maintain order, and it's your job to dismantle that image. We can't just rely on fear. We need to offer hope and a vision for the future. A world where quirks are no longer used as tools of oppression and show of power but as instruments of progress. Fear is a powerful motivator, All for One replied. We'll need to create a climate where dissent is discouraged. If we can instill fear in those who oppose us, they will think twice before challenging your new regime. All for One was quite proud of him. He was also for once in his long life grateful to All Might, for it was his rejection that acted as the final nail in the coffin that brought Izuku's brilliant mind to the villain's side. It was because of this that the scarred man decided for the first time to be both kind and cruel, by saying something this boy's probably never heard his entire life. I believe you will accomplish great things with this plan. What? Izuku asked in disbelief. Did he hear that correctly? I said I believe in you. All for One couldn't see it, but he could hear the small sounds of a choked sob. Izuku fell to his knees, gripping the front of his shirt tightly. It was a very kind-hearted thing the older man did, to give this boy back the hope that was taken away, but at the same time it was cruel that a villain of all people was the one to do it. Didn't exactly paint a better picture of the world, did it? A world where heroes reject him for being powerless but villains praise him for his brilliance. It's all backwards. Believe in me, Izuku whispered while wiping his eyes. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, Sensei smiled. Now then, I would like you to bar my name. Your name? Shigaraki. It's my last name. I doubt you'd want to keep Yagi, unless you want to completely change your name? All for one said as a man made of black mist was walking with a yellow-winged Nomu which was pushing a cart with 4 tanks with purple liquid. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ceremony. The air was filled with laughter and joy, a stark contrast to the weight in my chest. Today was supposed to be a celebration, my wedding to Inko. Yet, as I looked around at the gathered friends and family, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Nana stood nearby, her smile radiant as she chatted with my beloved. She looked happy, a warmth emanating from her that made me feel momentarily at ease. Beside her, Gran Torino was cracking jokes, making the kids laugh. I cherished these moments, knowing they were precious and fleeting. We made our vows as I prepared to kiss Inko. A sudden chill swept through the crowd, an unnatural shift that silenced the laughter. My instincts flared, and I turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows. All for one, his presence dark and foreboding. My heart sank. I hadn't expected this day to be tainted by his appearance. Surprised to see me, Toshinori? He sneered, his voice dripping with malice. I couldn't let such a joyous occasion pass without making my presence known. What scared everyone was the face that was being piled off. It was Ken Shigeki. The tension in the air was palpable. Inko's eyes widened in fear, and I felt a surge of protectiveness rise within me. This was not how today was supposed to go. I would not allow him to ruin it. Nana, Gran Torino, I called, my voice steady despite the chaos brewing inside me. We can't let him disrupt this day. Nana's expression hardened, and I could see her resolve. We've faced him before. We'll do it again. Nana and Gran Torino's outfit changed from wedding clothes to their hero costumes. Gran Torino nodded, his demeanor shifting into that of a seasoned hero ready for battle. Let's send this creep packing. Inko get the other 2 safety, I said, and Inko left with the guests. As we took our positions, the weight of the moment pressed down on me. This was supposed to be a day of love. Yet here I was, facing the embodiment of everything I fought against. I could feel the energy crackling in the air, a battle about to erupt. Enough of this. All for one declared, his voice booming. You think you can protect what's precious to you? You've already lost so much. He lunged forward and instinct took over. I met him head-on, my fists igniting with the power of one for all. The impact reverberated through my body, but I stood my ground. He snarled, meeting all might again in the air. The number 1 hero's expression hadn't changed. He was still showing off his hatred. Really, the holders of his brother's quirk were so uptight. All for one toyed with the idea of simply flying away, but no, that would not solve anything. Instead, he lowered himself to the ground. He ignored the spectators watching from the other buildings. That was just like the heroes. They performed a big time and then something happens without seeing the safety of civilians. Well, their deaths would not be on his conscience. The instant he touched down, All Might attacked. The brief pause had let him gather several quirks. 3 basic strength enhancement quirks, reinforcement, steel rivets and a few others so that when the number 1 hero swung at him, he was ready to counter it. The shockwave ricocheted out. Windows shattered. All for one paid them no mind as he swung again. Another shockwave emanated from them. The road cracked but neither relented. Neither could relent. Hisashi brought his other arm around. All Might caught it and they tested each other's strength. All for one smiled. It appeared the buffoon was even more straightforward than his predecessor. Strength-wise, they seemed about equal. He shook his head as the number 1 hero pulled back. He sniffed and unbuttoned his jacket. You are a typical example of a hero today, Hisashi said conversationally. You care so much about your job and reputation that you fail to care. All Might threw another punch. All for one dodged, raising one eyebrow at the force of the punch. The air was compressed and the shockwave pressed against his side. It didn't damage him, but it was a warning. All Might charged again. Ground spear, All for one murmured as he activated the quirk. The cracked road twisted upwards, forming spears that lanced their way towards the charging hero. It broke his momentum, allowing All for One to throw his own punch. Like All Might's, there was a compression wave that followed in its wake. He managed to hit the number one hero, driving him backwards. Tapping his foot, Hisashi drove more spears after the hero, but the man punched through them. Through the noise of that, Hisashi could hear more glass breaking and hear some screams. Some of the spectators had been injured. He'd be blamed for that, and everyone would ignore the fact he'd been at the office and hadn't instigated this. Not that it bothered him, not really. You can avoid that fate, Hisashi continued. All you need to do is give me back what is mine. Give me back the last connection I have to my brother. I will give you a compensatory quirk and years of peace if that's what you want. For my brother's quirk, I am prepared to negotiate. Never! All Might screamed and charged. He kept his strength quirks activated as he met All Might's charge, and they exchanged several blows. All for One hardened his skin and then applied another quirk he quite liked. Electric Skin. The resulting shock to the number one hero was satisfying but was not enough to completely take him out. It was enough to stun him slightly, allowing All for One to get in a solid hit. He sent the hero through several buildings, ignoring the noise and screams as dust rose from the hole, and they shook. All for One tapped the ground, activating a speed quirk to barrel after All Might. It would be best to follow up on his superior position. The man proved he was a reasonable fighter because even as he flew through the air he had righted himself. His arm reached out and he slowed his trajectory by trying to grip several concrete pillars. They shattered as he flew by, but it did have the desired effect. All for One raised his fist as he came close, throwing another punch. All Might was ready for it and they exchanged several more blows, slowing down to the point where they were actually in a building. The people had the sense to run. He saw All Might gather one of his smashed punches. Texas Smash. The hero screamed. All for One darted forward and gave an uppercut to All Might's arm. It redirected the smash straight into the building above them. He then leapt backwards as the ceiling cracked and shattered and fell down. All for One knew exactly what damage All Might's punch would cause. The hero did as well, so it was slightly surprising when he chose to follow All for One, rather than trying to mitigate the damage. They exchanged more punches. The shock waves shattered more glass and destroyed cars and the fascia of buildings. The hero was careful with his punches now, and was watching for the telltale spark from All for One's electric skin quirk. As he backed up, All for One pulled another quirk to the fore. He made an open motion, as if he was throwing, and released the quirk. Rivet Stab was an odd quirk. It allowed him to stab others, but if he wanted he could stab them without causing damage. He wanted damage this time. He wanted every bit of damage he could cause. His fingers didn't actually extend with the quirk, even if it looked that way, and the sharp points focused on All Might. The hero was predictable and simply punched them away, but it cost him time, which let All for One change quirks. He called two to him, Beast Claw and Poison Fang. The combination gave him poisonous claws as well as fangs, except he already knew he wasn't going to be able to bite the hero. Nana's voice broke through my focus. Toshinori! Behind you! I spun just in time to block a powerful strike aimed at my back, but the force of it sent me staggering. All for One took advantage, his laughter echoing in my ears. You're losing your edge, symbol of peace. How long can you keep this up? But it was the sight of Nana, engaged in a fierce duel with All for One, that sent a jolt of fear through me. I watched as she landed blows with precision, but I could see the toll it was taking on her. Even heroes had their limits. Stay focused, Nana, I shouted, desperation creeping into my voice. I'm fine. Just keep him busy, she yelled back, but I could hear the strain in her tone. Gran Torino was still in the fight, darting around like a pinball, landing quick jabs. But All for One was relentless, his dark aura swallowing everything in its path. I could feel the dread in my gut intensifying as I sensed that our chances of winning were slipping away. Get out of the way! Gran Torino yelled suddenly, forcing me to divert my attention. A massive energy blast erupted from All for One, and instinctively, I threw myself in the path to shield my friends. The blast hit with a force that sent me crashing to the ground. Pain exploded through my body, but I forced myself to rise. I needed to stand, needed to keep fighting, But as I regained my footing, the scene around me had shifted. Nana had been caught off guard. In a brutal moment that felt like time slowed, all for one struck her down. I watched in horror as she crumpled to the ground, her breath escaping in a ragged gasp. The laughter stopped. Everything around us faded as that moment hung in the air. "No!" I shouted, the sound tearing from my throat like a wounded animal. It was as if the world had shattered around me, the joy of the day collapsing into darkness. Gran Torino's eyes widened with shock, and I could see the anguish mirrored on his face. We had fought side by side, and now this was what it meant to lose everything. "Toshinori! We have to go!" Gran Torino's voice broke through the haze of grief, urgency propelling him forward. "We can't let this be the end. We have to protect Inko." I shook my head, the reality sinking in like a lead weight. "No. I can't leave her. Not like this. Become a symbol. All Might, it's your turn." I reached out as I was being dragged by Gran Torino. "Please, master." What a delectable tragedy this turned out to be. The Yagi family were on a high. Today was the day that the family would go see the doctor to talk about and see if they were to get quirks. The two in question of quirks were the two little bundles of joy that one Inko and Toshinori were over the moon to be blessed with them in their lives. They decided to have a celebration and invite all of their closest friends and let them know that their little girl was going to be something big someday. It was shortly after the appointment and they got home to find that everything had been done up, courtesy of Inko of course. There was sandwiches, drinks for the parents, winky face, just a whole-ass buffet. There was many smiles and a lot of laughs. It was special time for most, as with most of their work schedules, they weren't able to meet up like this, all together and have a laugh. Good times. The whole Yagi family were smiling and dancing with friends as they shared drinks and caught up with them all. Well, I say the whole Yagi family. Izuku couldn't be seen anywhere downstairs. The boy was up in his room, currently sitting in his room thinking of everything. Things a boy his age should be thinking of. It was all getting to him. Some tears started to drop as Izuku couldn't help but think, was this it? Was his dream done without it even starting? Izuku was that in his thoughts that he never noticed the person that had been knocking on his door and had now entered. "Izuku buddy. You in here?" Springing his head up, Izuku began to wipe away the tears and not be found crying like some baby. Eyes focusing on the person in front of him, he tried to give off a smile but it didn't hit its mark. Hey auntie. It was the one and only Mitsuki Bakugo. Kaken and Masaki's mother. Now they weren't related by blood but from a very young age, Izuku always referred to her as his aunt, which warmed the women's heart where she didn't have a problem with it and gladly accepted the title from Izuku. Mitsuki had walked in the room to see little Izuku at the foot of his bed. Eyes red and a face that made her heart tighten. A sad look crept onto the woman's face. "Oh Izuku." Making her move, Mitsuki sat down at the foot of the bed and brought her left arm around Izuku, bringing him into a half hug, comforting him. Although he continued to hold it all in. He wouldn't want to burden his aunt with himself. I heard what happened. Are you all right?" The boy only gave a shy nod as he moved his face away from hers. "You sure?" "I'm okay." "Will people hate me?" The question hit Mitsuki like a truck. "What? Why would people hate you?" "Because I'm quirkless." "What about mom and dad? Will they still love me?" She was having trouble even gaining her thoughts but wasn't going to give up on her Izuku, not today of all days. "No, people won't hate you. Sure people do, but the only thing that matters is that they who do not hate on you for being quirkless. And don't ever ask that. Your mother and father will always love you. Always, and I promise you that." Izuku gave her a nod as he took the answer of hers to heart and believed it. Although still feeling the mood was at an all-time low, Mitsuki tried to bring it up. She always could with Izuku. So with a small gleam in her eyes, she decided to break out her secret weapon. "Well, downstairs is wild. Your mother got her hands on some wine whispers, and let me tell you, she cannot for the life of her handle that. I think she'll put your father through the effing table." "Oh sorry. Now Izuku was used to Mitsuki's cursing, but since he was young she found out that it would trigger a laugh out of him. That was her secret weapon to always bring him up. It was flawless, he would just need to laugh. He always did. But nothing came. And Mitsuki didn't like it. But she didn't want to push on it and make it worse. She loved Izuku and would never want to pressure the boy. Now are you sure? Izuku only gave another shy nod which hurt her more. Well, okay. And don't you worry, there's some cake on your desk, and don't think no one's here with you. I'm a phone call away, you hear. To talk, listen, or even if you're in the cells, I'm here. With saying her piece, Mitsuki smiled slightly as she gave little Izuku a quick kiss on the forehead as she made her way back down to the party. Izuku continued to sit there as he hated not telling his auntie everything, but it was the right thing to do. He wouldn't burden anyone. Never. He climbed into bed and continued to lay there waiting to sleep as he looked to the stars. A pen writing across a sheet of paper. A clock ticking on the wall of a small office. 3 occupants, a petitioner and a husband and wife. Or, in a few moments, former husband and wife. As of October 23rd on this year, are the married couple present today still in agreement that the decision to move forward with this? A female petitioner with long red hair asked to the Bakugo couple who were seated on the other side of desk. On said desk was a dreaded sheet of paper that has been long thought of and long feared for a while now, today becoming more of a reality than the couple would have preferred. That the two of you are in unanimous agreement to sign this document agreeing to your new marital status? Both Mitsuki, dressed in a black button-up long sleeve with pencil skirt stockings and heels, and Masaru wearing an all-black suit gave uneasy looks to each other, hesitant for the both of them to say what they want to say, yet knowing this was a few years coming. A divorce. Ever since the revival of their kids bullying Izuku Yagi, things have slowly but evidently taken a steady pace downhill in terms of status and connection between the Bakugos. There were no arguments, no outbursts, no yelling at each other like other couples might do when having a fallout in their relationship, but even with the absence of unceasing yelling and heated anger, the evidence of a loss in love was still there. The warmth of a once colorful and vibrant home now turned into a silent residence with dull colors and gray-colored skies. This stemmed back to even the early childhood days of their offspring. Ever since Katsuki's quirk came into play and the spoils of affection and awe showered on him, Mitsuki became worried that the drunkenness of his quirk combined with the spoiled privileges from those around him would breed a child only focused on them and them alone. If it didn't have anything to do with them, then what was the point of even bothering with it kind of mindset? She wasn't stupid. She saw how Katsuki revealed in the eyes and cheers of his peers and how it tainted him at such a young age. He became cocky and stupid, brash with a hair trigger of showing out his ego even when the time least called for it. Masaki was more manageable but still spoiled. Mitsuki wanted somebody along the lines of a therapist, but not entirely. Not somebody who was classified as a therapist or psychiatrist, just somebody who would be there to help guide her son to a more well-mannered and calmer state that didn't revolve around his explosion quirk. Somebody who could show that not everybody would pamper him and shower him with words of appraisal on how strong his quirk is or how amazing of a hero he's going to be when he gets older. She's not saying they should demean him into thinking he can't be a great hero obviously, but just wanting to have the right person to speak with him and push away that brash idiocy of youth. She tries her best at home, but as for the other side of the loving couple, their viewpoint was a little different on the state of their son. For Masaru, he did not want that sort of therapist around for the fear that Katsuki would instead take his loud-mouthed abrasiveness and turn it against that person. The shame and disappointment the father would feel knowing that his son was responsible for quite possibly making that person's life more of a hell than what it already was would be the death of him. And it's not that he and his wife didn't try to do anything about it either, because they certainly have tried many times in the past to get their son Katsuki into toning it down. They've tried speaking with him several times, and for a short while those talks did manage to stick to him for a good little bit after they occurred, about a good week or so, where it gave them hope in seeing that his behavior might improve. But hope turned into false hope when his usual abrasiveness would come swarming back before they knew it, and their attempts at making their son a kinder person went straight down the drain. Mitsuki wanted a specialized handler that could help in their plight to fix Katsuki's spoiled shroud. Masaru didn't out of fear thinking their son would turn against that handler with his ego. This disagreement between the two of them has at times led to heated arguments whenever their son wasn't home, the wife and husband even going so far as to yell at each other like they were the ones to blame for their son's behavior. Masaru blamed Mitsuki for her assertiveness and loud-mouthed angry bee of a behavior. Mitsuki blamed Masaru for his much tamer explosion quirk that evolved into the one their son currently has, and that as a father he should have taken it upon himself to teach Katsuki the meaning of restraint the moment his quirk developed at the age of 4. This went on for years behind the son's back, Katsuki oblivious to the amount of yelling and screaming that had gone down in his home while he was at school. When Izuku went missing, the barely functional glue broke. Mitsuki would sulk in her room over the pictures and memories of Izuku when he was but a little baby, Masaru remaining downstairs in the kitchen with the Bakugo twins. They rarely consulted with each other, only acknowledging each other when crossing paths or if something of high importance came up in their mail. The spark that held Masaru and Mitsuki together had been flushed, and slowly they felt the love of each other whisk away into the air like leaves dancing in the autumn breeze. Except this kind of dance was one of heartache and grief. There would be no happy endings here. Years of this separation occurred, and one day, Masaru approached Mitsuki with a dreaded idea that neither of them wanted but knew it was coming. He talked about how dead and empty their marriage had turned, and seeing his wife be unhappy in the same household as him broke him because of how bright her smile used to be back in the old days. Knowing that their arguments in the past all led up to this chasm, he brought up the proposition of divorce in hopes that Mitsuki could find somebody that would make her happy again. Somebody that, unlike him, she wouldn't have to argue with when it came to her loved ones. At first she was hesitant for his sake because of how unattractive other women would consider her husband to be. He wasn't exactly the greatest looking guy in the room, but to her he was enough. And now, after thinking it over night, after night, after night, after more nights, and after even more nights than that, it arrived. The decision to move forward. Masaru gulped, taking a deep breath and clenching onto the thighs of his slacks before nodding subtly. Please. We are, in agreement to this. And Mrs. Bakugo, the petitioner, turned to the blonde woman. Do you agree to the statement that is being proclaimed here today? She sighed, a glum look accompanying her nod as well. Yes, I am. Very well. This document that you will sign now is an official document stating that the court was responsible for the issuing of your divorce, and the return of your maiden name along with an identification card that will be sent to you in the mail within a few business days. If there are no other comments or questions to be made, please sign on the line above your respective names. The petitioner rotated the paper around to be facing Mitsuki and Masaru, a pen laying diagonally across the sheet as it lay in wait for the first of the two to sign their official separation. The husband was the first to hesitantly move as he leaned forward and took the pen, etching his signature onto a small line on the bottom right corner of the paper where his name had been typed in print format. Once he was done, he grimaced at the sight of his name on a divorce paper before putting the pen down and sliding it to the left to be in front of Mitsuki. A pit formed in her stomach, her heart being tightened as she too picked up the pen and began signing her name over a line on the bottom left-hand side of the paper. The moment she finished was the hardest moment for her to swallow this new way of life for her moving forward, but if this dreaded day meant a new possibility for the both of them to move on and find happiness again, so be it. Your names have been signed onto the document, and as of today the two of you will no longer be considered married in the system. I am very sorry that whatever has occurred in your lives led up to this point, and I hope that whatever routes you may take from this day forward will lead you to find better days and happiness. I will be printing this document and sending it twice to both of you, one being sent digitally and the other will be sent through the mail as a physical copy within the next days as well. Have a good day. The now divorced couple stood from their seats, Masaru moving to open a door and hold it open as he followed behind Mitsuki into a long and quiet office-like hallway with several doors on each side of the hall. Neither of them spoke, nor did they give any sort of eye contact to each other, but the emotional vibe emanating off the both of them was enough to truly convey how they both felt about this. Neither of them were jumping for joy, neither of them had any plans of instantly going out into the world and finding the love that might be able to bring back the feeling of love that they experienced in this marriage. It would take time, patience, and the motivation to rekindle themselves and look forward to what is hopefully a better future. For the both of them. At the end of the corridor were two double-glass doors that led into the outside, the skies being a cloudy gray with a somewhat high chance of rain being possible to fall soon. Again Masaru held a door open for Mitsuki to step out first, the man following shortly after. For a moment they paused, sighing and nervously fidgeting with themselves before managing the strength to lock eye contact with each other. Guess this is it then, Masaru said, his voice obviously choked and difficult to push through. The show's over, Mitsuki replied with an attempt to make it somewhat easier for the both of them. But they knew that no matter what was said here today, it wouldn't ever be. It was perfect while it lasted. Why, you really made things a lot more lively in my life, and whoever it is that you find next to be happy with, just hope that they know how lucky they are to have you. Like I was lucky. The same goes for you, Masaru. You're kind and sweet. There's not a lot of that to go around these days, so whoever it is that you try to find happiness with, make sure you let them know how deserving they are to have somebody like you in their life. 'Kay? He nodded, both of them not saying a word before simultaneously closing in for a hug. Mitsuki clenched the upper area of his back and buried her face into his shoulder, Masaru holding onto the middle area of her back tightly. They remained this way for several long moments, cherishing the feeling of holding each other one last time before they hesitantly and slowly broke apart with the woman drying a tear away from her left eye. And that was it for them. "I'll see you around, I guess," Masaru stated as he walked backwards and turning to head back home. "Good luck, Mitsuki." "Yeah. Good luck to you too, Masaru." She waved her former husband goodbye as he formed a wobbly smile before turning away from her and returning back to their once peaceful domain. Now taken up by the residents of sadness and isolation. Mitsuki's wave grew weak and pitiful, eventually letting her right hand fall back down at her side. She would not be returning to their home as for the last few weeks now she has taken residence in an apartment just a few blocks from the court's location. She watched Masaru up until he disappeared from her sight before she sighed, turned, and began her journey back to her apartment. The Bakugo marriage, a marriage that while holding an abundance of disagreements and arguments still had its fair share of smiles, memories, and cherished moments. A show that would have been preferred to continue until time had taken them into their grasp, but, as she said earlier, and regrettably, show's over. Beep 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 beep. An alarm blaring on a nearby nightstand made Mitsuki roll over to her left and slam a hand down over a small console, the woman groaning with her hand drooping down the side of the bed. Her eyes shut tightly, and for a few moments she remained prone on her bed before forcing herself to muster up the strength in pushing the covers off and sitting up. She yawned, reaching for the sky as her bones popped and crunched at all the right kinks of her body, Mitsuki hopping off her bed and heading towards the bathroom to prepare for work. Tuesday, 5:45 a.m. The fifth Tuesday in which she has woken up in this apartment all by herself with nobody else around, and many more to come, she figures. Mitsuki flipped the light switch on in her bathroom, her hair riled up and messy as per usual when waking up in the morning. Dressed in an black silk nightgown with a large window of her upper cleavage showing, she twisted the handle of her shower for the hot water to start flowing through the system. While waiting for the water to heat up, she removed her nightgown to expose herself, tossing the thin fabric into an empty hamper right next to the door before feeling the water with her hand to see if it was ready. It was, taking that first step with her right foot into the glass cage and shutting the door behind her, allowing the warmth to soak and bathe her skin. It really happened yesterday, didn't it? The one event she did not once dream of happening in the past when marrying her former husband now became a reality. It's funny, when she was younger and she had visions or dreams of her married life, Mitsuki always told herself that she would not once consider or even think of the idea of divorcing her loved one. How could she? She was young, imaginative. A teenage girl with her head in the clouds and envisioning this perfect life. Of course she wouldn't think about divorce. Nobody wanted to. A pump from a strawberry pink container dispensed light pink-colored shampoo on her hand as she lathered the substance into her hair. Truth be told, she's worried about Masaru and how he'll manage to get through with this new life of his. When they first met, it was her who chased after him. The idea of being in a relationship with a man involved in the business of fashion was something that caught her attention. Not to mention how much of a cute-looking guy he was back then. He wasn't eye candy to the more normal standards of good looks or beauty, but the assertiveness of Mitsuki was all too attracted to the timid nature that was Masaru. Even going so far as to make a handful of sex jokes to make him blush and falter under her pressure. Those were good times. But times change, the woman taking a bar of soap and gliding it over her beasts and body, times change. From the birth of Katsuki and Masaki, there were arguments here and there that created the ever-growing chasm that led up to the moment of yesterday when they signed the divorce papers. On their wedding day they made a vow that despite any arguments or disagreements they promised to never let each other go and to always look forward to the idea that they will remain together forever. A couple, intertwined at the hands and taken away into the grasp of a perfect love. Cruel how that vision would instead be turned into the dream that she wanted to achieve. Vows turned into granules of sand, forgotten in the dunes of history. It wasn't just Masaru that Mitsuki felt sorry for. Izuku missing was part of her worries too. When it was reviled that he was bullied by none other than her children and his sister, her will turn into jelly. Done with the lather of shampoo in her hair and plenty of suds over her body, Mitsuki stepped back into the main cone of the water, washing away the soap and fragrant-smelling shampoo. As of right now, she's not certain on how long it's going to take for her to step back into the game of finding love. Could be a while, could be longer than that, could even be never, depending on what she sees or how she feels. For her marriage it was the concept of one and done, Masaru being the only person she had plans of being married to and nobody else. But it seems that now an opportunity she never thought of having was now open, the name Mitsuki now potentially being tossed back into the bucket for others to have a chance of courting. At 42 years old, she can already smell the hounds of younger guys trying to get in with her, and into her pants. Like she's going to allow that to happen. Once all of the soap and shampoo was cleared away, she turned the shower off and pushed open the glass door, stepping out onto a purple rug and reaching for a same-colored towel to dry herself off. She ran the towel over her bust, her rump, down to the very tips of her toes and back up over anything that she missed. It doesn't take long for her to adjust her hair. Just a quick sweep of a blow dryer is needed since it was naturally messy and short. With a towel wrapped around her body, she brushed her teeth, rinsed it out with a good splash of mouthwash and exited from the bathroom with towel still on her. Aside from the divorce yesterday, Mitsuki is beginning to settle into her new way of life, waking up every weekday at 5:45 in the morning to get ready for work at a nearby accounting firm. Luckily for the woman, an old friend worked at that office, which made it easy and hassle-free for her to get a position as an accountant. Simple job really. Sitting in front of a computer for her shift, sorting out people's money and ensuring everything is where it should be. At times it was a bit tedious and boring. Office jobs aren't exactly the biggest parties on the planet, but it was enough for her to get by comfortably. Her work attire consisted of a white button-up long sleeve under a black blazer, a pencil skirt that went down to the midsection of her thighs, and heels to finish it all off. First came the matching color red bra and underwear, then the shirt with tight skirt, heels, and at last the blazer over the top. She's been through this many days before, but now that she was officially divorced and single, everything felt so much more bland than it usually felt days or even weeks prior. Not to mention that without the ring on her finger, her left hand just looked so empty and sad as she fixed the collar of her blazer. Looking at the hand in the mirror caused her to pause, sighing at the absence of a ring on her ring finger but swallowing it, knowing it's going to be like that for a long time coming. She fixed a crooked kink in her collar and was now fully dressed for work today, exiting from her bedroom to head for her kitchen where a pre-packed lunch kit was stored in her refrigerator. This was her life now, a newly divorced woman taking a black lunch kit out of the fridge on her way to work. How long is it going to be before she finds the missing puzzle in her new set of a puzzle to make her happy? Is there even a last piece out there waiting for her? Or is she just going to have to accept the fact that the possibility of living the rest of her days out alone is always on the horizon? There was also a small chance that her and Masaru could somehow find their ways back together, but the memories, the arguments, the pain, and the loss. It was too much for either of them to be under the same roof, let alone in the same room as each other. Their chance of rekindling was possible, but it was the smallest chance of possible there ever would be in the universe. A golden key on a circular ring lay on the kitchen counter, to which Mitsuki snagged, looping the lunch kit around her left shoulder by the strap as she exited her apartment. Door shut, a twist of the key to lock it, and off to the nearest train station for a short train ride to her office job. This was Mitsuki's life moving forward, bland, alone, and wondering. Izuku walked into the school library. He really needed to finish this history project. Well, not really. Most history is about the luminescent baby being the first quirk born, but that was false as Izuku researched further and found 50 people were born with quirks in India while 200 born in the Udatis, and they also talked about the quirk dissermis groups that usually ended quirked people. Izuku got hurt a lot more these days. Izuku was kinda mad they didn't go any further with history. I mean, they were supposed to teach them so mistakes weren't made again, as it seems racism is sure it's not many towards race but now mutant-type quirks and quirks that affect your skin. Izuku went deep enough to find the Emperor Hirohito working with, well, it was like everyone wanted to sweep things under the rug when quirks appeared, but something Izuku somewhat enjoyed with history was its different revolutionaries. There appears to be a few things you absolutely have to do if you want to take control of a country, Izuku said, ignoring the Mist Man. But then there are so many other things that only sometimes have an impact. Ah, Afo murmured. What do you have to do? If your country exports, make sure that keeps going. If your country imports, make sure you keep paying those bills. Izuku gave him 2 points. And? All for one prompted. There were a few more absolutes to his mind that Izuku should have been able to find. Absolutely do not involve foreign powers, his successor continued. And assure other foreign powers that the status quo will not change for them. Since Japan is a democracy, you should also try to take control from within the system, and then change it so that you can maintain control, Izuku said. That also helps you contact the foreign powers and assure them that nothing will change, so there's a plus there. What about military force? Izuku sighed. It's doable, he concluded, but it is also far more likely to have other countries either invading or attempting to reinstall the rightful government. So what happens if you combine the two? Military power and a takeover from within the government. Izuku tilted his head back, looking up. That one is tricky because you have to be on both sides, he pointed out the obvious flaw. And if you could be on both sides? All for one pressed. Then it's possible, Izuku replied. And is actually easier, he added. You can use military power to create an opening that your in-the-system person can capitalize on. It would be best though if they had predicted some specific trouble so that it would look like they had the solution. That would encourage the government to listen to them, and if they didn't, the government would lose the support of the people who would follow your person, Izuku said quickly. His references weren't always clear, but all for one could follow his logic. Is that an option? Izuku asked. I asked you to come up with a plan using any means, so long as they were realistic, all for one reminded his successor. I believe some attacks are realistic, he added. History gives us enough proof of that. Then if that is realistic, I think it would be the easiest way, and so long as you were careful with the attacks, it wouldn't lead to other countries getting involved. All for one smiled. He was pleased Izuku had seen that possibility. While Japan was composed of islands, they were not an island in the world. Outside factors had to be considered. Other countries would not tolerate a change in the status quo, and others would see it as a weakness to exploit. So long as you were aware of the possibility, you could plan for it. Very good, you've managed to isolate most of the problems, and by implication cover the means. But it's not a plan, Izuku objected. It's not, he agreed. But you already know I have a plan, and now that you can see some of the problems, I think you can help me amend it, all for one smiled at his successor. So would you like these quirks? All for one gestured towards the jars of pink liquid. Though those are quirks? Izuku said shaking. All for one chuckles. This is a quirk holder, he explained. It's something that can hold multiple quirks. There are 4 in each, he added. And you are? Izuku asked the man of mist. I am Kurogiri, your new caretaker if you accept me, the mist man introduced. Right, well, what quirks are they? I'll tell you when you have them. Hey, I have some quirks I don't really need. Fo looked to Izuku. What are they? A bat mutation and a mole mutation? Izuku said. Sure, just put them in the tanks. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief before he turned back to the quirk container. He held out one hand and gestured, using his quirk to pull 8 of the quirks to him. Izuku carefully activated the first. Arg! He cried and quickly deactivated it. Night vision? Izuku replied, blinking. The warehouse wasn't that dark, but the increase in light when he activated it had been painful. He pulled up another quirk and activated it but couldn't feel anything different. Can't tell with the second one, he said, looking for another hint. Could be one of the reinforcement quirks, AFO told him. Izuku activated another and everything seemed to slow down. No. It's like everything stopped. A speed quirk? Ah, that's overclock. AFO said, chuckling. The quirk from a clock? Izuku said. He activated the other quirk. This one felt vaguely familiar but different. A strength quirk? Izuku said. You can tell? Kurogiri asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I have a couple of strength quirks, he told him. They kind of feel the same, he added. He prodded the other two, another strength quirk, and some? He could tell one of the quirks was a support one this time. That's a quirk called Kilo. It changes your weight, but to you it won't change. Izuku grabbed a few more quirks. He sensed that All for One was happy to be getting so much use, and while he couldn't hug his quirk, he did try to send it happy thoughts. He loved his quirk. A passive energy multiplication quirk. This one's strange. It's like I can feel the outside, the clouds, the wind. I figured you'd have an energy depletion from quirks like me, and that's weather manipulation from a failed experiment. He looked back at the quirk holder. There were about 6 quirks left. Izuku reached out, and this time he didn't grab at the quirks. Instead he felt for them. He could sort of tell which were support quirks, and grabbed what he thought was the other strength quirk and the reinforcement quirk. That left 4 quirks to get. He picked out 2 and drew them to him. Izuku bit his lip as he touched the quirk. From the way it was spreading over his body, he knew it was one that wasn't activated. It was a passive quirk, much like regeneration. It felt like it was reinforcing him somehow, and the tiredness Izuku had been feeling disappeared. There's something, it's not a strength quirk but it feels similar but different, Izuku said as he concentrated on the feeling. It's called endurance. It's a copy of my bodyguard. Izuku reached at the last 3 quirks. He frowned when he felt them. One of them feels like an energy quirk but also a power-up quirk, he said. That would be power. But Izuku mental note to try it later. If it was some form of energy then. He reached out to another quirk and felt his body harden? Ah, the quirk of the deceased hero Crimson Riot. Izuku activated the last quirk and began to float. Ah, the quirk of Captain Celebrity. A very useful quirk. Izuku looked back at the tank and pushed the bat and mole into it. I think I should practice. All right, let's go. Dabi walked in the bar, sitting next to Himiko. How's the kid? He's fine. He's talking with All for One. He's going to be great, Himiko said. She sounded sure of it. The unstated part of that sentence was that he was going to need people to help him be great. No villain could do everything alone. I suppose there is some advantage to being associated with All for One, Aoi murmured speculatively. So now that the kid has gone to the big bad, we should have some adult talk. He laughed. What, you gonna tell us you're still a virgin, Crispy? Dabi reminded himself that while Izuku knew them he didn't. He could just walk away, but that was, the underworld ran on the strength of people's word. And while there were times when you could get away with breaking it, he already knew now was not going to be one of those times. He'd have to learn to deal with this one. Like you are, Ire? He returned, lazily picking up his beer. She chuckled. Oh, is that short for vampire? The blood freak cooed. Irritation, Dabi corrected. She snorted and then gave him a direct look up and down. Yeah, you just wish you could get some, she murmured. The others were rather conspicuous in their silence, but he figured they didn't want to get involved. Come on, he challenged. It's obvious you are saving yourself for the kid, Dabi told her. When the F were you born? The Taisho era? She snapped back. Girls do that sort of romantic shit all the time, he countered and then dodged. Where did she keep those throwing knives? A hunting knife appeared in her hand and she slid out of the bench seat she had been on. Dabi got up, dodging the slash she made. You listen here, crispy critter, the blonde hissed. If I sleep with Izu, I will F his brains so good. You on the other hand. You couldn't pay me enough. He gave her a look. The blonde rolled her eyes. Little boys do such stupid things all for someone to wriggle around for them. She dismissed his suggestion. Why don't you both calm down? One of the others asked. Dabi thought it was the winged owner. She seemed level-headed. Just as soon as Crispy gets his head out of the Meiji era, she hissed in reply. Dabi saw the way Aoi rubbed her temple. We are a long way past the Taisho and Meiji era, the woman pointed out. He's not. The snap was petulant. We are, Komori said. And we are worrying the patrons. She huffed and the hunting knife disappeared before the blonde slid back into the bench seat. It would be a beach to have to move again. He'd done it before. There'd been times when he'd had to move every few hours, 'cause heroes were after him, but that hadn't happened for a while and he didn't like how reactive that made him. He was better than that. He planned. Dabi gave the blonde a careful look before returning to his seat. So you are more experienced than you look, he murmured. It's just sex, she muttered. Do you think the kid is? Dabi put the question to the table. The other two sighed. Forget it then, Dabi sighed. Komori gave him a measuring look. Why did you bring it up? The question caught him by surprise. Why had he brought it up? He didn't mean anything serious by it, and it was... Forget it, he repeated and picked up his beer to avoid saying anything more. He was kind of thankful when the others shrugged and went back to work, then a portal appeared. Well done, you're getting used to your new quirks quite fast. All for One told him. Izuku looked at the very tall man. He panted and ran a hand through his hair. He was very exhausted as he was fighting a behemoth of a man for 8 days non-stop. He walked into the lab and saw. Izuku. Kyudai welcomed him immediately before he tapped a few keys on the board in front of him. One of the monitors changed to show Kurojari. The doctor didn't need to explain further. Very impressive, young lord, the scientist told him. It's impressive how unfit I am, Izuku replied. Well, that can at least be fixed, All for One murmured. Would you like to go home? Kurojari asked, looking worried. Izuku looked to All for One, who nodded, no doubt indicating to Izuku that they'll continue later. Then he turned and went through Kurojari. Izuku blinked. The room he emerged into was warm, especially compared to the cold of the laboratory. As his eyes adjusted, he could make out the forms of several people around. He couldn't make out any details. He then saw Dabi, with fire around his hand. This is Kurojari, he's a gift. Izuku said before anyone could ask. What does that even mean? Aoi asked, holding a crimson knife. He's a warper that was given to me by All for One. Oh, and thank you, Kurojari. Izuku said, walking to the kitchen. Aizu. Toga jumped onto Izuku's back. I missed you. Toga began to nuzzle. Where have you been, kid? Komori asked. Training. Lots of training. Dabi snorted, leaning back against the wall, arms crossed. You'd better get used to it. You've got a lot on your plate now, kid. Izuku's expression hardened. I know. I need to be strong. I'm not just fighting for myself anymore. I'm fighting for control over my own fate. My family, Inko, Tashinori, even Izumi, never understood me. They chose their favorites. They chose to abandon me. Now it's my turn to take what's mine. Kurojari materialized beside them, his presence steadying the atmosphere. Your training will only get tougher, Izuku. Remember, strength is not just about power. It's about the choices you make and the legacy you wish to create. Izuku nodded, feeling the weight of those words. I've been thinking a lot about that. I don't want to be just another pawn in this game. I want to reshape the world, to ensure that no one has to feel as powerless as I once did. Especially not those who bullied me. Bakugo, Masaki and Izumi won't get away with what they did. Toga's eyes sparkled with excitement. You're gonna be a king, Aizu? A villain king. Izuku chuckled, the image of himself as a ruler feeling both surreal and empowering. Exactly. But a king must be strategic. I'll need all of you by my side to help build this new order. Komori stepped forward, her gaze intense. What do you envision, then? A world ruled by fear? Or something different? I want a world where strength is respected and where those who've suffered can finally rise, Izuku said. But it won't come without sacrifices. Aoi nodded. You saved me, Izuku. I want to help you change things for the better. Izuku took a deep breath, determination coursing through him. I'll do whatever it takes. I'm ready to take on the world, and I'll crush anyone who stands in my way. As they gathered around the kitchen table, the warmth of camaraderie filled the air. For the first time in a long while, Izuku felt a sense of belonging, a family forged not by blood but by shared ambition and mutual respect. "Let's get to work," he said, determination lacing his voice. "Together we'll create the new future." Just as they began to discuss their next steps, Izuku's phone buzzed on the table, breaking the moment. He glanced down and saw Izumi's name flashing on the screen. A surge of mixed emotions hit him. "What does she want?" he muttered, the bitterness creeping into his tone. Dabi raised an eyebrow, smirking. "Looks like someone's missing you, kid. Want to answer?" Izuku hesitated for a moment, then picked up the phone. "No. I'll deal with this later. Right now, I have a different future to build." Izumi sat on her bed, staring at her phone with a mix of anxiety and determination. The soft light of her room felt too warm compared to the turmoil brewing inside her. She had been thinking about Izuku constantly, replaying their childhood memories, the moments when they had been inseparable. But now, the rift between them felt insurmountable. Why did things have to change so drastically? She remembered the day Izuku ran away, the fear and confusion etched on her parents' faces. Inko had cried, and Toshinori had tried to remain strong, but Izumi felt the weight of their disappointment. She had always thought they would support each other, but instead, they had grown apart. Izumi had always been competitive with Izuku, but it had never been about hatred. Yet, as she rose to prominence as a hero in training, she felt a growing sense of loss. She was angry at him for leaving, for choosing a darker path, and yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that she still cared. "I need to talk to him." With a deep breath, she dialed his number, the ringing echoing in her ears. Each tone felt like a reminder of their past, the good, the bad, and everything in between. She hoped he would pick up, that he would hear her voice and remember who he was before the darkness enveloped him. When the call connected, she felt her heart race. "Izuku," she said, but only silence met her. "What if he doesn't want to hear from me? What if he's too far gone?" She thought about everything he had been through, being quirkless, the bullying from Bakugo, and the way their parents had seemingly favored her. Izuku had always been the stronger one, even without a quirk. But now, he was embracing a power that could consume him. "Izuku, please," she pressed on, her voice trembling. "I want to understand. I want to help you." A part of her wanted to yell at him for abandoning their family, for choosing to become a villain. She felt betrayed, but another part ached with concern. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was lost in a world he didn't want to be a part of. Why can't he see what he's becoming? As the call ended without a response, Izumi felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She couldn't just sit idly by while her brothers spiraled deeper into darkness. She had to take action. "I'll find him," she whispered to herself, determination igniting within her. "I won't let him go down this path alone. I'll show him that there's still hope." She grabbed her bag, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She knew the risks of confronting him, but family was worth fighting for. No matter how much he had changed, Izuku was still her brother. "I'll bring him back." Izuku Yagi's POV. Izuku sat at the table, surrounded by his allies, the air thick with strategy and ambition. He had just dismissed the call from Izumi, the weight of her name lingering in his mind. He could still hear her voice, the desperate plea woven with a hint of concern. What did she want? Did she really care? No. "Are we ready to move forward?" Komori asked, breaking his train of thought. "We can't let the heroes get wind of our plans." Dabi leaned back, a cocky grin on his face. "Let them come. The more chaos we create, the stronger we become. But we have to be smart about it." Izuku's mind was racing. He couldn't shake off the feeling of Izumi's call. She had always been a constant in his life, but now she felt like a distant memory. He had chosen his path, but part of him still wondered if he could ever truly escape the ties of family. "Are you with us, Izuku?" Toga's voice pulled him back into focus, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yeah, I'm here," he replied, forcing a smile. "Let's discuss the next steps." As they outlined their plans to disrupt the heroes and assert their dominance, Izuku felt a surge of determination. He had power now, all for one's will coursed through him, granting him strength beyond measure. But he couldn't ignore the nagging thoughts of his family. "They'll never understand." Izumi Yagi's POV. Izumi dashed through the streets, her heart pounding with purpose. She was on a mission to find her brother, fueled by the desperate need to bring him back from the edge. The cool night air whipped against her skin, but she barely felt it. Her focus was unwavering. I have to find him before it's too late. She remembered the places they used to visit as kids, the park where they'd play hero and villain, the tree they climbed, the secret spots where they shared their dreams. With each landmark she passed, memories flooded back. Brother! Brother! The voice of a little girl could be heard. Brother! Brother! Wake up! Please wake up! The voice of the girl grew much desperate with each passing second. This little girl was Izumi Yagi, who was 3 years old at the time. Izumi was desperately shaking her twin brother, Izuku Yagi, lying unconscious on the ground, below a tree, in the garden of their house. Brother! It's not funny. Please wake up, Izumi said as tears were running down her cheeks and landing on Izuku's face. Izuku slowly opened up his, and he growled in pain as he moved his hand to his head, rubbing it. Brother! Izumi exclaimed as she widened her eyes in surprise and immediately picked her brother between her arms, giving him a warm hug, while burying her face in his shoulder. You dumb. Don't do that. I was scared, Izumi said as she hugged her brother tightly. Izuku blinked a few times, recalling the events that had just happened. Izuku and Izumi played on the garden with their hero toys when they suddenly saw a small white cat climb up the tree. In cliché style, the baby cat got stuck in one of the branches high on the tree. Izuku immediately knew what he had to do, and he stood up from the place he was playing with Izumi and walked to the tree. He eyed it from top to bottom and he started climbing it. Wait, brother! As she stood up and ran to the tree, Izumi said she looked up to Izuku who was still climbing the tree. It's dangerous. You could get hurt. Izumi half shouted at Izuku, but she did not shout too much so their parents wouldn't see what Izuku was doing, as she was sure they would reprimand him. I know. Izuku also half shouted back to Izumi. But heroes must always be willing to risk themselves to help others, especially if they are cute animals. Izuku looked back up at the baby cat and continued to climb up the tree. Don't worry, it's easy, I just need to follow the patterns of the branches, see? Izuku said as he pointed at all the branches as if it was evident that there was a path to follow. Just stay down there and be ready to catch the cat when I throw it. Izuku replied and then continued to climb, a look of determination on his face. Izumi sighed. She knew there was no use in trying to argue with her brother anymore. All right. Izumi positioned herself right below where the cat was and looked up to see Izuku once again. Just be careful. It didn't take much longer for Izuku to reach the branch where the cat was. Izuku started to climb on the branch to try and catch the little cat, which hissed at Izuku when he attempted to grab it. Don't worry, little guy. It will all be fine. You know why? Because I am here, Izuku said, imitating his favorite hero. The cat lowered its guard as it relaxed. Looks like Izuku can have that effect. Izuku extended his hand once again and grabbed the cat. Got you, Izuku said with a smile. Izuku looked down at where Izumi was. Catch, Izuku said as he let the cat fall to Izumi. The screamed as it fell, but it was the caught in between the little arms of Izumi. Don't worry. You are safe, Izumi said as she smiled down at the baby cat. Izumi then placed the cat down on the floor, allowing it to run away. Be free, little guy. Izumi then turned to Izuku, who was still on the branch where the cat was. Now get down, Izumi ordered. Right, Izuku said as he started to climb down. As Izuku moved down through the branches, he was not looking where he was setting his feet, and so at one point, Izuku misplaced one foot, and he almost fell. In his surprise, Izuku gripped to one of the branches too hard, causing it to break. Izuku fell all the way and landed on the ground. Izuku! Izumi's scream was the last thing he heard before it all turned black. I won't give up on you, Izuku, she whispered, pushing forward. She had reached out to several of her classmates, and while they were all willing to help, they also expressed their concerns. Confronting a villain who was once her brother was dangerous. But she couldn't let fear dictate her actions. She would face whatever consequences awaited her. As she arrived at a familiar spot, the old park they used to play in, she paused. A familiar figure emerged from the shadows, and her heart raced. "Izuku," she called out, her voice filled with hope. Izuku blinked a few times once again before awkwardly laughing while rubbing the back of his head. "I'm sorry for worrying you," Izuku said as Izumi stopped hugging him and sat back. "I won't do it again, I promise," Izuku continued as he kept rubbing his head. "Kids, are you all right?" Izuku and Izumi turned around to look at Inko, who had peeked out the house to look at her two children. Izuku and Izumi looked back at each other before grinning sheepishly, and they started snickering, causing Inko to raise an eyebrow at them. "We were just playing, Mom," Izumi exclaimed as she turned back to Inko. "That's all," Izumi said as she closed her eyes as she smiled innocently at her mother. Inko raised an eyebrow once again, not entirely convinced. "Is that true?" Inko asked as she turned to look at Izuku. Izuku thought for a few seconds before answering. "It's true. We were playing. Nothing more. What else would we be doing?" Izuku asked as he tilted his head to appear innocent. Inko looked back and forth between Izuku and Izumi, causing both of them to start sweating, but their smiles never left their faces. Finally, Inko sighed. "Very well, just be careful, understood?" Inko said as she crossed her arms. "Yes," the two siblings said in sync. A small smile formed on Inko's face. "Very well, then have fun." Inko then walked back into the house. The two children looked back at each other before releasing the breath that they had been unknowingly holding. Back at the hideout, Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. Something was off, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. "Hey Izuku, are you okay?" "Ws. You're crying," said the villain. Touching his left eyes, he noticed the eye fluid leaking out. "It seemed as though my body just sorta did it on its own." "That was close," Izumi commented before looking at her brother. Izumi was taken aback as she saw that Izuku was looking at her with his eyes narrowed. "What?" Izumi asked as she tilted her head. "Why did you lie to Mom?" Izuku asked as he continued to look at Izumi with narrowed eyes. "Well, we both did, didn't we?" Izumi asked as she chuckled. "I know," Izuku said as he stopped narrowing his eyes. "But you lied to her first, and for no reason too, you wouldn't have been punished anyways. They say heroes shouldn't lie." Izumi blinked a few times before laughing sheepishly and then she lightly smacked Izuku in the head. "Hey!" Izuku said. "What was that for?" "You dumb," Izumi exclaimed. "Lying is not something a hero does, but I will do it if it means helping you. Because you are my brother first." Izumi finished as she smiled at Izuku. Izuku blinked a few times as he looked at Izumi before smiling too. "Thanks. You are the best sister I could ask for." Izumi then hugged Izuku. "And you are the bestest brother I could ask for." Izumi's heart raced as she saw something horrifying, her brother's scars replacing most of his skin, eyes a painful white. Next to him she saw the brother she had grown up with, the one who used to dream of being a hero. "Izuku," she whispered, stepping closer, but the figure remained silent, lost in his own world. "You look like a mess," the older one said. Izumi looked to a puddle. She was covered in dirt and was soaking wet from the rain. "Why did you leave?" the younger Izuku asked, his voice filled with confusion. "We were supposed to be heroes." The scared Izuku turned slowly, revealing the full extent of his scars. His white eyes bore into her, a mix of anguish and anger swirling within them. "I couldn't be who you wanted me to be. I'm not strong enough for that world." Izumi felt tears sting her eyes, the weight of his words sinking in. "But you can be. You still have a chance to come back. I'm here for you." "Here for me?" The older Izuku scoffed, the bitterness lacing his tone. "You don't understand what it's like to be discarded, to be left behind. I've fought too hard to turn back now." She took a step closer, desperation coursing through her. "Izuku, you don't have to fight alone. You're my brother, and I love you. Please, let me help you find your way back." But as she reached out, the vision began to flicker, the image of the two Izukus fading into the rain-soaked darkness. The alley blurred, and the voices became muffled echoes, drowned out by the storm. "Wake up," she screamed, but the world continued to shift. Izumi found herself back in the real world, breathless and soaked to the bone. The rain still fell, but now it felt heavier, more oppressive. She sank to her knees, the cold ground grounding her in the moment. What was that? Was it a dream? A warning? The vision lingered in her mind, the pain etched on Izuku's face haunting her thoughts. She clenched her fists, frustration and fear mingling within her. She needed to confront him, to show him that there was still hope even if he couldn't see it himself. I'll find a way to bring you back, Izuku. I promise. Are you going to let her walk away like that? Dabi's voice cut through the tension, filled with a mix of skepticism and challenge, and annoyance from the rain. I don't know, Izuku admitted, the internal conflict raging within him. But she doesn't understand. I have to do this. Then decide what you want, kid. Power or that family. You can't have both if you keep letting her in, Dabi said, crossing his arms. What do I truly want? Izuku Midoriya sat in the dimly lit room of the lair, the flickering shadows dancing across the walls like ghosts of his former self. It had been months since he accepted All for One's offer, months since he embraced a path that twisted his dreams of heroism into something darker yet strangely exhilarating. He had become a vessel for power, his body and mind adapting to the quirks he absorbed. The air felt heavy as he awaited the inevitable summons. All for One had plans, and he knew they required the unique talents he had been cultivating. The old man had an aura of authority that sent shivers down Izuku's spine, yet there was a strange comfort in the control he now wielded. Izumura Shigaraki, came the smooth, resonant voice. Called his new name. Izuku straightened, instinctively feeling a rush of anticipation mixed with dread. All for One stepped into the light, his imposing figure cloaked in dark fabric, the mask hiding his true face only adding to the air of menace. I have a task for you, he continued, his voice almost melodic. A mission that could help empower you. Kirigiri materialized a portal. Izuku stood before Kurogiri's swirling portal, the dark mist swirling like a living entity. The air shimmered with an otherworldly energy, and he felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. This was his first Acule mission, and he knew the stakes were high. He had to acquire quirks from a place he'd never been while being hunted, and the first target was just a step through that portal. Are you ready, Izumura Shigaraki? He asked, his voice smooth and almost soothing. Izuku took a deep breath, nodding. Yes. I'm ready. Izuku stepped into the portal, feeling the cold mist envelop him. It was a strange sensation, as if he was being pulled apart and reassembled at the same time. Moments later, he emerged on the other side, disoriented but quickly regaining his bearings. He found himself in a bustling city, the sounds of cars honking and people chatting filling the air. The vibrant neon lights illuminated the night, creating a stark contrast to the darkness he had just left. Izuku felt an adrenaline rush as he realized he was in the heart of the city where his first target lived, a young hero known as Starburst, who possessed a quirk that allowed her to manipulate and amplify light. He glanced at the map on his tablet, which guided him toward her location. The streets were alive with energy, but as he walked, a part of him felt the weight of his mission. He had once admired heroes like Starburst, dreaming of being one himself. Now, he was here to take something from her. With resolve, he moved through the crowd, blending in effortlessly. The thrill of the hunt was palpable, yet a nagging doubt tugged at his heart. But he pushed it aside, focusing on the task ahead. As he neared a small cafe where Starburst was known to frequent, he spotted her sitting at a table outside, a radiant smile lighting up her face as she spoke with a friend. Her bright hair seemed to shimmer under the cafe's lights, and for a moment he hesitated. She looked so normal, so unassuming. Taking a deep breath, Izuku approached the table, putting on his best friendly smile. Hey there. Mind if I join you? Starburst looked up, surprise flickering in her eyes, but her smile remained. Sure. I'm always up for meeting new people. I'm Starburst. Izuku, he replied, forcing his voice to remain steady. I've heard a lot about you. Your quirk is amazing. Thanks. It's really fun to use. I love helping people with it, she said, her enthusiasm infectious. Izuku felt a pang of guilt as he remembered his true purpose. Yeah, I can see that, he said, trying to keep the conversation light. Do you often come here? Whenever I can. It's a nice place to unwind after a long day of training, she explained, her eyes sparkling with passion. Being a hero is tough, but it's so rewarding. Izuku nodded, his heart heavy. I can imagine. It takes a lot of courage to put yourself out there. Starburst's gaze softened. It really does. But we have to do it for those who can't. What about you? Are you interested in becoming a hero too? He hesitated, searching for the right words. I used to want that, but things have changed. The weight of his truth hung heavily between them. Just then, an alert pinged from his tablet, a reminder of his mission. He glanced down, heart racing as he prepared himself to take the next step. Starburst. Before he could finish, a sudden burst of light erupted from her hand, illuminating the night. I can amplify the light around us. Isn't it amazing? Caught off guard, Izuku watched as the light danced, creating a beautiful display. For a moment he was entranced, but the reality of his mission crashed back in. He had to end her. As the moment stretched, Izuku felt the weight of his decision pressing down on him. He couldn't backtrack now. He had come too far, and the mission loomed over him like a dark cloud. With a resolute breath, he shifted his persona, channeling something deeper within himself. Let's try something? As they settled in, Izumi leaned forward, genuinely interested in her stories while subtly steering the conversation toward more personal topics. So, what's the most rewarding part of being a hero for you? Starburst's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Honestly, it's seeing the impact I can make on people's lives. It's tough sometimes, but knowing I can help others keeps me going. Izuku nodded, feigning empathy. That's amazing. You're really making a difference. But I wonder, how do you handle the pressure of it all? She paused, a hint of vulnerability creeping into her voice. It can be overwhelming. Sometimes, I feel like I'm not doing enough, even with my quirk. After finishing their drinks, they strolled through the bustling streets, Izuku leading her toward a quieter area. As they reached the park, the sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow around them. Isn't it beautiful here? Starburst said, her eyes lighting up as she took in the scenery. It really is, Izuku agreed, savoring the moment. You know, I'm glad we're spending time together. I feel like we really understand each other. She glanced at him, her expression softening. I'm glad too. It's nice to meet someone who gets it. He seized the moment, gently guiding the conversation to a more personal tone. You know, I've always admired your dedication. It's inspiring. Have you ever thought about how nice it would be to just relax? Away from the pressures of hero work? Starburst tilted her head, curious. Yeah, I guess I don't take enough time for myself. As Izuku walked through the park with Starburst, a mix of excitement and dread churned within him. He had successfully tricked her into spending time with him, but now the moment had arrived to execute his plan. The sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the trees, and Izuku felt the weight of what he was about to do. They reached a quiet spot, the sounds of the park fading into a serene silence. Starburst was animated, her laughter ringing in the air as she shared another story about her hero work. Izuku listened, feigning interest while his mind raced, calculating the next steps. Starburst, he said softly, interrupting her flow. I want to thank you for trusting me. You've really opened up, and I appreciate that. She smiled, a glimmer of warmth in her eyes. Of course. It feels good to have someone to talk to. I'm really glad we met. The sincerity in her voice stirred something in him, but he quickly pushed it aside. This was about power, about securing his future. There's something I've been wanting to show you, he said, moving closer, his heart racing. It's an ability I've been working on. It could change everything for us. Her curiosity piqued, Starburst nodded eagerly. What is it? Just a little demonstration, he replied, the words flowing smoothly. You won't be hurt, I promise. He extended his hand, channeling the energy of her quirk he had stolen. With a flicker of light, he created a brilliant illusion, a shimmering display that danced around them, mimicking the very essence of her abilities. Starburst's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, that's incredible. How are you doing this? Izumi felt a surge of power and confidence. It's all thanks to you. But there's one more thing I need from you, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. As she watched the display, entranced, he moved swiftly, grasping her wrist. Wait, what are you? Her eyes widened in realization, panic flooding her expression. In that instant he pulled her closer, crushing her spine. Starburst gasped, the light in her eyes dimming as he absorbed her strength. No. Izuku, please. I'm sorry, Starburst, he said, his voice devoid of any remorse. But this is the only way. With a swift movement he released her wrist, stepping back as she stumbled, weakened and disoriented. Why? She gasped, her voice barely above a whisper, confusion etched across her face. I needed your quirk, and now I'm stronger than ever, he replied, his tone chillingly calm. You were just a means to an end. Her expression shifted to one of betrayal and despair. You're a monster? Izumi felt no guilt, only a cold determination. And you were just another hero who couldn't see the truth? With that, he moved swiftly, his hand glowing with the remnants of her light. In one decisive motion, he unleashed a burst of energy that engulfed her, a final act of betrayal. Starburst cried out, but her voice was swallowed by the light as it consumed her. When the glow faded, silence enveloped the park. Izumi stood alone, the weight of what he had done settling heavily in the air. He felt the energy of her quirk thrumming within him, a testament to his victory. With a deep breath, he turned away from the scene, the shadows of the park closing in around him. He had taken a significant step toward power, but it had come at a terrible cost. As he walked away, he felt the thrill of triumph mingling with a flicker of doubt, but he buried it deep. Found you? Izuku looks for that whisper till he sees a dimly lit alley. A shadow flickered at the edge of perception. Large, glowing yellow eyes pierced through the night, reflecting an intelligence that belied his monstrous form. Sharp, pointed ears twitched, catching every sound in the air, a whispered conversation, the distant hum of a passing car. Curved, jagged horns sprouted from the sides of his head, one broken, adding to his battle-worn appearance. Beneath his elongated snout, razor-sharp teeth glinted, a reminder of the predatory nature that lay beneath his unsettling beauty. In a striking feature, parts of the creature's skull were partially transparent, revealing a pulsating, exposed brain beneath a thin layer of protective membrane. The brain glowed faintly, responding to his emotions and powers. It was a Nomu, Izuku thought. His retractable claws clicked softly against the concrete as he landed, ready to strike or retreat at a moment's notice. A flicker of bioluminescent patterns danced across his wings, casting an eerie glow that illuminated his surroundings just enough to enhance the tension. Izuku reached out his hand and prosecuted light from it, temporarily disoriented the creature. Izuku used flight to escape. So all for one used the bat quirk for that? Izuku thought, hiding in the bright city. You can't escape the night. A whisper slithered through the air, wrapping around him like a tightening noose. Izuku's heart raced as the words hung ominously, an unsettling taunt that set his nerves on edge. Before he could react, the creature struck. He swooped down, wings unfurling like dark sails, casting an imposing shadow over Izuku. With a flick of his clawed foot, he unleashed a sonic pulse, a blast of sound that reverberated through the night. The impact knocked Izuku off balance, disorienting him as he stumbled backward, struggling to regain his footing. Get a grip, he muttered to himself, activating his strength quirks. He could feel the power surge through him, but the whispers of the creature filled his mind, seeking to unnerve him. This is just a distraction, he reminded himself, focusing on the ground beneath him. The creature darted back into the shadows, a blur of movement that was both mesmerizing and terrifying. He was toying with him, using hit-and-run tactics that made it nearly impossible to predict his next strike. Each time Izuku prepared to counterattack, the creature would vanish into the darkness, leaving only echoes behind. Gathering his resolve, Izuku concentrated, trying to anticipate Noctis's patterns. He planted his feet firmly, summoning the strength of overclock. I can't let fear control me, he whispered, eyes scanning the darkness. Suddenly, the creature emerged again, a dark silhouette against the night. Izuku launched forward, fists glowing with power, but the creature was quick, dodging to the side with unnatural agility. The ground beneath Izuku shook as he unleashed a powerful punch, sending debris flying. But the creature was already gone, disappearing into the shadows, his mocking voice lingering in the air. "You'll never catch me, master." The game of cat and mouse continued, tension crackling in the air. Izuku felt adrenaline coursing through him, the fear transforming into determination. He couldn't let it win. He had to outsmart the creature of the night. With a sudden burst of clarity, Izuku noticed the pattern in its movements. He feigned an attack to draw the creature out, then pivoted on his heel, launching a swift counter when the creature lunged. "No more games," he shouted, channeling full force into a single, concentrated punch. In that moment, time seemed to slow as it emerged from the shadows, ready to strike. But Izuku was ready. With a roar of determination, he connected with the creature, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. For a heartbeat, they stood locked in a fierce standoff. Its glowing eyes widened in surprise, and Izuku felt the thrill of victory surge through him. The hunt was far from over. Izuku thought, then saw it drop something. A knife? Hi. Now most of you would believe that being the son of a hero would be awesome, much less the number one. All might. For most it would be, that is if you aren't quirk.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.